2025, the official federal poverty line for one person is $15,650 a year. But nobody pays their rent once a year, right? So let's break that down by month. That comes out to $1,304. Remember that number. It's our baseline. Now let's look at what's actually happening for someone on SSI. The absolute maximum federal payment a single person can get in 2025 is $967 a month. That's the ceiling. You can't get a dollar more from the federal government. So right off the bat, you can see those two numbers are not the same. And when you put those two numbers right next to each other, like in this chart, wow, the gap just jumps right out at you. It's not even close. The maximum benefit falls way short of that poverty line, and this difference has just been getting worse year after year. So do the math. The difference is $337. That's the hole people find themselves in every single month. To put it another way, the maximum SSI check is nearly 35% below the very poverty line it was created to meet. That is a massive gap to cover when you're on a fixed income. Okay, so that's the problem. It's a big one. But how do you fix it? Well, there are some pretty concrete plans being floated around. And maybe the biggest one is a piece of legislation called the SSI Restoration Act. It's designed to attack that income shortfall we just talked about head-on. And this proposal is getting a lot of attention. In the source material we looked at, one analyst put it pretty bluntly, saying, the SSI Restoration Act, in my opinion, is a really, really good one. It checks literally all the boxes. So it's seen as this complete fix, not just some tiny little patch. So what are these boxes that it checks? Well, first and foremost, the Act wants to raise monthly benefits to 100% of the federal poverty line. That means, boom, an instant $337 a month raise for someone getting the max benefit. And this part is crucial. It would then tie or index those benefits so they automatically go up with the poverty line every year. That way, this gap can never open up again. The Act also tackles the marriage penalty, which can hurt married couples, and it wants to seriously raise those ancient asset limits, which we're going to talk about next. Okay, reality check time. This is really, really important to understand. The SSI Restoration Act is still just a proposal. Right now, it has not been passed by Congress. It's been introduced, it's being talked about, but it is not the law of the land. But, a bigger check is only half the story. There's another huge problem that's kind of baked into the system right now, and it has everything to do with saving money. Okay, so the asset limits for SSI, that's how much money you can have saved up, are stuck in a time warp. They haven't been updated in decades. Right now, the limit for one person is just $2,000. I mean, think about that. Your car breaks down, your fridge dies, you have one unexpected medical bill. That can wipe you out completely. It basically makes it impossible to build any kind of real safety net. So the proposed fix for this is, well, it's dramatic. The asset limit for an individual would jump from $2,000 all the way up to $10,000. And for a couple, it would go from $3,000 to $20,000. I mean, that is a night and day difference. Let's just pause on that individual number for a second. Going from $2,000 to $10,000, that's a 500% increase. We are not talking about a small tweak here. This is a massive shift in policy, basically admitting that the financial world of today is nothing like it was when these old limits were set. And what does that really mean for someone's life? It's not just about the numbers. It's about security. It's about having that peace of mind that comes from knowing you have a rainy day fund. It means you could actually save for an emergency without that constant fear of losing the very benefits you need to survive. Okay, so we've got these two huge ideas on the table, one to boost monthly income and one to raise the savings limit. But what does it all mean? How does a plan like this go from being an idea to being a reality? Well, it all comes down to the process in Washington. First, lawmakers have to introduce the bills, which, they've already done. After that, the bills have to get debated in committees and then eventually get voted on by both the House and the Senate. If, and that's a big if, a bill passes, then it goes to the Social Security Administration to actually put the changes into effect. But it's key to remember where we are right now. These are all still just proposals on paper. All right, so let's just do a quick recap of the whole shebang. We're talking about 4 big things. 1, bigger checks,
with that $337 monthly boost to get up to the poverty line. 2. Higher savings with that 500% jump in the asset limit. 3. Fairer rules, getting rid of that penalty for married couples. And 4. Future-proofing the system by tying benefits to the poverty line so this whole mess never happens again. When you step back and look at it, these proposals are really a total rethinking of what SSI is and what it does. They're trying to bring it back to its original promise of being a real anti-poverty safety net. But the million-dollar question remains, is there enough political will to make these big plans a new reality for the millions of Americans who rely on it? And that's what we'll all be watching.
Okay, let's talk about a pretty wild idea. What if every single person on Social Security got the exact same check every month? I mean, not based on how much you earned during your career, but just one flat amount for everyone. It's a really radical proposal, and it's starting to get some serious attention because it would completely transform one of the country's most important programs. So let's dive in and really unpack what this is all about.
You know, right now, the system is the complete opposite of flat. It's all over the place. You've got some folks on one end getting as little as, say, $50 or $60 a month, and then on the other extreme, the maximum possible benefit is over $5,000. That is a gigantic gap, and it's really the core issue that's fueling this whole conversation.
So, before we can really get the logic behind this flat benefit idea, we've got to first understand this huge divide in the current system. It's kind of like a tale of two different programs.
And look, this isn't just about numbers on a spreadsheet. This disparity has very real, very human consequences. Right now, there are about 11 million seniors in the U.S. living below the federal poverty line, and a lot of them depend on Social Security. That one number alone just shows you how high the stakes are here.
Yeah, that maximum benefit, the one around $5,000, it gets a lot of attention. But the reality for most people, it's nowhere close to that. The average retirement benefit is actually just under $2,000. And if you're on disability, SSDI, the average is even lower, just a bit under $1,600. So this chart really shows you the vast majority of people are a long, long way from that top payment.
This quote from one of the sources we looked at just hits the nail on the head. It talks about this mission, and that's exactly what it is, a system split in two, where some people are getting just a few dollars, while others are getting thousands. This is the problem the flat benefit idea is trying to solve.
So what's the big idea to fix this divide? Well, it's to completely flatten the whole system, to create one single universal benefit amount that every single qualified person would get every single month.
And the number that's being talked about is around $2,200 a month. Now that number wasn't just picked out of a hat. It's what they've calculated as the equilibrium point, the spot where the high-end and low-end benefits would eventually meet in the middle.
So how would we even get there? I mean, you can't just flip a switch overnight. The whole idea is that it would be a gradual process. You'd be systematically raising the payments for people at the bottom, while at the same time, you're slowly lowering the payments for people at the very top until everybody eventually lands on that same flat number.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. That sounds like a massive, complicated undertaking. So how would a change this huge actually work in practice? Let's get into the mechanics.
It really breaks down into about 4 main steps. First, you start to phase down those high-end benefits over several years. A really key part of this is step 2. You'd stop giving the annual cost of living adjustments, the COLAs, to the highest earners. Step 3, all the money you save from that gets rerouted. And finally, step 4, you use those funds to boost up all the low-end benefits until they hit that target equilibrium point.
Now, a really big piece of this whole debate is the timeline. How long would this take? Is it a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, maybe even 15 years or more? The source material shows there are different schools of thought on this. And it matters because the longer the timeline, the higher that final flat benefit is likely to be, just because of inflation and economic growth over time. And there are a couple of different ways to actually bring those high-end benefits down. One idea is a simple annual deduction. You just trim their benefit by, say, 5% each year. The other, maybe a slightly gentler way to do it, is to just freeze their benefits by taking away their yearly COLA. That means their payment just wouldn't keep up with inflation anymore, and its real value would slowly decrease.
You know, if a plan like this actually happened, it would be so much more than just a tweak to payment amounts. It would fundamentally change the entire purpose and identity of Social Security as we know it.
What this would do is basically turn Social Security into something that looks a lot like a guaranteed basic income, or GBI. And the idea behind a GBI is pretty simple. Everyone who qualifies gets the same recurring payment. It creates a true financial floor that no one can fall beneath.
And this really gets to the philosophical heart of the whole thing. It would shift Social Security from being an earned benefit, where what you get out is tied to what you put in, to a system of universal support, where you get the benefits simply because you're a qualified citizen or resident. It's a huge change in thinking.
The potential results here are pretty massive. I mean, on the one hand, a move like this could lift millions of seniors and people with disabilities out of poverty. It would give them a stable, predictable income. It would also make the super complex Social Security formulas way, way simpler. But maybe most importantly, it forces us all to have a conversation about what we want Social Security to be in the 21st century.
Let's just boil it all down and put these two systems side by side. Right now, your benefit is based on your earnings history. In the new proposal, it's based on just being a citizen or resident. The benefit amount goes from totally variable to completely flat, and the main goal of the program itself actually shifts from replacing your income to preventing poverty, period.
So when you get right down to it, this whole debate makes us ask a really fundamental question about one of our most important institutions. Should Social Security be an earned benefit that you're entitled to based on your work, or should it be a guaranteed safety net for absolutely everyone? How we answer that question will really define its future.
Today, we're jumping into a really interesting idea that could totally change how we look at financial support, especially when times get tough. It's all about asking, is there a smarter way to help people out? I mean, you feel it, I feel it, we all feel it, right? The price of just about everything seems to be going up and up. It puts a real squeeze on your wallet, and that leads us to a huge question. With costs climbing like this, is there a better, more intelligent way to provide some relief?
And that right there is the heart of the problem. We've all seen prices jump, but for a lot of people, especially folks on Social Security or other fixed incomes, the money coming in just isn't keeping up with the money going out. So we're going to look at one idea that's designed to fix that exact problem.
So what is this new idea all about? Well, because of all the economic challenges we've seen, experts are talking about a pretty major shift in how we handle this stuff. It's a much more targeted approach, and it's really different from what we've done in the past.
The big number at the center of this whole proposal is $2,000. And no, not just as a one-off payment, but as a regular monthly check. This is the number that supporters think could offer some real, consistent help.
Okay, so how would this thing actually play out? Well, the idea is for these ongoing monthly checks, but, and this is the key difference, they wouldn't go to everybody. They'd be aimed specifically at low and fixed income households. The whole goal is to give them immediate spending power to help them cover that gap that inflation has created.
But why do it this way? Why only target certain people? Well, it all boils down to the economics of how different people spend their money. And honestly, this is where the whole proposal gets really fascinating.
The key concept has this really fancy-sounding name, the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC. But don't let the name fool you, it's actually super simple. All it means is, when you get an extra dollar, how much of it do you spend and how fast do you spend it? This one idea is crucial to understanding the entire plan.
And when you look at the studies on this, it's pretty wild. When a lower income household gets a $2,000 payment, they spend about 80% of it, that's $1,600 in the first 10 days. The rest of it, gone within the next month. That super fast spending is exactly what economists mean when they say someone has a high MPC.
And this just lays out the big difference, right? People with a high MPC, who are usually on lower incomes, spend new money almost immediately, often because they have to, for necessities. On the flip side, folks with higher incomes, the low MPC group, are way more likely to save it, invest it, or pay off debt. That money doesn't get pumped back into the economy nearly as fast, if it even does at all.
So this brings us to a really important comparison. To really get why this new targeted idea is even on the table, we've got to look back at those big stimulus checks that went out in 2020 and 2021 and kind of learn from what happened.
The difference between these two plans is just night and day. The old stimulus went to about 85% of everyone. And look, the intention was good, but the absolutely massive cost was a big factor in the inflation we're all dealing with now. This new proposal is meant to be the exact opposite. Surgically targeted, way less expensive, and designed to give a focused boost to the economy without causing prices to spiral.
Okay, let's really zero in on that cost difference, because the numbers here tell you everything you need to know about why this new strategy is being considered. Those widespread stimulus checks from a few years back, they cost around $850 billion. Just think about that number for a second. It's a staggering amount of money to push into the economy all at once.
Now compare that to the estimate for this new targeted idea. Giving 3 monthly checks of $2,000 to about 50 million people would cost around $100 billion. That's less than an eighth of the cost for what's argued to be a more direct and sustained impact.
So what does that really mean in practice? It means for a tiny fraction of the costs, this plan could give more consistent, ongoing help directly to the people who need it, all while trying to avoid that big inflationary wave that ends up hurting everybody in the long run.
And all of this leads to what a lot of the experts behind this idea are calling the win-win argument. It's a vision for a more focused, more efficient, and you could argue a fairer way to handle economic relief in the future.
So the argument really is that it's just a smarter way to do things. You're getting money straight to the people who will actually spend it, which gives you a much better bang for your buck in terms of stimulating the economy. And by learning from the past, the goal is to be more cost-effective and a lot fairer, especially to those whose incomes have fallen behind.
And in the end, it really does come back to this simple quote. The whole point of a stimulus check is for people to spend it. I mean, that's why it's called a stimulus. Giving it to people who are just going to park it in a savings account doesn't really achieve that goal. Giving it to the folks who'll spend it right away absolutely does.
Which, of course, leaves us with that one big question. When you look at the lessons from the past and you follow the economic logic we've just walked through, could this kind of targeted approach be the future of financial relief? It's definitely a powerful idea to think about.
Today, we're diving into some really big proposals that could change the monthly benefits for millions of people who receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI.
All right, let's start with this number. For 2025, the absolute maximum federal SSI benefit for a single person is $967 a month. That's the ceiling, the most anyone can get from the program each month. And that brings us to the big question, right? With the cost of everything these days, rent, food, you name it, a lot of people are asking if that amount is really enough to get by.
So to really get what these proposals are all about, we first have to understand the problem they're trying to fix. And it really all comes down to a growing financial gap between SSI benefits and the official poverty level.
You know, it's interesting. When this program was created more than 50 years ago, the whole point was to act as a safety net, to keep people right at the federal poverty line. But over the decades, well, it's fallen behind.
And this chart just lays it all out, doesn't it? On one side, you've got the max SSI benefit at $967. On the other, the 2025 federal poverty line, which is $1,304. You can literally see the gap right there. And that difference comes out to $337 every single month. That's the shortfall. And that number is at the absolute heart of this whole debate.
You can really feel the urgency in this quote from our source material. I mean, that's pretty powerful language, and it just shows how strongly some people feel that the system needs to be modernized to close that gap.
Okay, so we've seen the problem. Now, what are the proposed solutions? Well, the first big one is a piece of legislation aimed squarely at closing that financial gap we just looked at.
It's called the SSI Restoration Act. You can basically think of it as a big package of updates trying to modernize parts of the program that, frankly, haven't been touched in decades. The single biggest, most significant change in this act would be to raise the maximum monthly benefit to match the federal poverty line. The goal is to get the program back to doing what it was originally intended to do. So remember that $337 gap? This would close it. For someone getting the maximum benefit, this would mean a direct increase of $337 a month, bringing their total from $967 up to that poverty line figure of $1,304.
Now, this is absolutely critical to understand. This is a proposal. It's being discussed, but it has not been passed by Congress. It is not current law.
Okay, so the next big proposal tackles another part of the program that critics say is seriously out of date, the super strict limits on how much money a person can have in savings.
These limits on assets, they haven't been updated for inflation in decades. This makes it almost impossible for people to save up even a small emergency fund for, a car repair or an unexpected bill.
And the proposed change here is huge. The asset limit for a single person would jump from the current $2,000 all the way up to $10,000.
And for married couples, the increase is just as dramatic. It would go from that long-standing $3,000 limit to a proposed $20,000.
To put that in perspective, for an individual, That's a 500% increase in how much they'd be allowed to save without being penalized or losing their benefits. So, with such significant changes on the table, the natural question is, okay, what's the holdup? What's the current status of all this in Congress?
So just to sum it all up, the SSI Restoration Act is really this bundled package of reforms. It's trying to raise the benefits to the poverty line and also massively increase those savings limits, tackling the two major issues we've just covered. And this brings us to the bottom line. As of today, August 16th, 2025, the SSI Restoration Act has not passed. It is still just a proposal.
So that leaves us with a final thought for this explainer. When you look at that documented gap between the benefits and the poverty line and the fact that these rules haven't been updated in decades, it really makes you wonder, what level of priority should reforming SSI have on the national agenda?
You know, there's a number that's been making a lot of noise lately. A number that could mean an extra $2,400 a year for every single person on Social Security. It's a huge proposal, sparking a ton of hope, but also a pretty fierce debate. So today, we're going to dig in and find out what's really going on. You've probably seen the headlines, right? The posts on social media, the chatter online, a $2,400 boost to your annual Social Security check. But is this a real possibility we should be paying attention to, or is it just, political noise? Let's try to separate the facts from the fiction here.
Okay, so first things first. Let's talk about the promise itself. We need to break down these numbers that have grabbed everyone's attention and figure out what they could actually mean for millions of American retirees.
So, the big number at the heart of this whole thing is $2,400. That's the proposed annual increase that every Social Security recipient would see in their pocket. And let's be honest, in a time when the cost of everything from gas to groceries seems to be going up, a figure like that, well, it's no wonder it's capturing the public's imagination.
Now, what does a big annual number like that actually mean for your day-to-day life, for your budget? Well, if you break it down, it comes out to an extra $200 every single month. For a lot of folks, that's not just some small bonus. That could be a game changer. That could be the difference needed to cover utility bill, afford prescriptions, or just have a little more breathing room without all that financial stress. It's that monthly figure that makes this proposal feel so real and so appealing.
So where did this idea even come from? It's not just a number somebody pulled out of thin air. It's actually rooted in a formal piece of legislation that's making its way through Washington, D.C. right now. The whole proposal comes from a bill called the Social Security Expansion Act. This is the official legislation that's been introduced in Congress, and its main goal is to make this increase a reality. And that's a really key point. This isn't just a talking point, it's a defined proposal with a very clear objective: boost benefits by $200 a month.
Of course, this immediately brings up the biggest question you can ask with any new spending. Who's going to pay for it? Well, the proposal's answer is to adjust the Social Security payroll tax cap. Right now, there's a ceiling on how much of a person's income gets taxed for Social Security. This act would raise that cap, or maybe even get rid of it altogether. That means high-income earners would end up contributing on a much, much larger portion of their earnings. As you can probably guess, this is one of the most controversial parts of the whole plan.
To really get a feel for the real-world impact, just look at the average person receiving benefits. Right now, their monthly check is around $1,800. With this boost, it would jump up to $2,000. That's about an 11% increase, which is pretty significant. And what this chart doesn't even show is that for people who are on minimum benefits, the impact would be proportionally even bigger. We're talking potentially life-changing.
Okay, so now we have to make a big shift from talking about what the proposal is to whether it could ever actually happen. Because while the idea of an extra $2,400 a year sounds fantastic, its path to becoming law is, to put it mildly, filled with some major political and economic roadblocks.
Yeah, the road to this becoming a law is incredibly steep. First, politically, it's facing just deep divisions in Congress. Fiscally, it runs headfirst into some really serious concerns about the long-term health of the entire Social Security system. And then you've got the logistical side, potential delays, these really complex questions about fairness between generations, and even unknown ripple effects on other government benefits. It's a lot to tackle.
Let's just break down the debate a little. On one hand, supporters argue, pretty passionately, that this boost is absolutely essential to help seniors keep up with the rising cost of living. They also say, hey, Putting more money into the hands of 70 million people, that would be a huge stimulus for the economy. But on the other side, you've got critics raising all sorts of alarms. They're saying it's fiscally irresponsible, and they're worried that injecting billions of dollars into the economy could actually fuel inflation. They also bring up that concern that it puts an unfair financial burden on younger generations who have to foot the bill.
It's also really important to manage our expectations about timing. Even in the absolute best-case scenario, the journey from a proposal to an actual payment in your bank account is a long one. A bill gets introduced, then it faces this lengthy, often really contentious debate in Congress. It would almost certainly be changed and modified through compromises. Only after all of that, maybe, it gets approved. And even then, implementation would probably be phased in over time. The big takeaway here? No one should expect to see an extra $200 in their check anytime soon.
And you know, this quote from the source material really gets to the heart of the matter. This whole conversation we're having about a $2,400 boost is really a symptom of a much larger issue. The Social Security system as a whole is facing a crisis, and it desperately needs reform. The question isn't just about this one proposal, it's about how we're going to ensure the entire system stays solvent for our kids and grandkids.
Okay, so with all this uncertainty floating around, what does any of this mean for your own financial planning? Let's step beyond the headlines for a minute and focus on what you can actually control.
This is such a fundamental point, and it often gets lost in these kinds of debates. It's really worth remembering that when Social Security was first created, it was designed to be one part of a three-legged stool for retirement, right alongside personal savings and pensions. It was never ever meant to be the only source of income for retirees. And keeping that context in mind is absolutely essential for responsible financial planning.
Relying on political promises is a really risky strategy for something as critical as your retirement. Taking proactive control of your own financial security, that is the most reliable path forward, no matter what happens in D.C.
You go online and it seems like everyone is talking about one thing. Is a fourth stimulus check on the way? Well, the real answer, it turns out, isn't a simple yes or no, and it's definitely not a date on a calendar. Today, we're going to dig in and figure out what actually needs to happen for another check to even be a possibility. Okay, so this is it, right? This is the big one, the question on everyone's mind, and it's especially critical if you're on a fixed income, Social Security, SSDI, VA benefits. That hope for another payment is really, really strong. But to get a real answer, we've got to look beyond the headlines and get a handle on the economic reality of the situation. And honestly, this is the most important idea to grasp. A stimulus check isn't some scheduled payment. It's not a holiday bonus. It's an emergency tool, like a fire extinguisher in a glass case. Lawmakers don't just wake up one day and decide to send out money. Something major has to happen to force their hand. So the question isn't when, it's why. And that why? It's all about the health of the U.S. economy. So what are these big economic triggers? If you look back, every major stimulus payment we've ever gotten has been a reaction to a crisis. It's never proactive. So to figure out what might be coming, we have to learn to watch the same economic vital signs that the folks in Washington are looking at. I love this analogy because it makes it so clear when the economy, our patient, is healthy and doing well, you don't give it medicine, right? Of course not. But when it gets sick, when it slides into a recession, that's when lawmakers reach for the medicine cabinet. And that stimulus is the dose they use to try and get things moving again. The sicker the patient, well, the bigger the dose of medicine. Now, of all the vital signs they check, the job market is, without a doubt, the most critical. It's the big one. See, when people are working, money is flowing, the economy is humming along. But the second you see widespread layoffs and rising unemployment, that is a massive flashing red flag that the entire system is in trouble. That's the one thing that gets everyone's attention. And the way we measure this is with something called the official jobs report. You might hear it on the news as the non-farm payroll report. It comes out on the first Friday of every single month, and it gives us this incredibly detailed picture of what's happening with jobs all across the country. So what's actually in this thing? Well, first, it's got the national unemployment rate. Is it going up, down? That's huge. Then it tells us exactly how many jobs were created, or, and this is the scary part, how many were lost that month. It even looks at average hourly earnings. Are people's wages growing, or are they stuck? And finally, the labor force participation rate. Basically, what percentage of Americans are actually working or trying to find work? If you see all these numbers turn negative and stay negative for a few months in a row, that's the clearest sign that our patient is getting sick. And this isn't just some abstract theory. If we look back at recent history, there's an undeniable pattern. Major economic problems have been followed consistently by stimulus payments. It's like a playbook they've used over and over again. Just look at this timeline. It lays it out perfectly. Back in 2001, after the dot-com bubble burst, the government sent out $300 checks. Then you fast forward to 2008, the huge housing crisis, the Great Recession. That amount doubled to $600. And then, of course, 2020. The pandemic shuts down the entire world economy, and that first check was $1,200. See the trend? Every single time a massive economic crisis was followed by cash payments directly to the people. You see it, right? It's not just that they sent checks. Look at the amounts. From 300 to 600, it doubled. From 600 to 1,200, it doubled again. Now, look, history isn't always a perfect predictor, but that's a pretty interesting trajectory. It suggests that with each new crisis, lawmakers felt the need for a bigger and bigger dose of that economic medicine. So, does this mean the next check would automatically be $2,400? Well, not so fast. This is just us looking at a historical pattern. It's pure speculation. Any future amount would depend entirely on how bad the next crisis is. A mild recession might only call for a small check, but a really deep economic collapse, a number like this could definitely be on the table. The size of the check is always tied to the size of the problem. And that brings us to another really critical idea. It's not just about how much money, it's about how it's sent out. See, the last few rounds of checks went to something like 85% of all Americans. But there's a growing argument that maybe, just maybe, that broad shotgun approach isn't the smartest way to do it. Let's compare these two ideas. Broad relief, that's what we're used to, goes to almost everybody. The problem is, a lot of people who get it don't really need it, so they save it. That doesn't help the economy, and it can actually push inflation higher. The other idea is targeted relief. This would focus the money only on low and fixed income folks, the people who are guaranteed to go out and spend it right away on necessities. This gives you way more bang for your buck with less risk of inflation. It could even mean multiple smaller payments over time instead of just one big one. And that is the absolute fundamental truth of all of this. We have to remember this. A stimulus check is not meant to be a contribution to your savings account. The entire purpose, the only purpose, is to get you to spend it. They want that money flowing through stores and businesses immediately. Buying food, paying bills, getting your car fixed. That spending is the jolt of electricity the economy needs to snap out of a recession. Okay, so let's put this all together. Instead of listening to rumors online, here's a clear, simple dashboard of what you should actually be watching for. These are the real signals. Think of it as a three-step domino effect. First, you'd see the warning signs. That monthly jobs report would start showing really bad numbers. Month after month, job losses, unemployment taking up a lot. Second, after enough bad data, the experts would make it official. We are in a recession. And third, it's only then, when the crisis is real and undeniable, that you'd see lawmakers in Congress finally scramble to put a stimulus package together, which would probably include direct payments.
So, the bottom line, the most crucial takeaway from all of this is this. Right now, with the economy as it is, a fourth stimulus check just isn't happening. The trigger isn't an online petition, it's not a politician's promise. The only trigger is a real, measurable, and significant economic crisis, one that's bad enough to force Congress to act. Understanding this lets you see past all the noise and know exactly what to look for.
And that kind of leaves us with one last big question to think about. We've seen the stimulus playbook change over time, right? The amounts got bigger, and now we're talking about new, more targeted strategies. So as our economy keeps evolving and faces new and different challenges, how will the government's medicine have to adapt to actually keep working? Something to think about.
If you're one of the tens of millions of Americans who get Social Security, there's a new proposal making some serious waves that you really need to hear about. An advocacy group is pushing hard for a pretty significant one-time payment for everybody who gets benefits. So in this explainer, we're going to break down exactly what this proposal is, why it's even on the table right now, and what it could all mean for you.
So let's just cut right to the chase. The number at the very heart of this whole conversation is $1,400. Now, this isn't some new monthly increase or a tiny adjustment we see every year. Nope, this is a proposal for a single, direct payment. The whole point is to provide some immediate financial relief. It's a pretty big number, and it's meant to tackle a financial strain that, according to proponents, has been building up for years now.
So who would actually get this money? Well, the proposal isn't just for one small group.
It's designed to cover absolutely everyone who receives Social Security benefits. That means retirees, of course, but it also includes folks on Supplemental Security Income, that's SSI, and Social Security Disability Insurance, or SSDI. The whole idea is to give a big, broad-based boost to all beneficiaries who are trying to make ends meet on these fixed incomes.
Okay, so why now? Why this big push for a $1,400 payment all of a sudden? Well, the answer really gets into a long-running debate over something called the COLA, the Cost of Living Adjustment. The people behind this payment argue at the system we're using right now to adjust benefits for inflation, well, they say it's fundamentally broken and that millions of people are falling further and further behind because of it.
Every year, Social Security benefits get a little bump, a percentage increase, to help people keep their buying power as the prices for, well, everything go up. That's the COLA. And in theory, it sounds like a perfect system, right? If your rent, your groceries, and your gas all get more expensive, your benefits should go up to match. But, and this is a big but, the core argument of this new proposal is that in the real world, it's just not working that way at all.
The main voice you're hearing behind this push is a nonpartisan group called the Senior Citizens League, or TSCL for short. For years, they've been making this case that the annual COLA increases are, to put it simply, just not enough. They argue there's this growing gap between the benefit increases people get in their checks and the actual real-world inflation they're facing, especially for the big things like housing, food, and of course, healthcare.
And this right here gets to the technical, kind of nerdy heart of the problem. See, the current COLA is calculated using something called the CPIW. It basically tracks the spending habits of younger, working-age people in cities. But critics, like the TSCL, say that's a huge flaw. Why? Because the spending habits of a 40-year-old office worker are completely different from a 75-year-old retiree. For example, seniors spend a much bigger chunk of their income on healthcare, a cost that the CPIW barely registers. So the TSCL wants to switch to the CPIE, which is based on the spending of the elderly. They say this would finally give a true picture of the inflation seniors are up against and lead to much fairer benefit increases.
And this quote from Shannon Benton, the executive director at TSCL, it really frames the whole issue perfectly. For years and years, beneficiaries have been saying, hey, my costs are going up way faster than my benefits. This quote flips the whole script. It says, instead of doubting the lived daily experience of millions of people on fixed incomes, maybe, just maybe, it's time to admit that the tool we're using to measure their costs is the thing that's actually broken.
So moving beyond all the technical arguments about inflation and indexes, what's the real-world evidence for this payment? Well, the TSCL has gathered some really compelling data that, honestly, paints a pretty stark picture of the financial pressures that millions of beneficiaries are dealing with right now, today.
Just let this number sink in for a minute. 7.3 million. According to the TSCL's research, that is how many American seniors are trying to get by on less than $1,000 a month. That's not just a low number, it's below the federal poverty line. And as the organization points out, in most cities, that's less than what you'd pay for just a modest apartment, let alone food, utilities, medicine, everything else. This is the reality that's fueling this urgent call for relief.
And this dependency is it's absolutely key to understanding the problem. For so many people, Social Security isn't just a little extra check to help out. It's their entire livelihood. This research shows that for nearly 4 out of every 10 beneficiaries, Social Security isn't just part of their income, it is 100% of their income. So when that's your only source of money, even a small gap between your benefit increases and the rising cost of living can be completely devastating.
And when you look at the opinions of the beneficiaries themselves, the message is crystal clear. A survey by the TSCL found just overwhelming support for changing how the COLA is calculated. We're talking 96% in favor of using an index like the CPIE that actually reflects their spending. The survey also found that 1/5 of seniors are spending over $1,000 a month just on healthcare. And maybe the most telling part, 4 out of 5 felt that inflation was way higher than the official numbers the government was reporting. So this isn't just a policy debate, it's this widespread feeling of being left behind.
Now, it's really important to understand that this whole idea of a direct payment isn't just coming out of thin air. There's actually a history of the federal government providing this exact kind of direct assistance. This $1,400 proposal is really part of a much bigger ongoing conversation about how we can strengthen Social Security benefits for everyone. If you look back, you can see some really clear examples. Back during the Great Recession in 2009, the government sent out $250 economic recovery payments to people on Social Security and SSI. And of course, much more recently, during the pandemic, millions of us got those economic impact payments, the stimulus checks. The TSCL points to these examples as proof that when things get economically uncertain, the government can and has stepped in with direct financial help, This new proposal fits right into that pattern.
And this proposal for a one-time payment, it's not the only idea out there for boosting benefits. Not by a long shot. There have been several other pretty big plans discussed recently. For example, Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren brought back the Social Security Expansion Act. That's a bill that would increase benefits by $2,400 a year, so $200 every month. And similarly, during his 2020 campaign, Joe Biden also proposed a $200 per month increase. This all just goes to show that the push for a $1,400 check is part of a much wider call from a lot of different people to provide more substantial support.
So with all of this context, you've got the flawed COLA, the real financial hardship, the history of these kinds of payments, and all these other proposals floating around. We finally get to the big question. We have this compelling proposal on the table. So what happens next? Where does this whole idea go from here?
Okay, this right here is the most important thing to clarify right now. The $1,400 catch-up payment is a proposal from the Senior Citizens League. It is not a bill sitting in Congress, and it is definitely not a law. It's an idea that's being pushed by a very influential advocacy group to spark a conversation and, frankly, to put some pressure on lawmakers. The goal is to get this concept onto the legislative agenda, but as of today, that's what it is, a proposal.
So let's do a quick recap of the key takeaways from all this. First, a major advocacy group, the TSCL, is pushing for a one-time $1,400 payment. Second, this is a direct response to the cost of living adjustments that they say just haven't kept up with real-world inflation for seniors. Third, their case is backed up by some pretty stark data on financial hardship. And finally, this kind of direct payment isn't new. It has been used before during tough economic times.
With this final really crucial question. This $1,400 proposal, it's a potential short-term fix for a very long-term problem. And whether this specific plan ever moves forward or not, the underlying issues, how do we accurately measure inflation for seniors? How do we make sure benefits provide a dignified standard of living? Those questions aren't going away. It really forces all of us to think bigger. As our economy keeps changing, how does this fundamental pillar of our social safety net need to evolve right along with it?
This whole debate has proven one thing for sure. Millions of seniors are struggling financially. But is another benefit increase the real long-term answer? Or is it just a temporary patch on a system that needs fundamental, deep reform to survive for the next generation? That is the real question for the future of Social Security.
So what would it really take for another round of stimulus checks to be sent out? It is, without a doubt, a question on millions of people's minds. And you know what? The answer might be a lot closer than you think. Today, we're going to cut through all the noise and look at the real, concrete economic signals that could actually trigger that next wave of support. Look, this is the question, right? It's probably one of the most common questions being asked right now. And if you're wondering about it, you are definitely not alone. The fact that so many people are even asking tells its own story. A lot of folks are feeling the financial squeeze. But to find the real answer, we can't just look at our own finances. We have to look somewhere else entirely. And this is the fundamental idea we have to start with. A stimulus check, sure, it feels incredibly personal. It lands right in your bank account. But where it comes from? Not personal at all. You have to think of it like a giant emergency lever the government pulls when the entire economic engine of the country starts to stall. They're not trying to fix your personal budget. They're trying to fix the country's economy. Okay, let's really break this down because this gets right to the heart of everything. On one side, you have the common assumption, which makes total sense. People are hurting, they need help, so the government should help. It's logical. But on the other side, you have the economic reality. The government really only acts when the entire economy is in trouble, when it's shrinking, when it's heading for a recession. Those stimulus checks we get are really just a side effect of that much bigger problem. The economy is the patient, and the stimulus check is the emergency medicine. So if we're going to be economic detectives, watching for these signs of weakness, where do we look first? Well, there is one single report that stands head and shoulders above all the rest. It's the most important vital sign for the U.S. economy, and that is the monthly jobs report. Every first Friday of the month, this report drops, and it's basically a national health checkup. It's the biggest barometer we've got. Now, the unemployment rate, that's the headline number everyone talks about. But the details inside are what really tell the story. You see things like average hourly earnings. Are people's wages actually keeping up with prices? And maybe the most important one is the labor participation rate. That tells us if people are so discouraged that they've just given up looking for a job altogether. Put it all together and you get a really clear picture of whether the economy is creating jobs or losing them. I want you to just look at this number for a second. 1.8 million. It's a huge, huge figure. What in the world could that represent? Well, this number is the key to understanding why even tiny little changes in that jobs report have absolutely massive consequences. And there it is. For every single percentage point the unemployment rate goes up, another 1.8 million people have lost their jobs. Just let that sink in. A headline might say unemployment ticked up by 0.1%. That sounds like nothing, right? But that tiny tick means 180,000 people are suddenly out of work. It's not just a statistic. It's a huge wave of disruption hitting families and towns all across the country. And that disruption, it doesn't stop there.
This is where we see the snowball effect. It's what economists call a vicious cycle. You see, a weak job market isn't just a one-time thing. It's the start of a chain reaction that can pull the whole economy down. It starts out pretty slow, but believe me, it picks up speed really, really fast.
Let's walk through this dangerous cycle. So first, the unemployment rate starts to climb. What happens next? Well, naturally, when people lose their paychecks, they stop spending money. So step 2, consumer spending falls. People put off buying that car or fixing the roof or even just eating out. Then, because customers aren't buying, businesses see their sales drop. So step 3, they contract. They cut back, they cancel plans, and eventually they have to do more layoffs. And that, of course, leads to step 4, pushing the unemployment rate even higher. You see how this works? The cycle just keeps feeding on itself, getting worse each time around.
This quote just captures it perfectly. The government is watching this cycle gain speed and momentum. They know that once it really gets going, it's incredibly hard to stop. And that exact moment, when that cycle is threatening to spiral, that's when stimulus checks go from being a vague idea to an urgent plan. The whole point of a stimulus check is to jump right into step 2, to boost consumer spending and try to break that cycle before it gets any worse.
So the jobs report is signal number 1 for sure. But there's another really crucial indicator that tells the same story: what the Federal Reserve is doing with interest rates. Watching the Fed gives us a peek behind the curtain at their private assessment of how the economy is really doing.
It's really a tale of two different approaches. When the economy is running hot and growing fast, the Fed worries about inflation. So they raise interest rates to make borrowing money more expensive, which kind of cools everything down. But the opposite is also true. When the Fed starts cutting interest rates, that is a crystal clear signal that they think the economy is weak and needs a boost. They're making it cheaper to borrow money to try and get businesses and people spending again.
And this brings us to a super important rule of thumb. When you see the Federal Reserve start aggressively cutting interest rates, even if officials are on TV saying the economy is strong, you need to pay attention to what they do, not what they say. Those rate cuts are a hidden signal. They're a quiet admission that behind the scenes, the data they're looking at is worrying enough to step in. They're trying to get ahead of a bigger problem.
And you know, this isn't just some abstract theory. This link between a weak economy and a big government response is a very well-established pattern. In fact, if you look back at every major recession we've had in recent memory, the playbook is remarkably consistent.
I mean, the historical record here is undeniable. In 2001, after the tech bubble popped, boom, we got stimulus checks. In 2008, during the Great Financial Crisis, boom, stimulus checks. And in 2020, when the pandemic started, boom, we got multiple rounds of stimulus checks. Every single major economic downturn in the last 25 years has been met with the exact same response. It's just become a standard tool in the economic toolkit. This quote from one of the sources just says it all, doesn't it? The response is predictable. When the economy hits a major wall, rising unemployment, shrinking growth, the government and the Fed act. They cut interest rates and they send out money. History shows us this isn't really an if question anymore. It's a when question.
Now, a lot of us think the government is just too slow to react. But when a real crisis hits, they can move with incredible speed. Let's just look at the example from late 2020. A stimulus bill was signed into law on December 28th. The very next day, December 29th, direct deposits were already starting to hit people's bank accounts. Within a week, almost everyone had their money. The point is, the system is already built. When they decide to turn on the faucet, the money can flow almost immediately.
So, this really brings us to the ultimate takeaway. We need to shift how we think about this. The real question isn't if the government will do this again. History tells us they will. The real question is, what's the pain threshold? How bad does the economy have to get? How high does unemployment have to climb before they're finally forced to pull that lever one more time? By understanding these signals, the jobs report, what the Fed is doing, the historical pattern, you're now equipped to watch the economy for yourself. So the next time you see a headline about the unemployment rate ticking up, you'll know it isn't just a number, it's a signal. And the real question is, how many more of those signals will we need to see before action becomes inevitable?
Today we are diving deep into a really critical conversation that's happening right now about the financial health of millions of American seniors. With costs going through the roof and benefits just not keeping up, there are two major ideas on the table. One is a one-time stimulus-style payment for some quick relief. The other, a permanent change to how Social Security benefits are calculated for long-term stability. Let's get into it.
I want to start with just one number. Look at this, 5 million. It's a massive figure, and honestly, it represents a very real and growing crisis that we just can't ignore.
So, what does 5 million mean? Well, that's the estimated number of seniors whose Social Security checks will fall below the poverty line by next year. This isn't some far-off problem, it's right around the corner. And it's a financial reality that is sparking a huge conversation all across the country about how we can provide some real, meaningful support.
All right, so here's our roadmap for this explainer. First, we're going to break down the financial squeeze that so many seniors are feeling. Then, we'll dig into why the system that's supposed to help, that annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is actually falling short. From there, we'll look at the two big solutions being proposed, a one-time payment versus a permanent fix. And finally, we'll see where this whole debate is headed.
Okay, let's get to the heart of the problem, this day-to-day financial squeeze. For millions of retirees, that Social Security check was supposed to be a rock of stability. But now it feels like it's shrinking every month, even if the number on the check is the same. It's creating this intense, constant financial pressure.
You know, this quote from the Senior Citizens League really hits the nail on the head. A sharp erosion in their purchasing power. What does that actually mean? It means the money you have just doesn't go as far. The same $100 bill that used to cover a week of groceries now barely covers a few days. That gap between income and the actual cost of living is just getting wider and wider.
And look, this isn't some abstract economic theory. It has real-world consequences. We're talking about seniors having to choose between paying their rent and buying medicine. We're talking about falling behind on home payments or stressing about the utility bill. And a huge piece of this puzzle, as the source material points out, is the sky-high cost of healthcare. Some seniors are shelling out over $1,000 a month out of pocket, even with Medicare. So, you might be thinking, wait a minute, isn't there a system for this? Don't they adjust benefits for inflation every year? And the answer is yes, they do. But a huge part of the problem is how they calculate that adjustment.
It's called the cost of living adjustment, or COLA. On paper, it's a fantastic idea. Every year, benefits get a bump to help people keep pace with rising prices. Sounds perfect, right? Well, in practice, there's a fundamental flaw in the machine.
And this, right here, this is the core of the issue. The current COLA is based on something called the CPIW. It tracks the spending habits of younger, working-age people. But think about it. The budget of a 35-year-old is completely different from a 75-year-old's, right? The current formula barely accounts for seniors' biggest expenses, especially healthcare. The proposed fix is to switch to the CPI-E, an index designed specifically for the elderly. It would actually track what seniors spend their money on, which could lead to much more realistic benefit increases.
And here's what that flawed calculation looks like in the real world. This year's 2.5% COLI increase? For a lot of people, it was completely eaten up by the jump in Medicare Part B premiums. So, the Social Security check got a little bigger, but another key expense grew right along with it. The end result? Zero actual increase in their spending power. They were left standing in the exact same spot.
Okay, so since the current system clearly isn't cutting it, advocates are pushing for solutions. And the first major proposal is all about immediate impact, a one-time catch-up payment. Think of it like a targeted stimulus check just for Social Security recipients.
The number that keeps coming up, the one recommended most often by analysts and experts, is $1,400. This is seen as a big enough payment to provide some real, immediate breathing room for folks who've fallen behind on bills or need to cover a major expense.
Now, while the idea of a one-time check is gaining a lot of steam, the exact amount is still being debated. Some point back to a $250 payment made in 2009, but with today's costs, many experts are saying that's just not enough. They're pushing for a much more significant figure, like that $1,400 we just saw, or even as high as $2,000 to really make a meaningful difference.
The Senior Citizens League is a major voice behind this idea. They call it a make-up payment, and that framing is really important. They're basically saying, listen, for years the COLA has shortchanged seniors. This payment isn't a handout. It's about making up for that lost ground. It's all about providing a financial lifeline right now.
But, a one-time payment is kind of like a bandage. It helps right away, but it doesn't fix the underlying problem. And that brings us to the second major proposal, a permanent, structural fix to the COLA formula itself.
And the support for this idea among the people it would actually affect is, well, it's absolutely overwhelming. A survey found that 96% of Social Security beneficiaries want to switch to the CPI-E. That's not just a majority, that's a nearly unanimous call for a real systemic change.
So, how would this actually work? Well, first, Congress would have to pass a law to officially adopt the CPI-E. Right away, that new formula would start tracking the costs that seniors really face, like housing and out-of-pocket medical expenses. Since those costs tend to rise faster, the annual COLA would almost certainly be higher. This would mean that monthly checks wouldn't just get a tiny bump, they'd grow in a meaningful way year after year.
And let's be clear, this is not a small tweak. According to analysts, switching to the CPI-E could boost monthly benefits by an estimated $200 to $500 every single month. Let's make that real. If your current benefit is, say, $1,500 a month, this change could potentially push it to $1,700 or even $2,000. That's not a one-time check. That's a permanent raise to your monthly income, forever.
So, we're at a crossroads, right? We have two very different approaches on the table. One is like a rapid infusion of cash to deal with the crisis we're in right now. The other is a deep structural reform designed to prevent this crisis from ever happening again.
Let's break it down side by side. The one-time stimulus is all about immediate help, a big chunk of cash to help people who are drowning in bills today. The permanent COLA fix is about long-term security, a smaller but consistent monthly boost that ensures people's benefits actually keep up with their costs in the future. It's a classic debate. Do you solve the urgent problem of the present, or do you secure the future?
And this isn't just talk. This debate has real political momentum. You have lawmakers from both sides of the aisle, people like Bernie Sanders and Bill Cassidy, all pushing for some kind of benefit increase. That bipartisan interest tells you just how urgent and widespread this problem has become.
Which brings us to the one central question this entire debate rests on. What do seniors need most right now? Is it the immediate urgent relief of a one-time payment to help them catch up, or is it the lasting security of a permanent structural fix? That's the choice facing policymakers, and the decision they make will impact millions of lives for years to come.
So let's talk about something you've probably heard a lot about, this idea of giving every single person on Social Security an extra $200 a month. I mean, on the surface, it sounds amazing, right? A huge boost for millions of people. But, as we're about to find out, when you dig into the details, it gets a whole lot more complicated. All right, let's get into it.
This one quote really just sums up the whole thing perfectly. It's a plan that comes from a really good place, trying to help folks who depend on Social Security. But it's also got this giant, fundamental flaw that makes it, well, almost impossible to actually do. So the big question we're going to tackle here is, what's the good part? And what's the really, really flawed part? And maybe, just maybe, is there a better way to do it?
So, first things first, where did this idea even come from? Because it's not just some rumor bouncing around online. Nope, it actually comes from real legislative proposals that have been kicked around for years. Let's break down what this plan is really all about.
Okay, so this whole idea is a huge piece of something called the Social Security Expansion Act. Now, this act has a lot in it, but the part that gets all the headlines, the part everyone talks about, is that permanent $200 a month raise in benefits. And it's important to note this isn't some brand new idea. A temporary version was talked about back in 2020, but this proposal, this one wants to make that raise a permanent
Have you
part
heard
of
the news that's lighting up the nation? It's real, it's official, it's happening. Social Security is sending out massive back payments. We're talking about real money here. Over $15 billion has already been distributed, and there's still another $6 billion being processed right now. And yes, that means some individuals are receiving over $6,700 on average, all in back payments. Just imagine that kind of money landing in your account. Hey there, welcome back. This isn't just a typical update. This is a financial lifeline. If you're on Social Security, SSDI, or SSI, I want you to listen very closely because this could be the biggest payment you see all year. It's automatic. It's already approved, and
Clear about what this means for an individual. That $200 every month adds up to an extra $2,400 over a year. I mean, for anyone on a fixed income, that is a life-changing amount of money. Seriously, that could be the difference between just scraping by and actually having some breathing room. And the big promise here is that everyone,
Every single person getting a Social Security check gets this money.
An extra $2,400 a year. Sounds great, doesn't it? But this right here is where we bump into the other half of that quote we started with, the massively flawed part. And it all boils down to one thing, the absolutely staggering cost of making that promise to everybody. When you start running the numbers, you see the real problem.
First, you have to wrap your head around just how massive the Social Security program is. We are talking about roughly 72.5 million people getting a check every month. And that's not just retirees. This includes people on disability, it includes survivors, it includes spouses. It's a huge, diverse group of Americans who count on that money.
Okay, so what happens when you multiply those 72.5 million people by an extra $200? The math is simple, but the answer is, well, it's pretty stunning. It would cost an extra $14.5 billion. And that's not for a year. That's every single month. That's an enormous new expense that has to be covered every 30 days.
And when you stretch that out over a full year, the true size of the price tag just hits you, $174 billion. Just to put that into perspective, the government's already paying out over $1.3 trillion a year in benefits. This would add another $174 billion on top of that, every single year. For a lot of lawmakers, that number stops the conversation cold, especially since the Social Security Trust Fund is already being used to cover current payments.
And this gets us to the real, logical heart of the issue. The cost is so huge because the plan is for everyone, no exceptions, which forces us to ask a really important question. Is this the smartest way to spend that money? Does the person getting the absolute maximum benefit need this raised just as badly as the person getting the absolute minimum?
And here it is. This is the big flaw, laid out for everyone to see. Under this plan, someone who is already getting, say, $4,000 a month from Social Security gets the exact same $200 raise as someone who is really struggling on less than $1,000 a month. Now, don't get me wrong, an extra $200 is nice for anybody, but it's not really needed by people at the top end of the scale, and that untargeted approach is what makes the plan so expensive, and frankly, what makes a lot of people say it just doesn't make sense.
So, if the Give It to Everyone plan is way too expensive and not very efficient, what's the alternative? Well, this is where the idea of targeting comes in. Instead of a blanket raise for all, what if we focus that money on the people who need it the most? Let's check out a couple of much more realistic options.
We can really break this down into two simple, logical ideas. The first one, let's call it the half plan, would give that $200 raise only to people whose monthly check is at or below the national average. Then there's a second, even more focused idea, the poverty line plan, which would send that money only to those whose benefits are so low that they're at or below the federal poverty line. And right here, you can see just how dramatically the money changes when you start targeting it. The universal plan, we know, is for all 72.5 million people and costs $174 billion a year. But look at the half plan. By focusing on about half the people, around 36 million, the cost drops to about $85 billion. And then, with the poverty line plan, targeting the 12 million lowest income folks, the cost plummets to just $36 billion a year.
So this is the key takeaway. Just by being a little smarter about who gets the money, you can slash the cost of the whole thing. Moving to the half plan cuts the price tag by more than half. And going to the super targeted poverty line plan, that reduces the cost by almost 80%. All of a sudden, you're talking about numbers that are way, way more manageable, both financially and politically.
So all this brings us to the final, and let's be honest, probably the most important question. Could any of this actually happen? I mean, a plan is just a plan until it becomes a law. How would politicians in Washington actually look at these different proposals? Well, it really all comes down to the simple math of cost versus impact.
Look, if you walk into a lawmaker's office with a plan that costs $174 billion extra a year for a system that's already under strain, that conversation is probably going to be pretty short. They'll just say it's not going to happen. But if you walk in with a plan that costs $85 billion, or even better, $36 billion, and you can show that every single one of those dollars is going to the people struggling the most, well, that's a completely different conversation. That's a plan you can actually defend.
And that's the political reality of it, right? It's pretty easy to vote no on a massive, unfocused spending bill. It's a whole lot harder to stand up and vote against the plan specifically designed to lift 12 million of our most vulnerable seniors and disabled citizens out of poverty. The moral argument there is just so much more powerful, which makes that super targeted plan the most likely to ever get any real momentum.
So, we end up right back where we started. The idea of a $200 raise is a good one at its core, but giving it to everyone is a deeply flawed approach. The numbers don't lie, a targeted plan is just far more realistic and efficient. But that leaves us with one final big question. We have a logical path that could provide real, meaningful help to millions. The question is, in today's political world, is logic enough to actually get something done for the people who need it the most?
What if, instead of sending checks to almost everyone, we sent out fewer checks but made them way more powerful? We're talking about ongoing, monthly payments, but, and this is the key part, only for a very specific group of people. Let's get into it.
All right, first up, let's just take a second and think back to 2020 and 2021. Remember those 3 big stimulus checks? A lot of us got them, and for some people, they were an absolute lifeline. But the big question this new report is asking is, was that really the best way to do it? Could we have gotten a bigger economic bang for our buck, with fewer negative side effects?
So the approach back then was, well, it was broad. I mean, incredibly broad. We're talking about checks going out to something like 85% of the entire US population. The idea was pretty simple, right? Just get money into as many hands as possible, as fast as possible. But, as this report points out, that kind of blanket approach, it came with a massive kind of hidden cost.
And what was that cost? Well, in a word, inflation. According to this study, printing and just sending out trillions of dollars to almost everyone is a huge reason we saw that crazy inflation and all the supply chain chaos. The report uses a great analogy. It was like flooding an engine. Just too much, too fast, all at once. So if that didn't work perfectly, what's the alternative?
Okay, so to really get what this new proposal is all about, we got to wrap our heads around one core economic idea. And it's actually pretty simple. It's this: not every dollar is spent the same way. The way different people use a new dollar they get, well, that's the whole secret to making a stimulus plan actually work.
All right, so here's the fancy economic term for it: marginal propensity to consume, or MPC for short. Now I know, that sounds super complicated, but I promise it's not. It really just boils down to one simple question. If I handed you an extra dollar right now, what would you do with it? Would you spend it right away on groceries, gas, bills, or would you stick it in your savings account? That one little concept, that's the foundation for this whole new way of thinking about stimulus.
So this study kind of breaks people down into 3 main groups based on this MPC idea. First up, you've got your high MPC folks. These are generally lower income people who, look, when they get an extra buck, it's got to go right back out the door for necessities. Then you've got the medium MPC group. This is often your middle income crowd. They'll spend some of it, for sure, but they're probably going to save a good chunk of it too. And finally, you have the low MPC group. These are your high income individuals. An extra dollar for them, it's much, much more likely to get saved or invested instead of spent. So you see the pattern, right? The more money you make, the less likely you are to immediately spend the next dollar you get.
And this right here, this is really the heart of the matter. A stimulus check, it isn't supposed to be a gift. The whole point is right there in the name, to stimulate the economy. And for that to happen, what needs to happen? The money has to be spent. It has to move. And as you can see, giving a dollar to someone in that high MPC group, well, you get the most bang for your buck immediately. Over 80 cents of that dollar goes right back into the economy. That effect gets smaller and smaller with the other groups. So the bottom line is pretty clear. If you want maximum stimulus, you got to give the money to the people who are going to spend it.
Okay, so now that we've got this MPC thing down, we can look at the actual plan this report is proposing for the next time the economy takes a nosedive. And it is a radically different approach. It's laser-focused, super efficient, and, they argue, way more powerful. And the big number at the center of this whole thing? $2,000. But get this, it's not a one-time check. The proposal is for $2,000 a month, an ongoing payment designed to create real stability and a continuous flow of spending into the economy.
Now here's the crucial part. This is not for everyone. The plan is super targeted. It's aimed specifically at low-income and fixed-income folks. Think people on Social Security, disability, SSI, and VA benefits. And why them? Well, it's exactly what we just talked about. This is the high MPC group. These are the people who will take that money and, out of necessity, immediately put it back into the economy. And it's not a forever thing either. It's designed as a temporary fix, just for a few months during a really bad recession, to basically jumpstart the economic engine.
So you might be asking, okay, what's the big advantage of this laser-focused approach? Well, it's simple. You get a much bigger bang for your buck, a much bigger economic impact for a surprisingly smaller price tag. It's really about being strategic, instead of just dropping cash from a helicopter and hoping for the best.
Let's just compare these two approaches side by side, because this really puts it all into perspective. The old way, checks to 85% of the country, costing nearly $1 trillion. And the result, the report argues, was a ton of inflation. The new proposal, you target a much smaller group, maybe 50 to 100 million people, the ones who need it the most and will spend it the fastest. The total cost? a few $100 billion. So you get a faster, more direct boost to the economy, you help the people who are most vulnerable, and you do it all for a fraction of the cost and with way, way less risk of causing that crazy inflation.
Okay, now I have to be super clear about this next part. This is really important. As fascinating as this idea is, right now it is just that, an idea, a proposal. This is not a current government policy.
In fact, the report itself says it directly, and I'm quoting here, a $2,000 check has not been approved right now. So I just want to make sure everyone understands this is a research paper. It's not an active program you can sign up for.
So what's the point of all this then? Well, the real value here isn't about a check that's coming in the mail tomorrow. The value is that this is a potential blueprint for the future. It's a detailed, data-driven game plan that policymakers can look at the next time we hit a big economic crisis. It's really all about learning from what happened last time so we can have a smarter, better, and less damaging response in the future.
And that really leaves us with one big final question to think about. Instead of these huge, broad, one-size-fits-all solutions, could this be the future? Is this kind of smart, targeted, data-driven support the new way we handle economic recovery? This report, for one, makes a really compelling case that it just might be.
All right, if you're one of the tens of millions of Americans who get Social Security, there's a new proposal making some serious waves that you really need to hear about. An advocacy group is pushing hard for a pretty significant, one-time payment for everybody who gets benefits. So in this explainer, we're going to break down exactly what this proposal is, why it's even on the table right now, and what it could all mean for you.
So let's just cut right to the chase. The number at the very heart of this whole conversation is $1,400. Now, this isn't some new monthly increase or a tiny adjustment we see every year. Nope, this is a proposal for a single, direct payment. The whole point is to provide some immediate financial relief. It's a pretty big number, and it's meant to tackle a financial strain that, according to proponents, has been building up for years now.
So who would actually get this money? Well, the proposal isn't just for one small group. It's designed to cover absolutely everyone who receives Social Security benefits. That means retirees, of course, but it also includes folks on Supplemental Security Income, that's SSI, and Social Security Disability Insurance, or SSDI. The whole idea is to give a big, broad-based boost to all beneficiaries who are trying to make ends meet on these fixed incomes.
Okay, so why now? Why this big push for a $1,400 payment all of a sudden? Well, the answer really gets into a long-running debate over something called the COLA, the Cost of Living Adjustment. The people behind this payment argue at the system we're using right now to adjust benefits for inflation, well, they say it's fundamentally broken and that millions of people are falling further and further behind because of it.
Every year, Social Security benefits get a little bump, a percentage increase, to help people keep their buying power as the prices for, well, everything go up. That's the COLA. And in theory, it sounds like a perfect system, right? If your rent, your groceries, and your gas all get more expensive, your benefits should go up to match. But, and this is a big but, the core argument of this new proposal is that in the real world, it's just not working that way at all. The main voice you're hearing behind this push is a nonpartisan group called the Senior Citizens League, or TSCL for short. For years, they've been making this case that the annual COLA increases are, to put it simply, just not enough. They argue there's this growing gap between the benefit increases people get in their checks and the actual real-world inflation they're facing, especially for the big things like housing, food, and of course, healthcare.
And this right here gets to the technical, kind of nerdy heart of the problem. See, the current COLA is calculated using something called the CPIW. It basically tracks the spending habits of younger, working-age people in cities. But critics, like the TSCL, say that's a huge flaw. Why? Because the spending habits of a 40-year-old office worker are completely different from a 75-year-old retiree. For example, seniors spend a much bigger chunk of their income on healthcare, a cost that the CPIW barely registers. So the TSCL wants to switch to the CPIE, which is based on the spending of the elderly. They say this would finally give a true picture of the inflation seniors are up against and lead to much fairer benefit increases.
In this quote from Shannon Benton, the executive director at TSCL, it really frames the whole issue perfectly. For years and years, beneficiaries have been saying, hey, my costs are going up way faster than my benefits. This quote flips the whole script. It says, instead of doubting the lived daily experience of millions of people on fixed incomes, maybe, just maybe, it's time to admit that the tool we're using to measure their costs is the thing that's actually broken.
So moving beyond all the technical arguments about inflation and indexes, what's the real-world evidence for this payment? Well, the TSCL has gathered some really compelling data that, honestly, paints a pretty stark picture of the financial pressures that millions of beneficiaries are dealing with right now, today.
Just let this number sink in for a minute. 7.3 million. According to the TSCL's research, that is how many American seniors are trying to get by on less than $1,000 a month. That's not just a low number, it's below the federal poverty line. And as the organization points out, in most cities, that's less than what you'd pay for just a modest apartment, let alone food, utilities, medicine, everything else. This is the reality that's fueling this urgent call for relief.
And this dependency it's absolutely key to understanding the problem. For so many people, Social Security isn't just a little extra check to help out. It's their entire livelihood. This research shows that for nearly 4 out of every 10 beneficiaries, Social Security isn't just part of their income, it is 100% of their income. So when that's your only source of money, even a small gap between your benefit increases and the rising cost of living can be completely devastating.
And when you look at the opinions of the beneficiaries themselves, the message is crystal clear. A survey by the TSCL found just overwhelming support for changing how the COLA is calculated. We're talking 96% in favor of using an index like the CPIE that actually reflects their spending. The survey also found that 1/5 of seniors are spending over $1,000 a month just on healthcare. And maybe the most telling part, 4 out of 5 felt that inflation was way higher than the official numbers the government was reporting. So this isn't just a policy debate, it's this widespread feeling of being left behind.
Now, it's really important to understand that this whole idea of a direct payment isn't just coming out of thin air. There's actually a history of the federal government providing this exact kind of direct assistance. This $1,400 proposal is really part of a much bigger ongoing conversation about how we can strengthen Social Security benefits for everyone. If you look back, you can see some really clear examples. Back during the Great Recession in 2009, the government sent out $250 economic recovery payments to people on Social Security and SSI. And of course, much more recently, during the pandemic, millions of us got those economic impact payments, the stimulus checks. The TSCL points to these examples as proof that when things get economically uncertain, the government can and has stepped in with direct financial help. This new proposal fits right into that pattern.
And this proposal for a one-time payment, it's not the only idea out there for boosting benefits. Not by a long shot. There have been several other pretty big plans discussed recently. For example, Senators Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren brought back the Social Security Expansion Act. That's a bill that would increase benefits by $2,400 a year, so $200 every month. And similarly, during his 2020 campaign, Joe Biden also proposed a $200 per month increase. This all just goes to show that the push for a $1,400 check is part of a much wider call from a lot of different people to provide more substantial support.
So with all of this context, you've got the flawed COLA, the real financial hardship, the history of these kinds of payments, and all these other proposals floating around, we finally get to the big question. We have this compelling proposal on the table, so what happens next? Where does this whole idea go from here?
Okay, this right here is the most important thing to clarify right now. The $1,400 catch-up payment is a proposal from the Senior Citizens League. It is not a bill sitting in Congress, and it is definitely not a law. It's an idea that's being pushed by a very influential advocacy group to spark a conversation and, frankly, to put some pressure on lawmakers. The goal is to get this concept onto the legislative agenda, but as of today, that's what it is, a proposal.
So let's do a quick recap of the key takeaways from all this. First, a major advocacy group, the TSCL, is pushing for a one-time $1,400 payment. Second, this is a direct response to the cost of living adjustments that they say just haven't kept up with real-world inflation for seniors. Third, their case is backed up by some pretty stark data on financial hardship. And finally, this kind of direct payment isn't new. It has been used before during tough economic times.
And that leaves us with this final really crucial question. This $1,400 proposal, it's a potential short-term fix for a very long-term problem. And whether this specific plan ever moves forward or not, the underlying issues, how do we accurately measure inflation for seniors? How do we make sure benefits provide a dignified standard of living? Those questions aren't going away. It really forces all of us to think bigger. As our economy keeps changing, how does this fundamental pillar of our social safety net need to evolve right along with it?
So you've probably seen the headlines floating around about a $2,200 bonus check from Social Security. And you're likely wondering, is this for real? Am I going to get one? Well, today we're going to cut through all the noise and separate the fact from the fiction. Because believe it or not, behind this one very confusing term is a huge high-stakes debate over the entire future of Social Security.
Okay, so this is the big question, right? It's the one at the heart of all the buzz. So let's just get straight to the answer. And the short answer is no. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but there is no extra payment on its way. The term $2,200 bonus check isn't about getting more money in your pocket tomorrow. Nope, it's actually a catchy and kind of misleading label for a really controversial idea that could completely change Social Security as we know it. To really understand this whole myth, we have to dig into where that $2,200 number even came from. I mean, it wasn't just pulled out of thin air. It actually represents what some researchers are calling a critical line in the sand. Here's the basic idea. The term bonus check is a label that researchers have slapped on Social Security payments that go to higher income folks. The argument is that for these people who often have other sources of income, that monthly check isn't a lifeline they need for rent or food. It acts more like, well, a supplementary bonus. And this is the magic number they came up with: $2,200 a month. What the researchers found was that, for the most part, beneficiaries getting less than this amount rely on it for their basic essentials. But people getting more than this are way more likely to see it as extra, supplemental income. And this one number, this single dividing line, became the turning point for a massive policy debate. So this really creates what you could call a tale of two different benefits. For one group of people, that monthly payment is an absolute lifeline. For another group, it's viewed as something closer to a bonus. Let's really look at what the research says about the difference here. So on one side, you have the lifeline group. Their check covers the absolute basics. We're talking rent, groceries, medical bills. Then, on the other side, you've got the bonus group. These folks often have other financial streams coming in, pensions, 401ks, investments, maybe even a part-time job. For them, the Social Security check is definitely nice to have, but it's not what's keeping the lights on. And this fundamental difference in need is the entire foundation for this whole reform proposal. You see, it really just boils down to perception and necessity. The bigger the benefit check gets, the more it starts to feel like a bonus instead of a monthly stipend you absolutely need to survive. This psychological shift is the key that unlocks the logic behind this entire, pretty radical reform idea. Okay, so using this lifeline versus bonus idea, a very specific plan has been floated to basically rebalance the entire system. So let's break down exactly how it would work. The plan really has three main parts. First, you'd gradually reduce the benefits for the top-tier earners. Second, and this is a really big deal, you'd limit or maybe even get rid of their annual cost of living adjustment, what we call the COLA. And finally, you'd take all the money you save from those two changes and you'd redirect it, reallocate it, to boost the benefits for lower-income folks. And that COLA is so important to this whole plan. The cost of living adjustment is that yearly raise that beneficiaries get to make sure their checks can keep up with inflation. If the price of gas and groceries goes up, the COLA is supposed to make sure your benefits buying power doesn't go down. So limiting access to this is a really powerful tool because it means that over time, the real value of those higher-end benefits would actually shrink. So what's the ultimate goal of this whole rebalancing act? What's the end game? Well, we are not talking about a small adjustment here. This is a long-term vision with a very specific and honestly pretty radical final goal. It's a vision that would play out over decades and would have some profound consequences for what Social Security even is. The endgame has a name: equilibrium. So imagine two lines, one high and one low, that are moving further and further apart. The goal of this plan is to reverse that. You'd slowly lower the ceiling for the top earners while at the same time raising the floor for the lowest earners until eventually they meet somewhere in the middle. And look, this wouldn't just happen overnight. The sources that discuss this proposal lay out a timeline of about 20 years. It would start off slow in year one, just beginning to phase in those limits on the high-end benefits and their COLAs. By about year 5, enough money would have been saved to start boosting the lowest monthly payments. A decade in, you'd start to see a real, measurable shift in how the benefits are distributed. And the ultimate goal is to hit that equilibrium point around the 20-year mark. But a plan this transformative was bound to get some major criticism. And the main critique isn't really about the math or the numbers. It's about philosophy. Critics argue this plan doesn't just tweak Social Security, it fundamentally rewrites its entire purpose. This gets to what you could call the program's identity crisis. Historically, Social Security has always been seen as an earned benefit. It's kind of like an insurance program where the payout you get is tied to what you paid in over your working life. This new proposal, it shifts the focus away from earnings and puts it on to need. And in doing that, it transforms the program into something that looks a whole lot more like a guaranteed basic income, where the goal is just to give a standard amount to everybody.
So the crucial point is that this whole debate over bonus checks and equilibrium, it really forces us to face a core question about the program's identity. This isn't just a technical argument about policy. It's a deep philosophical one about what we believe Social Security should be in the 21st century.
And this quote just crystallizes the fundamental conflict here. Critics say this isn't a small tweak, it's a total change of focus. It would turn a program that was designed to reflect a person's career into a poverty prevention tool. In other words, a guaranteed basic income, which is just flat out not how Social Security was ever designed to work in the first place. And that leaves us all with a really essential question: what should the soul of Social Security be? Is it a reward for a lifetime of work and contributions, or is it a universal safety net designed to prevent poverty for everyone? There is no easy answer here, but that is the real complicated debate hiding behind the simple myth of the $2,200 bonus check. So, have you heard the talk about a possible $1,400 check? And not just for anyone. This one would be aimed specifically at Social Security beneficiaries. Well, this isn't just some rumor floating around. It's actually a formal proposal that's starting to get some real attention. We're going to break down exactly what it is, who's behind it, and what it could all mean. Right, so what's the big idea here? It's pretty straightforward, but also pretty powerful. A one-time payment sent directly to people on Social Security. This is not like those broad stimulus checks that went out to almost everybody. No, this is a very targeted measure, and it's being pushed by a major advocacy group to solve a very specific problem that millions of Americans on fixed incomes are dealing with right now. Let's really dig into the details. Okay, at its core, this whole thing is a call for what they're calling a $1,400 catch-up payment. So, who came up with this, and what exactly does catch-up even mean in this context? Well, the group that's really championing this is the Senior Citizens League, and they're a pretty big deal, a major advocacy group that represents older Americans. Now, that's important because it tells you this isn't just a random idea. It's part of a serious, formal push to get the attention of lawmakers. They're basically arguing that something has to be done to help beneficiaries who they say have fallen way behind financially. And the number they've landed on is very specific: a single, one-time payment of $1,400. This isn't some tiny tweak to your monthly benefit. It's designed to be a pretty substantial chunk of cash, totally separate from the regular monthly payments or any of those annual cost of living increases. So why are they calling it a catch-up payment? Well, it's because the whole idea is retroactive. See, it's not about stimulating the economy going forward. It's about looking back and trying to compensate people for the buying power they've already lost over the last couple of years. It's a period where advocates argue that the annual benefit increases just did not in any way match the real-world explosion in prices for everything. But to really get why they're asking for this, you have to understand the problem they're trying to fix. And the whole argument really comes down to something we can call the COLA gap. Okay, so the central point here is that there's a huge disconnect. The official cost of living adjustment, the COLA, that's the whole system that's supposed to make sure benefits keep up with inflation. But the source material we're looking at claims these adjustments have been, frankly, lackluster and even pathetic, totally failing to show how much more expensive life has actually gotten for folks on a fixed income. And you can really see what they're talking about right here. That bar on the left, that's the official COLA increases. But then you look at the bar on the right, which shows how much the actual cost of living has reportedly jumped. That massive difference between the two, well, that's the gap. That represents a real, tangible loss of spending power for beneficiaries, month in and month out. And just when you think it can't get more complicated, there's another layer to this that makes that gap even wider. See, any COLA increase that beneficiaries get, that's not what they actually get to keep. A big slice of it is often immediately eaten up by rising Medicare Part B premiums, which, as you know, get deducted right from their checks. The source points out that just back in 2022, those premiums shot up by 14.5%. That just wipes out a huge chunk of any raise before it even has a chance to hit a bank account. This quote from the source material, man, it just says it all, doesn't it? It really captures that feeling of frustration and pressure behind this whole proposal. It's a blunt, honest take on the financial squeeze so many beneficiaries feel. The feeling is that they're stuck between COLAs that don't keep up and mandatory costs that keep going up, and it leaves them feeling like they're just constantly losing ground. So you might be wondering, has anything like this ever been done before? Is there any history of the government sending out a special payment just to Social Security recipients? Well, as it turns out, the source material points to a pretty clear example that suggests this idea isn't coming completely out of left field.
Yeah, you just have to go back to 2009. Right in the aftermath of a major recession, the government did exactly that. They sent out a one-time $250 payment directly and only to Social Security beneficiaries as a form of economic help. And so the people pushing for this $1,400 proposal today see that as a clear precedent. It proves that the system is in place to deliver targeted financial support to this specific group, completely outside of the normal COLA process.
Okay, so even if lawmakers were to agree that, yes, this payment is a good idea, one absolutely massive question hangs over this whole thing. Where would the money come from? And this isn't just a minor detail. It's probably the biggest hurdle this proposal faces.
It really comes down to two potential paths, and they could not have more different outcomes. The first path, which the Senior Citizens League's proposal seems to suggest, would be to just take the money from the Social Security Trust Fund itself. The source material raises a huge red flag on this, arguing it would just drain the fund and make it run out of money even faster. The second path, and the one the source much prefers, is to fund it from the Treasury's general fund, the same pot of money they used for the stimulus checks.
Yeah, by treating this payment like economic relief from the Treasury, the money would have, and I'm quoting here, no impact on Social Security whatsoever. None. Nada. Zero. This approach would treat it as general government spending, and that would protect the long-term financial health of the Social Security program, which, let's be honest, is already facing its own serious financial challenges down the road.
All right, that was a lot to take in. We've gone through the proposal itself, the problem it's trying to solve, the history behind this kind of thing, and that really critical debate over the funding. So let's kind of bring it all together and sum up what you should really take away from all this. First, and this is super important, remember this is a proposal from an advocacy group. It is not a bill that's about to become law tomorrow. Second, it's a direct answer to the very real problem of inflation just eating away at fixed incomes. Third, the biggest sticking point, the biggest debate, is how to pay for it without hurting the Social Security program. And finally, this whole thing really shines a bright light on a much bigger, ongoing conversation about how we, as a country, can best support our seniors and people with disabilities, especially when times get tough economically. And that really leaves us with one last thing to think about. Looking beyond this specific $1,400 proposal, are we maybe seeing the start of a new kind of policy tool? Instead of these huge, broad stimulus payments for everybody, could these kinds of targeted, one-time payments to specific vulnerable groups become a more common way to provide economic relief in the future? It's definitely a question worth thinking about.
This quote, it just hits home, doesn't it? It's a feeling so many people share. You wait all year for that cost of living adjustment, you're hoping it'll finally give you some breathing room, and then, poof, rising costs have already eaten it up before you even get it. It's this incredibly frustrating cycle, and it's the exact problem that these proposals are trying to fix.
So, to make this all super clear, here's how we're going to break it down.
Let's get into the first set of solutions. Two major bills have been introduced in Congress that aim to provide a direct lifeline by seriously boosting Social Security payments. And we're not talking about minor tweaks here. These are substantial increases.
Okay, so the first one is called the Social Security Expansion Act. The two key words to focus on here are immediate and across the board. This isn't something you'd have to wait years for, and it's not something that only applies to a small group of people. The whole point is to provide universal, fast relief to fight back against inflation.
So what does that look like in real dollars? Well, the Act proposes a direct increase of $200. It's not a complicated percentage or a formula you have to figure out, just a flat, straightforward boost right in your monthly check.
And let's be crystal clear about this. This is not a one-time stimulus payment. We're talking about an extra $200 every single month. And this would apply to everyone receiving Social Security benefits. That includes retirement, disability, spousal, and survivor benefits. I mean, when you compare that to a recent COLA that might have only been about $40 or $50 for many people, you really see just how significant this is.
And if you zoom out and look at it over a full year, the impact is even bigger. An extra $200 a month? That adds up to $2,400 over the course of a year. For anyone on a tight budget, that kind of money isn't just helpful, it's transformational. That could be several months of prescriptions paid for. It could cover an unexpected car repair. Or it could simply mean less stress and not having to choose between paying the utility bill or buying groceries.
Okay, so that's the first big proposal. Now the second one is called the Social Security 2100 Act. While the Expansion Act is for everybody, this one is much more targeted. It's designed as a real lifeline for the people who are struggling the most, the folks who are currently getting the absolute minimum Social Security benefit.
And the increase being proposed here, it is massive. This act would provide a $660 increase. For those on the lowest rung of the Social Security ladder, an amount like this, it's not just helpful, it's absolutely life-changing. It's a direct injection of funds aimed squarely at the most financially vulnerable people.
So, what's the logic behind that $660 number? Well, it has a very specific goal, to lift recipients up to 125% of the federal poverty level. See, there are many seniors out there getting a check for around $900 a month, just trying to scrape by. This permanent increase is designed to give them not just a little relief, but a real measure of financial stability and dignity. Okay, so those were the big, immediate boosts to your check. But what about fixing that underlying problem? You know, the annual raise that never seems to be enough? Well, that brings us to the second major type of proposal, creating a stronger, more reliable cost of living adjustment, or COLA.
The proposed solution is actually pretty simple. Set a new baseline. So while a recent COLA might have been 2.5%, one proposal would establish a minimum COLA of 3.5%. That word minimum is the key. It means your annual adjustment could never, ever fall below that number. It would create a protective floor, a safety net, to make sure your benefits have a much better chance of actually keeping up with real-world inflation.
Now, beyond direct cash payments, there are also some really crucial proposals on the table to help with two of the most fundamental needs we all have: food and health. These changes are designed to address some very specific frustrations and gaps in the current system.
This proposal takes on two major frustrations with the food stamp program, also known as SNAP. First up is the minimum payment. Right now, the minimum is just $23 a month, which, let's be honest, often doesn't even feel worth the paperwork. The idea is to raise that to $75, which would provide much more meaningful help. Second is the asset limit. The current limit can disqualify you for having as little as $4,500 in savings, basically penalizing you for having a small emergency fund. The proposal would more than double that limit to $10,000.
So, why make these specific changes? Well, the goal is pretty straightforward: to encourage more people to get the help that they're already entitled to. The estimates are kind of shocking. About 5 million seniors are eligible for food stamps, but they don't apply. And it's often because the benefit seems too small, or they're afraid of being penalized for the modest savings they've worked their whole lives for. These proposals are designed to get rid of those barriers.
Okay, we have covered a lot of ground and a lot of different numbers, so let's pull it all together right now and just summarize what this collection of proposals could tangibly mean for you and for your finances.
So let's just recap the biggest proposals on the table. We've got a potential $200 per month universal boost to Social Security, a massive $660 monthly increase for those on the minimum benefit, a guaranteed floor of 3.5% for your annual raise, and a more substantial minimum food stamp benefit of $75. Put it all together, and you see a multifaceted approach to providing real, tangible financial relief.
You know, at the end of the day, these proposals go way beyond just dollars and cents. They're about providing security and dignity and peace of mind. All of these bills are currently being debated, and they represent a potential future with a lot more financial breathing room. Which really just leaves us with one final thought to consider for yourself.
Today, we're diving into a really huge idea that's being debated for the future of Social Security. We're talking about a proposal that could completely reshape the monthly checks for millions of people. And believe it or not, it all comes down to just one number: $1,304. Now, that is not some random figure pulled out of a hat. This is the heart of a major proposal for a new monthly minimum benefit for every single person on Social Security. So what would that actually mean? Who would it help? And the big one, could it even work? Come on, let's break it all down.
All right, so here's our game plan. We're going to start with the problem, why this idea is even on the table. Then we'll get into the weeds of the 1304 proposal itself. We'll look at two very different ways it could work, tackle that giant funding question, and then wrap up with a reality check on where things really stand today.
Okay, so let's jump right in. To really get why a number like $1,304 is such a big deal, we have to first understand the pretty stark reality that a lot of people in Social Security are facing every single day. Yeah, just look at that number, 10.8 million. That's how many people receiving Social Security benefits are living below the poverty line. And get this, that's often after you count any other income they might have. So this right here, this is the core problem that is people scrambling for a really big solution.
So this federal poverty line isn't just some abstract idea. It's a hard number. For 2025, it's pegged at $15,650 a year for a single person. And if you pull out your calculator and divide that by 12 months, yep, you get $1,304 a month. That figure is the absolute rock bottom minimum the government says you need for necessities, and it's at the very center of this whole debate.
And that leads us right to the proposal itself. I mean, the logic is pretty straightforward, right? If we know millions of people are living below this very specific income level, the idea being floated is simple. Why not just use Social Security to fix it directly?
So the heart of the idea is to create a brand new, hard floor for benefits. It's pretty simple. No matter your work history, no matter how much you paid in, your monthly Social Security check would never be less than the poverty line. It would basically be a guarantee. Now, to see just how massive a change this would be, you gotta see what the current minimum looks like.
No, that is not a typo. Believe it or not, the current special minimum benefit can be as low as $50 a month. 50. I mean, that barely gets you a full tank of gas, let alone a week's worth of groceries. It provides almost no real security, and that's the basement level we're starting from. So the idea is to go from a minimum of maybe $50 to a minimum of over $1,300. That isn't just a small tweak, that's a seismic shift. For anyone at the lowest end of the benefit scale, this would be absolutely life-altering. But, and you knew there was a but coming, this is where it all gets a little more complicated. Agreeing that $1,304 sounds good is one thing. Figuring out how to actually do it is way harder. And right now, there are two really different visions for how it could be done. Okay, so on one side, you have the minimum benefit approach. Think of it like a safety net. If your current benefit is, say, $900 a month, this plan would boost it up to $1,304. Simple. But if you're already getting $1,800, nothing changes for you. It just helps the lowest earners. Now, on the other side is the much more radical flat benefit idea. This would set everyone's benefit, no matter who you are, to exactly $1,304. So that person at $900 goes up, but the person getting $1,800, their benefit would actually get cut. And that flat benefit approach, wow, that would fundamentally transform the entire system. For its whole history, Social Security has been based on this idea. What you get out is linked to what you paid in. A flat benefit would completely sever that link. It would basically turn Social Security into a guaranteed basic income for more than 70 million Americans, where everybody gets the exact same check. And this is why that flat benefit idea is, well, so controversial. Sure, it would be a huge help to people at the very bottom, but it would mean a massive pay cut for millions of others. Right now, the average retirement benefit is just under $2,000 a month. So under a flat benefit plan, the average retiree would suddenly see their payment drop by nearly $700. Can you imagine telling people who planned their entire retirement around a certain income that it's about to be slashed? Yeah, the political opposition would be enormous, which is why most people see this version as pretty much a non-starter. So let's put that flat benefit idea aside for a second and just focus on the more popular version, just lifting up the lowest earners. Even with that more modest plan, we still slam into the biggest question of all. How in the world do you pay for it? Yeah, this is the multi-trillion-dollar question. Raising benefits for millions of people isn't free. It would cost a staggering amount of money, and right now, nobody really agrees on where that money should come from. It's almost always the hardest part of the puzzle to solve. Well, one idea that gets thrown around is to look at the Social Security Trust Fund itself. It's got about $2.7 trillion in it, but it's invested super conservatively, so it's only getting back about a 2.4% return. Some people argue that if we invested that money a little more strategically, we could generate billions more in revenue without raising taxes on anybody. But of course, a strategy like that comes with a whole new set of risks and a whole lot of heated debate. So, after all this talk about poverty lines, different visions, and where to find the money, where do things actually stand today? It's really important we do a reality check on whether any of this is actually close to happening. And the honest-to-goodness reality is that right now, these are all just ideas. There are a ton of proposals floating around Washington, but there isn't one single piece of legislation that has broad support. You know, a lot of observers say the concerning thing isn't just that this specific plan isn't moving forward, but that there's no unified plan for the future of Social Security at all. So what's the most important thing to take away from all this? Well, even if the $1,304 plan doesn't become law tomorrow, the fact that we're even having this conversation is huge. It tells us that the debate around Social Security is changing. The focus is starting to shift from seeing it as just a retirement program to seeing it as a powerful tool we could use to fight poverty head-on and provide a real financial safety net. And that really leaves us with this one fundamental question. For decades, we've thought of Social Security as an earned benefit. You work, you pay in, and you get it back. But should its main purpose evolve? Should its number one job be to make sure no senior, no person with a disability has to live in poverty, no matter what they earned in the past? The answer to that question is going to define the future of Social Security for generations to come.
Okay, so you've probably seen this number making the rounds online. A massive 20.3% raise for Social Security beneficiaries. I mean, it's the kind of number that sounds incredible, almost too good to be true, right? It could be absolutely life-changing for millions, but where did it even come from? Is it a real proposal? Is it some kind of back payment plan? Or is it just a big misunderstanding? Today, we are going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to decode that number and figure out what it really means.
And that brings us to the big question, the one that's on everybody's mind. Is a 20.3% raise for Social Security actually on the table for 2025? It's a really powerful idea, especially with how expensive everything has gotten for folks on a fixed income. Before we break it all down, just take a second and think, what would a raise that big mean for you? For your monthly budget, your peace of mind, your ability to just handle things? It's a powerful thought. So let's dig in and find out what's really going on here.
So let's turn that percentage into actual dollars, because that's what really matters. For the average SSI beneficiary, we're talking about an extra $200 per month. Think about that for a second. That's not just a number. That's a full tank of gas and groceries, or a utility bill paid off with less stress.
Now, for SSDI beneficiaries, that number jumps even higher to an extra $300 a month. I mean, that's a really significant boost that could help cover things like medical copays or just give you a little bit of breathing room in your budget.
And for the average retired worker, the increase would be even bigger, about $380 more every single month. If you stretch that out over a year, that's nearly $4,600. So yeah, it is no wonder a number like 20.3% got everyone's attention. It's huge.
With figures like these, you have to ask, is this for real? Is it a real possibility? Well, to find out, we have to understand where that 20.3% number actually came from in the first place.
Okay, this is the key to the whole story. That 20.3% didn't just appear out of thin air. It's actually rooted in real data from the Social Security Administration. But, and this is a big but, it's the interpretation of that data that's caused all this excitement and confusion. So let's peel back the layers and actually look at the math behind the headline.
All right, let's dive in and really deconstruct this number. In this section, we're going to trace that 20.3% right back to its source. And, spoiler alert, it is not a proposed bill for a new raise, and it's not a retroactive payment plan that's being debated in Congress. The truth is actually a lot simpler, and it has everything to do with the cost of living adjustments. You know, the COLAs that have already been paid out. So here's where it comes from. It's actually simple math. If we look at the official cost of living adjustments over the last few years, in 2022, we got a 5.9% raise. Then in 2023, that huge 8.7% increase. For 2024, it was 3.2%. And if we add a projected 2.5% for 2025, what do you get when you add all that up? You got it, exactly 20.3%.
And that's the big aha moment right there. The 20.3% figure is not a new proposal for a one-time check. It is the cumulative total of the annual COLA increases from 2022 all the way through the projection for 2025. It's a way of measuring how much benefits have already gone up during a period of really high inflation. So it's not a future promise, it's more like a look in the rearview mirror.
But that raises a really important question. If 20.3% is just the sum of old raises, why is everyone talking about back pay? Well, the answer is in the gap between those official COLA numbers and the reality of what things actually cost.
And this right here, this is the heart of the issue. While benefits have gone up by that 20.3% over 4 years, just look at what's happened to prices. The cost of groceries has jumped somewhere between 22 and 25% in that same time. And utilities like electricity and gas, whoa, that increase is staggering, anywhere from 28 to as high as 40%. It's plain to see the official raises just haven't kept up.
And you know, the financial pressure doesn't just stop with food and utilities. The cost of shelter, whether it's rent or a mortgage, has just skyrocketed. And medical expenses have seen a huge jump too. We're talking higher copays every time you see a doctor and rising premiums for insurance. When you put it all together, it's pretty clear that even with that 20.3% cumulative raise, the actual purchasing power of your benefit has gone down.
So, this all leads to the next logical question. If there's such a clear gap between the COLAs and the actual cost of living, why not just pass a law to give everyone a retroactive payment to make up for it? That's the whole idea behind this back pay concept. But, as good as it might sound, there are some pretty big political and financial hurdles that make a plan like that extremely unlikely to ever happen.
Let's just walk through the reality here. First, Any kind of payment like this would need a brand new law passed by both the House and the Senate. That's a huge challenge right there. The president can't just sign an executive order and make it happen. Plus, and this is a really big one for lawmakers, pumping that much cash into the system would make Social Security's financial problems happen a lot sooner. And finally, it's just important to know that while there's a lot of talk, there is no actual bill in Congress for this 20.3% back pay idea.
You know, even though this whole 20.3% conversation is based on a misunderstanding, it serves a really important purpose. It's shining a bright light on a much bigger, much more urgent debate. Is the current Social Security system, especially the way it calculates raises, still adequate for the financial realities that we're all facing today?
This quote really gets to the heart of why this matters so much. For most people, getting these benefits, this isn't just some extra spending money. This is their income. It's what they depend on for most, if not all, of their budget each month. That's why these discussions are so critical. We're talking about the primary financial lifeline for tens of millions of Americans.
So ultimately, that's what this all boils down to. The 20.3% figure that went viral, it isn't a real proposal, but it has become a powerful symbol. It represents the very real frustration and the financial squeeze felt by millions of people whose official cost of living adjustments are falling further and further behind their actual cost of living. It's a symptom of a much larger debate we need to have.
And this brings us to our final and maybe the most important question. This whole 20.3% debate has made one thing crystal clear. There's a major disconnect between the formula and reality. So as the cost of everything, housing, food, healthcare, keeps climbing, how can the Social Security system evolve? What changes are needed to make sure that these benefits provide not just a safety net, but a real foundation for a dignified life? That is the real conversation this viral number has forced all of us to have.
So today we're going to unpack the really complex economic signals that could trigger future government relief. What actually has to happen in the economy for stimulus to even be on the table? Let's find out.
You know, the question of another stimulus check, it's on a lot of people's minds. And it's not just some abstract economic debate, right? It's driven by very real everyday financial pressures that struggle to pay the rent, buy groceries, and just cover the bills. We see these concerns everywhere. So we're going to break down the actual mechanics behind any potential government action.
All right, so here's our game plan. First, we're going to tackle that big stimulus question head on. Then we'll look at what an economy in distress actually looks like. We'll explore a pretty innovative idea for automatic relief. We'll pinpoint why unemployment is the main trigger. And then finally, we'll give you the key signs that you can watch for yourself.
Okay, so first things first. Before we dive into the how and the why, let's just set the record straight on where things actually stand right now.
Let's just cut right to the chase. The single most important thing to know is this. As of this moment, no new stimulus check has been passed into law. Now, while there's a ton of conversation and speculation out there, nothing has been officially approved by lawmakers. And, you know, that leads to a really crucial point. Stimulus payments are not random acts of government generosity. They are a very specific tool. Think of it like an emergency brake that only gets pulled when the economy is in real, serious trouble. The health of the economy is the one and only prerequisite. So what does that economic weakness even mean? What does it look like? Well, it's almost never just one bad number. It's more like a chain reaction, you know? A whole series of dominoes just falling one after another. Let's trace that path. And this slide right here shows that chain reaction perfectly. It all kicks off when people like you and me spend less money. That, of course, means less revenue for businesses, which forces them to cut costs. And often that means layoffs. This rising joblessness is the most visible sign of distress, and it's that final domino that really pressures lawmakers to step in. You know, there's this quote that just perfectly captures the speed of a downturn. Building an economy is often the slow, methodical climb up the stairs. But a recession? Oh, that's the express elevator straight down. Fear and contraction, they just spread so much faster than confidence and growth. Now, I know the word recession can sound pretty scary, right? But from a purely economic view, it's actually a natural part of the business cycle. It's not necessarily a flaw, but more of a big old reset. It can be a painful process for sure, but sometimes it's what clears out the old stuff and sets the stage for the next period of growth. So when the economy takes that elevator ride down, how does the government actually respond? Well, the typical way is slow and very political. But let's explore a fascinating, much more streamlined idea that was proposed a few years back. Okay, so on the left, you've got the usual way things work.
A crisis hits, and bam, lawmakers are scrambling. They debate, they argue, and eventually they try to pass these massive, complex bills like the CARES Act. It can be a really slow, politically charged process. But on the right is a totally different idea. What if the response was just built in? What if it was automatic? And this is the whole idea behind what economists call automatic stabilizers. Just think of it like a pre-programmed system with a simple if-then rule. If the unemployment rate goes up and hits a specific predetermined level, then a payment is automatically triggered and sent out to people. No debate, no scramble, just an immediate response based on real-time data. But here's the reality check. As cool and efficient as this whole if-then system sounds, it's important to remember it was only ever a proposal. The legislation was introduced, but it never actually passed into law. So our current system is still the reactive manual one, not the automatic one. So if relief isn't triggered automatically, what is the one signal that lawmakers and economists are all watching? Let's zoom in on that main trigger.
It really boils down to one number more than any other, the unemployment rate. And why is that? Well, because it gives us the clearest, broadest snapshot of the entire economy's health. It's like the 30,000-foot view, you know? It tells us directly how many people are out of work, which tells us how businesses are doing on a massive scale. And that one number, it tells two completely different stories about the country. In a strong economy, low unemployment means businesses are confident, they're hiring, people feel secure enough to spend. But in a weak economy, rising unemployment signals that businesses are cutting jobs to survive, and consumers, feeling that uncertainty, start to pull back on their spending. And here's the reason why layoffs happen so darn fast during a downturn. For the vast majority of businesses out there, their single biggest bill is payroll. It's paying their people. So when their revenues drop, like we saw in that domino effect, they have to make some really tough choices to stay afloat. And cutting headcount is often the first and most significant lever they can pull. That's the direct link between shrinking consumer spending and rising unemployment. So let's bring it all together and build our own economic dashboard. If you want to know which way the winds are blowing for yourself, these are the key numbers you gotta follow. First up, of course, is that unemployment rate we've been talking so much about. But you also want to watch weekly jobless claims. Think of this as a real-time alarm bell for new layoffs. Third, the labor force participation rate. This basically asks how many people have just given up looking for a job entirely. A falling number there is about sign. And finally, average hourly earnings. This one's simple. Are people's paychecks growing or shrinking? Together, these four numbers paint a really clear picture. So at the end of the day, the takeaway is really simple. Stimulus isn't about politics. It's not about petitions. It's all about the data. A significant, sustained weakening of the economy, confirmed by the indicators we just talked about, is the one and only catalyst that puts government relief back on the table, which leaves us with one final, bigger question to chew on. We've talked about these downturns as a painful part of the cycle, but are they a fundamental flaw in how our economy is designed? Or are these big ol' resets a necessary, albeit difficult feature that ultimately allows for new growth and opportunity to come out on the other side? That's something to ponder.
You know, there's all this talk about monthly raises and new checks, so we're going to break down what's really being discussed. You've probably seen these two big numbers floating around everywhere. But honestly, there is a lot of confusion. Are they real? Are they connected? Is it one or the other? Let's clear the air and figure out exactly what these are and, more importantly, where they actually stand.
Okay, so our goal here is to cut through the noise and separate what's just speculation from the actual reality. We're going to look at each of these ideas one by one, where it came from, what its purpose is, and of course, what's its current status.
First up, let's talk about that proposal for a permanent monthly increase to Social Security benefits. And I want to stress that this isn't a one-time payment, but a recurring every single month addition to your check.
The magic number being tossed around here is $200. The idea is for this to be an ongoing adjustment to help folks deal with rising costs, and it would be totally separate from the usual cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, that we already have.
Now, this isn't just some idea pulled out of thin air. It's actually a key part of a real piece of legislation that has been introduced in Congress. It's called the Social Security Expansion Act.
But, and this is a really big but, here's the reality check. While the bill is out there, it has not been passed by Congress. It hasn't been signed into law. It is still very, very much just a proposal with a long road ahead before it could ever become a reality.
So why hasn't it passed? Well, it seems there's a pretty big hurdle holding this whole thing back. Even though the idea of more money sounds great to a lot of people, the way the proposal is structured right now is creating a bit of a political challenge. Let's take a look at what that is.
And here's the crux of the problem.
targeting. See, the bill as it's written now gives this raise to pretty much everybody. And the critics are saying, hang on, do higher income recipients really need this extra cash? The suggestion floating around is to refine it, to focus that raise specifically on lower income beneficiaries, to make it a tool to lift people above the federal poverty line. That, they argue, would be a much more compelling pitch, and maybe an easier sell to lawmakers.
All right, let's shift gears and talk about the other big number you've probably heard about. And it's important to know this is a totally different beast. We are not talking about a permanent benefit increase here. This is an economic intervention.
Yep, this one is all about a one-time payment of $2,000. So think of it less like a raise and more like a single shot of cash, a one-and-done deal.
And that is a really key distinction to make. See, a stimulus check has basically nothing to do with the Social Security system itself. It's a broad economic tool the government pulls out of its toolbox when the whole economy is in trouble, think recession or high unemployment, to try and get people to start spending again.
So just like that $200 raise, let's be super clear on this one too. No new stimulus check has been approved. Right now, it is completely hypothetical. It's an idea that would only even get on the table if the economy really started to take a significant downturn.
So let's just imagine for a second that a stimulus check did get approved. Who would get it? Well, we can look at past stimulus rounds for some pretty good clues. The biggest hurdle, as always, would likely be income. Your income would need to be below a certain threshold to qualify, on top of other requirements like having a Social Security number and not being claimed as a dependent on someone else's taxes.
Okay, this next part is where things seem to get really confusing for a lot of people. It's the big question. Are we talking about one or the other? If, by some wild turn of events, both of these things were to pass, would you have to choose between them? Let's clear this up right now.
In other words, are these two ideas mutually exclusive? Let's say the stars align, the Social Security Expansion Act passes, and the economy gets bad enough for a stimulus. Could a person theoretically get both the permanent raise and the one-time check? Let's break down just how different they really are.
I mean, just look at this breakdown. They are fundamentally different concepts. The raise is a permanent change to your Social Security benefits. The trigger for it is a new law passing. The stimulus check, that's a one-time payment to jolt the economy. And the trigger for that is bad economic data. And look at where the money comes from. One is from the Social Security program, the other from general treasury funds. Two totally separate buckets of money.
So the simple answer is yes. You could, in theory, receive both. They're totally separate proposals that don't conflict with each other at all. They have different goals, different triggers, and they come from different pots of money. Getting one wouldn't automatically disqualify you from the other as long as you met the specific eligibility rules for each one.
Okay, so we've broken down both of these big ideas that are getting so much attention. So what's the bottom line? What's the reality on the ground as of today?
And folks, if you take away only one single thing from this entire explainer, please let it be this. As of right now, neither the $200 raise nor a new stimulus check has been approved. Despite all the headlines, all the videos, all the discussion, both of these ideas are still just that, ideas and proposals. They are not a reality.
So if you want to keep an eye on these things yourself, here's what to watch for. For that $200 raise, you need to track the progress of the Social Security Expansion Act in Congress. Is it moving through committees? Is it being debated? For a potential stimulus check, you'll need to watch the major economic reports, things like inflation, unemployment, and GDP. That's the kind of data that would even start that conversation in the first place.
And you know, all of this leaves us with one final, maybe bigger thought to chew on. The fact that we're even having these conversations so often, the fact that these ideas get so much attention online, what does that tell us? It suggests there's a real deep-seated issue with financial security and the struggle that so many people face with rising costs. And that's a conversation worth paying attention to, regardless of what happens with these specific proposals.
You know, we're going to tackle a huge question that I know is on a lot of people's minds. Is a fourth stimulus check coming in 2025? We're going to cut right through all the noise and really explain what's myth, what's reality, and what economic triggers would actually have to be pulled for another payment to even be a possibility.
Okay, let's just get right to it. The big one, that $2,000 fourth stimulus check. This question comes up all the time, and it's not just from folks on fixed incomes like Social Security or VA benefits. The financial squeeze is being felt everywhere. I mean, we're seeing data that shows even people earning six figures are struggling like never before. It really has everyone asking the exact same thing. Could this be the year?
So what really makes these payments happen? You know, there's this common idea that it's all about public pressure, that if enough of us call or email or sign petitions, lawmakers will act. But the reality?
Well, the reality is that how often we ask has almost nothing to do with the decision. Yeah, the decision isn't based on requests or petitions at all. It is 100% an economic one. Think of a stimulus check as a very specific tool in a toolbox, and it only gets used in one situation: a really severe economic crisis.
In fact, the official name kind of gives the whole game away. It's not really a stimulus check, it's an economic impact payment, or EIP. The name tells you its true purpose. The goal isn't just to help people out, it's to have people immediately spend that money to jolt the economy. Seriously, saving it or paying off debt actually works against what they're trying to do. The government needs to see this massive, immediate surge in spending to pull the whole economy out of a nosedive.
And the condition that triggers this kind of action is a major economic contraction, which we all know as a recession. Now, that word sounds terrifying, and honestly for good reason. But here's another way to look at it. A recession is like hitting an economic reset button. Kind of like when you're playing a video game and you just start over. A recession, as painful as it is, can be the very thing that forces those inflated prices and super high interest rates to finally come back down to earth. A short, sharp recession could be the nasty medicine the economy needs to get better.
Okay, so that's the theory. But let's talk about the real world. Where is our economy right now? To figure out if a stimulus payment is on the horizon, we have to know if the stage is even being set for that kind of big downturn.
Officially, you're always going to hear the same message. The economy is strong, keep spending, everything's fine. And there's a good reason for this. Imagine if they came out and said, yeah, we're worried. What would happen? We'd all stop spending immediately. And that would cause the very crash they're trying to avoid. So they have to maintain this illusion of strength just to keep the whole machine running.
But if you look behind that public-facing story, the actual economic data has been telling a very, very different tale for a while now. A lot of the key indicators have been flashing warning signs. You can think of them as red lights on your car's dashboard or alarm bells going off in the engine room. These signals are suggesting the economy is nowhere near as solid as the official story would have us believe.
So to understand what could happen next, a lot of investors use this really simple analogy. They say the economy takes the stairs up. Growth is this slow, grinding, step-by-step process. It takes a really, really long time to climb all the way to the top.
But here's the thing. It can't climb forever. Once it finally reaches its peak, it just kind of bounces around up there, unable to go any higher. And at that point, well, there's only one direction left to go, and that's down.
And when the economy falls, it does not take the stairs, it takes the elevator straight down. It happens fast, it's sudden, and it comes with incredible force. I mean, just think back to early 2020. In January, life was pretty normal. By February, things started to feel a little weird. And by March, the entire world had shut down. That's the elevator down.
This is exactly where many analysts believe we are right now. We're perched at the very top after that long, slow climb, just teetering on the edge of the cliff. Any little unexpected nudge could be the thing that triggers that elevator ride all the way to the bottom.
So if you're waiting for news on a stimulus check, don't watch for a press conference. You gotta watch for the real triggers. Look for consistently bad economic reports, one after another. Watch for the Federal Reserve to do something sudden, like an emergency interest rate cut. Pay attention to how people around you are spending their money. And always, always be on the lookout for a catalyst, some unexpected event, or for lawmakers to start getting serious about massive federal spending cuts. Those are the real signs.
So you see, asking for a simple yes or no on another stimulus check is kind of asking the wrong question. The real question is about the health of the economy. It's not a matter of if lawmakers want to send out money, it's a matter of when the economy gets so bad that it forces their hand. A stimulus only happens when they have literally no other choice but to hit that big red EIP button to stop a total collapse. And now you know exactly what to look for.
And that really leaves us with this one final thought. If the economy is really teetering on that cliff edge right now, are we all just waiting for one final unforeseen nudge to send the whole thing over? We aren't just waiting on politicians to make up their minds. We might be waiting for the economy itself to take that final decisive step off the edge. And that's the real story to watch. If you've been keeping an eye on the news about benefits, your head is probably spinning, right? You're hearing about a $2,400 boost over here, and then $1,200 monthly checks over there. It's a total whirlwind, and honestly, it's super confusing. So what we're going to do right now is slice through all that noise. We're going to break down exactly what these plans are, who they're actually for, and what it all could mean for your wallet.
So yeah, let's really get into this, because this is the big one, isn't it? Are these numbers part of the same plan? Or are we talking about two totally separate things? And you know, the question I bet you're really asking is, hey, could I get both? It's so easy to see how these things get tangled up in the headlines, but trust me, They are two very, very different ideas. Our goal here is simple. We're going to give you the clarity you've been looking for. You'll know exactly what each plan is and what it's not.
Okay, so here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll talk about this flood of proposals out there. Then we'll dig into Plan 1, that's the $2,400 boost. After that, Plan 2, the $1,200 monthly checks. Then, the one you're waiting for, can you get both? And we'll wrap up by looking at the bigger picture, why all this is happening right now.
All right, Section 1, a flood of proposals. Let's try to make some sense of all the different plans being discussed. I mean, it really feels like every single week there's a new idea or a new bill being talked about, right? So let's just categorize them a bit to figure out what's what.
You know, it's so easy to get lost in all the headlines. And you might have even seen some of these ideas pop up in your local news. There are all kinds of city and state level programs being tested out. But for today, to keep things simple and focused, we are zeroing in on the two big ones, the major national proposals. Because, let's face it, those are the ones that would affect everybody.
Okay, before we get any deeper, we've got to clear something up. There's some key jargon here, GBI and UBI. Guaranteed basic income versus universal basic income. They sound similar, but they are not the same thing. Think of it like this. UBI, the U stands for universal, means everybody gets it. Rich, poor, everyone, no questions asked. GBI, on the other hand, that G is for guaranteed, but only for a specific group of people, usually based on their income. The big national plans we're talking about today, they're GBI. All right, on to Section 2. Let's talk about Plan 1, the $2,400 boost. This is all about the Social Security Expansion Act. And the first thing to know is, this isn't some brand new payment program. Nope. This is all about boosting an existing one. We're talking about a direct increase to Social Security benefits. So, the magic number everyone's talking about is this, an extra $2,400 a year. Now, what does that really mean? It means an extra $200 every single month. And look, for anyone on a fixed income, you know that $200 isn't just pocket change. That's a huge deal. That could cover groceries for the week, a utility bill, or those annoying copays. It's a real, tangible difference, and it's the heart of this proposal. So how would this thing actually work? Well, the official name is the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard lawmakers like Senator Bernie Sanders talking about it, and here's who it's for. As the bill's written right now, it's for all Social Security beneficiaries. That means retirement, disability, survivors, the whole shebang. And the other critical piece of the puzzle is the funding. Where does the money come from? It would come from the Social Security system itself, funded by payroll taxes through the Social Security Trust Fund.
Okay, now let's switch gears completely for Section 3. We're looking at Plan 2, those $1,200 monthly checks. And this is a whole different ballgame. We're no longer talking about tweaking an existing program. This is about creating something brand new from the ground up, a national guaranteed basic income.
And the numbers here are even bigger. We're talking $1,200 every single month for each eligible adult, plus another $600 for each dependent. I mean, let's do the math. That's over $14,000 a year for one person. For a couple, you're looking at almost $29,000 before you even add in dependents. A key piece of legislation here is called the Support Act, and the whole idea is to create a recurring payment like a national income floor for people.
So let's get into the nitty-gritty. How would this GBI plan work? Well, a major difference right off the bat, eligibility has nothing to do with being in a specific program like Social Security. Nope, it's all about your income. The Support Act, for instance, sets the cutoff at around $75,000 for an individual. The funding is also totally separate. This money isn't coming from the Social Security Trust Fund, it would come from general federal funds. Think of it like the stimulus checks we saw a few years back. Same kind of idea.
Okay, let's put these two plans side by side. This is where the light bulb really goes on. You've got the Social Security boost, that's an increase to a benefit you already have, for Social Security beneficiaries only, and paid for by the Social Security Fund. Then you've got the National GBI, that's a brand new program for people based on their income and paid for with general federal money. See? They're like two different trains running on two separate tracks. Getting this difference is absolutely crucial for what comes next.
Which, of course, brings us to Section 4, and the question that I know is on your mind. Could you get both payments? If both of these proposals actually became law, could one person get money from both? Let's find out.
So let's really spell it out. Could a fixed income beneficiary get payments from both of these proposals at the same time? Imagine you're on Social Security. The first plan passes, boom, you get an extra $200 a month. Then the second plan passes, and your income qualifies you. Could you also get that $1,200 check on top of it? That's the million-dollar question, right?
And the answer is yes. Simple as that. Based on how these proposals are written right now, you absolutely could.
I know. It might sound a little too good to be true, but when you see how they're designed, the logic is actually rock solid.
So why isn't this double dipping? It really boils down to two super simple reasons. First, they are separate programs. They just are. One is a tweak to your Social Security, and the other is a totally new income program. They don't overlap. And second, and this is huge, they have separate funding. Remember, one is paid from the Social Security Trust Fund, the other from general federal funds. It's like getting your paycheck from your job and also winning a lottery prize. Two different pots of money.
So that leads us to our last section, the future of benefits. You have to wonder, right? Why are these huge conversations happening right now? The answer is pretty interesting. It's because a lot of folks in Washington aren't just looking at today, they're looking down the road, 5, 10 years from now. See, the argument is that lawmakers are looking ahead, and they believe a national income floor is needed before it's too late. The idea is that our economy is about to go through a massive, massive change because of technology. And the people pushing for these plans are saying, look, we need to build this safety net now, before things get crazy. It's about being proactive instead of just reacting to a crisis after it's already here.
And you can hear that urgency when they talk about what's coming. They say things like, we're going to be completely overrun by AI, sophisticated technology, robotics, automation. And that's really the heart of it. The fear is that all this new tech is going to eliminate a ton of jobs, and soon. The thinking is that this isn't science fiction anymore. This is a real economic shift that's just around the corner, and something like a GBI might be the only thing that provides some stability.
And really, that leaves us with the biggest question of all. As technology reshapes the entire workforce, how must our economic safety nets evolve? Because at the end of the day, this whole debate isn't just about a specific dollar amount. It's not just about $2,400 or $1,200. The real conversation is about what our safety nets are even for. As technology changes the very definition of a job, how do we make sure everyone has some level of economic security? That's the question that's really pushing all of this forward.
Are you getting another stimulus check? Have some people already gotten thousands in back pay? You see these headlines everywhere, and honestly, it can be really confusing. So right now, we're going to separate what's real from what's just talk and give you the actual facts behind all this Social Security and stimulus buzz.
Here's how we're going to break it all down for you. First, we'll look at the money that has already been sent out. Then, we'll dive into the major push to close the poverty gap for beneficiaries. After that, we'll cover the new checks that are actually being proposed right now. And finally, we'll get to the bottom line. What does this all mean for you?
So that's the big question, right? You hear about billions of dollars, permanent raises, new stimulus, but what's actually happening and what's just a headline? To get a clear answer, we have to start with the money that's already confirmed and in the bank for some folks. Let's get right into it.
All right, first up, the confirmed payments. It is so important to understand who already got paid and exactly why, because that context makes sense of all the other proposals we're hearing about.
You're seeing that right. The Social Security Administration has confirmed that a staggering $17 billion in retroactive payments went out this year. Now, this wasn't a stimulus. It was a major correction. Who actually got a piece of this multi-billion-dollar pie?
Mostly public sector workers like teachers, police officers, and firefighters.
And listen, we're not talking about small checks here. These were big, one-time payments, averaging between $6,000 and $6,700 for each person. The whole point was to make things right, to pay people back for years and years of benefits that were unfairly kept from them. Naturally, this brings up a huge question for millions of other people. What about those on SSDI and SSI? Were they included in this?
And the answer, to be perfectly clear, is if you're an SSDI or SSI recipient and you weren't affected by those WEP or GPO rules, then this specific payout just didn't apply to you. It was a targeted fix, not a widespread payment.
Okay, so let's shift gears. We're moving from payments that are already in the past to some really big proposals that could change things moving forward. And we're going to start with a major push to permanently raise benefits for some of the lowest income folks in the country, people receiving supplemental security income, or SSI.
This chart, this really gets to the heart of the issue. The absolute maximum federal SSI benefit someone can get is $967 a month. But the federal poverty line is $1,304 a month. That means the very program that was created to keep people out of poverty is paying benefits that are more than $300 below that line every single month.
You know, to put that gap into perspective, SSI benefits would need to go up by 34.85% right now, today, just to hit the poverty line. I mean, think about that for a second. A nearly 35% raise is needed just to get this program back to doing what it was originally supposed to do. But, you know, this isn't only an SSI problem.
This is a system-wide issue that hits all beneficiaries. Just look at the last 25 years. Sure, benefits have gone up by about 83% thanks to the cost of living adjustments, but the actual cost of living, it's exploded by over 145%. That huge gap right there is exactly why your money just doesn't go as far as it used to.
So, what's being done about it? Well, there's a really important piece of legislation being debated called the SSI Restoration Act, and it's designed to fix these problems head-on. It would raise SSI benefits up to 100% of the federal poverty line, it would finally get rid of that unfair marriage penalty, and it would raise the ancient asset limits to $10,000 for an individual.
Let's just put it all on the table. Those retroactive payments for the WEP and GPO beneficiaries, that's done, delivered. The permanent raise for SSI and that new $600 rebate check, both are active proposals, but they're still waiting for Congress to act on them.
When it all comes down to it, here's the deal. One very specific group of people has already received their corrective payments, but for any new, widespread financial help, well, that's not a guarantee. It all depends on what lawmakers in Washington decide to do and, frankly, which way the economy goes.
And that really leaves us with one final thought. The numbers we looked at today show a very clear and growing gap between what benefits pay and what things actually cost in the real world. That financial pressure is real, it's undeniable, and it suggests that more changes aren't just a possibility, they're pretty much inevitable. The only real question is, what will they look like, and when will they finally get here?
You know, it feels like we're always talking about Social Security benefits, right? And for a very good reason. Millions of us depend on those monthly checks. And for a whole lot of people, they're just not stretching far enough anymore. So today, we're going to cut through all that noise. We're going to decode the different proposals that are actually out there to increase those benefits. We're talking everything from one-time checks to a complete overhaul of the entire system. Let's break down what's really on the table.
You know, this quote, wow, it just hits you, doesn't it? This is a real comment from a real person in a discussion about this exact topic. And it just perfectly captures how millions of people are feeling. This isn't some abstract economic theory. This is the day-to-day reality for so many people living on a fixed income. It's that constant knot in your stomach when you're at the grocery store or when the rent is due. It's that feeling of budgeting down to the last penny and still feeling like you're falling further and further behind. The call for some real, actual relief is getting impossible to ignore.
So that's the big question, isn't it? With all this pressure, with all these voices calling for help, is any real financial relief actually coming down the pipeline? You hear a lot of chatter out of Washington, a lot of different ideas being thrown around. Each one has its own logic, its own pros and cons. So let's really dive in and explore what these ideas are, how they might work, and frankly, what the odds are that any of them will ever become reality.
Okay, so here's how we're going to tackle this. We'll start with the idea of a one-time stimulus-style check. After that, we'll dig into the proposals for a permanent monthly increase. Then, we're going to look at the most dramatic idea out there, completely rebuilding the system from the ground up. And finally, we'll pull it all together and figure out what it all means for the bottom line.
First up, the one that always seems to grab the headlines, another stimulus check. Now, we've all been through this before, but the proposals being kicked around now are pretty different from those big, broad payments that went out to almost everyone a few years back. The whole focus has really shifted. Okay, so a stimulus check. The name kind of gives it away, right? It's all about stimulating the economy, giving it a jolt when things slow down. The idea is to get money into people's hands fast, because people who need it will spend it fast. And believe it or not, if you look back at our history with these things, you can see some fascinating clues about what could happen next.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting. If you look back at the major economic downturns of just the last couple of decades, a pretty clear pattern starts to emerge. Back in 2001, the checks were for $300. Then in 2008, during the big financial crisis, they were $600. And in 2020, that first check was for $1,200. See the pattern? Every single time, the amount has doubled.
So, if you just follow that pattern, where does it lead? Double it again, and you land on $2,400. It's just simple math, and that's why you see that number floating around online so much. It's led to a ton of speculation. But, and this is a huge but, the conversation happening among policymakers today has taken a very different turn.
Instead of just sending a check to almost everybody, the current proposals are much more focused. The idea now is to target the money, to send it only to the people who are struggling the most and would get the biggest benefit from it. We're talking low-income and fixed-income folks. Advocacy groups like the Senior Citizens League, for example, have been pushing for what they call catch-up payments of around $1,400. Other proposals have talked about a $2,000 check, but again, only for this smaller, more targeted group. Okay, so that's the one-time check idea. But what if the problem isn't something a single check can fix? A lot of people argue that while a single payment is nice, it's just a temporary band-aid on a much deeper problem, the monthly shortfall. And that brings us to our second category of proposals, which focus on boosting those regular benefit payments, month in and out.
And to really get why people are pushing for this, you have to look at this gap. It's massive. Over the last quarter century or so, the actual price of things you buy, food, gas, housing, has shot up by 145%. But the cost of living adjustments, the COLAs that are supposed to help benefits keep up, have only raised them by about 83%. That is a huge disconnect between the official inflation measure and real-world costs.
And what does that gap actually mean for people? Well, it means this: a staggering 61.7% loss in purchasing power. I mean, think about that. What it really means is that a dollar from your Social Security check today buys way less than it did 25 years ago, even after all those yearly COLA increases. Your benefits just haven't kept up with the real world.
So, in response to that, some lawmakers have put a specific idea on the table called the Social Security Emergency Inflation Relief Act. The idea is pretty straightforward. It's designed to be a temporary fix to help people get through this period of high inflation. It calls for an extra $200 a month for every single beneficiary, lasting through the end of the year.
Now, there's another idea that's a bit more complex, but also more permanent. It's called the SSA Savings Supplement. This one isn't a flat raise for everyone. It's a tiered system. So the people receiving the lowest benefits, less than $1,000 a month, would get the biggest boost, an extra $300. And as you go up, that boost phases down. It's all about targeting the relief where it's needed the most.
All right, so we've talked about one-time checks and monthly boosts. Now let's get into the third idea. And this one is a total game changer. We're not talking about tweaking this system anymore. We're talking about a complete teardown and rebuild. This is by far the most ambitious idea on the table.
So what does that look like? The core idea is what's called a flat rate benefit. And it's simple, really. It means it doesn't matter what you earned during your working years. Your income history goes out the window. In this system, every single person who qualifies for Social Security would get the exact same monthly payment. It would totally change the program from one based on what you paid in to something that acts more like a guaranteed basic income for seniors and people with disabilities.
Okay, so the big question is, what would that flat rate actually be? How much money are we talking about? Well, a few different numbers have been floated. Some proposals want to tie it to the federal poverty line, which would put the benefit at about $1,300 a month. The Congressional Budget Office has modeled a version that's around $1,660 a month. And then you have other, even more ambitious plans that have suggested a flat benefit as high as $2,200 a month, with the main goal of making sure that no beneficiary has to live in poverty.
The most important thing to remember is that while we have all these ideas floating around, from the targeted checks to the permanent raises to the total reform, they are all still just proposals. None of this has been signed into law. What they really represent is a growing admission in Washington that the financial squeeze on fixed-income Americans is real and it is severe. But the road from a good idea to an actual law is a very long and winding one.
And that really brings us to the big unanswered question. We have these three very different paths forward: a little temporary relief, a more permanent boost to the current system, or a complete rebuild from the ground up. The debate over which of these paths to take, or whether to take any path at all, is happening right now, and whatever decision is made is going to shape the financial security of millions upon millions of Americans for years to come.
Okay, some really big news is coming out of the Social Security Administration right now. As we speak, they are in the middle of distributing billions of dollars in new payments. And this isn't just some proposal. The money is literally on its way to millions of Americans. So let's dive in and break down exactly what's happening and who's getting a check.
First, let's just talk about the sheer scale of this. We're talking about a confirmed $15.3 billion that has already been sent out in large lump sum back payments. And according to the acting commissioner, that's not even all of it. Billions more are still on the way. It's a massive amount of money.
So what does a number that big actually mean for individuals? Well, the average lump sum payment each person is getting is a pretty staggering $6,710. For a lot of folks, that is a life-changing amount of money to suddenly see arrive in a single deposit.
And it's not just about the back pay. This part is huge. On top of that big one-time check, the average monthly check will permanently go up by about $360. That's more than $4,300 extra per year, every year, for good. And this new higher amount, that becomes the new baseline for all future cost of living adjustments.
All right, this is the big question, right? Who actually qualifies for this money?
This is a very targeted payout, so let's get right into who is eligible.
Okay, so you need to know. This payout is going to a very specific group of about 3.2 million people. Now, to put that into perspective, that's only about 4% of all Social Security beneficiaries. So for the vast majority of people, the other 96%, this isn't going to apply. It's really aimed at correcting a very specific, long-standing issue.
The two rules had some pretty confusing names: the windfall elimination provision, or WEP for short, and the government pension offset, or GPO. For years, these provisions just meant that public servants were getting smaller Social Security checks than they should have.
And just look how long this has been going on. The GPO was put in place way back in 1977, and the WEP followed in 1983. So for over 40 years, these rules have been reducing benefits for millions of public servants, and you can imagine many of them felt they were being unfairly penalized. This fix has been a long, long time coming.
And listen, this wasn't just talk. This wasn't some proposal that fizzled out. The Social Security Fairness Act moved fast. I mean, really fast. It passed the House late last year, it cleared the Senate in December, and it was signed into law on January 5th. That signature is the direct trigger for all the payments that are going out right now. This is probably the most important detail of the whole thing. Even though the law was signed in January of this year, they made it retroactive all the way back to the beginning of last year, January 2024. People aren't just getting their benefits corrected going forward, they are being paid back for the entire period their benefits were unfairly reduced since the start of last year.
So here's how that rollout looks. That retroactive period covers all of 2024. The large one-time lump sum payments to cover that time, they're being sent out right now, all through February and March. And then, starting in April, the permanent increase to the regular monthly checks kicks in.
And it's not just about the back pay. This part is huge. On top of that big one-time check, the average monthly check will permanently go up by about $360. That's more than $4,300 extra per year, every year, for good. And this new higher amount, that becomes the new baseline for all future cost of living adjustments.
Now, what do you have to do to get this money? Here's the best part. Absolutely nothing. If you are one of the 3.2 million people who are eligible, you don't need to lift a finger. The Social Security Administration has confirmed it's all being distributed automatically. There is no application to fill out. The money will just arrive the same way you always get your benefits, which for most people means direct deposit right into your bank account. It's all designed to be completely seamless.
Billions of dollars in retroactive back pay and permanent monthly benefit hikes are being sent out. Who is getting it? About 3.2 million people who were affected by the WEP and GPO. Why is it happening? Because those two rules were seen as unfair and have finally been repealed. And how did this all happen? It's all thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, a new law that is now in effect.
You know, the Social Security Fairness Act really shows that it is possible to make major changes to the system to correct specific problems. This successful, targeted reform fixed a decades-old issue for millions of people. But it also opens up a much larger conversation, doesn't it? If this one area needed fixing, what other parts of the Social Security system might need updating to ensure it stays fair and stable for generations to come? It's a huge question, and one we'll all be exploring in the years ahead.
You go online and it seems like everyone is talking about one thing. Is a fourth stimulus check on the way? Well, the real answer, it turns out, isn't a simple yes or no, and it's definitely not a date on a calendar. Today, we're going to dig in and figure out what actually needs to happen for another check to even be a possibility. Okay, so this is it, right? This is the big one, the question on everyone's mind, and it's especially critical if you're on a fixed income, Social Security, SSDI, VA benefits. That hope for another payment is really, really strong. But to get a real answer, we've got to look beyond the headlines and get a handle on the economic reality of the situation. And honestly, this is the most important idea to grasp. A stimulus check isn't some scheduled payment. It's not a holiday bonus. It's an emergency tool, like a fire extinguisher in a glass case. Lawmakers don't just wake up one day and decide to send out money. Something major has to happen to force their hand. So the question isn't when, it's why. And that why? It's all about the health of the U.S. economy. So what are these big economic triggers? If you look back, every major stimulus payment we've ever gotten has been a reaction to a crisis. It's never proactive. So to figure out what might be coming, we have to learn to watch the same economic vital signs that the folks in Washington are looking at. I love this analogy because it makes it so clear when the economy, our patient, is healthy and doing well, you don't give it medicine, right? Of course not.
But when it gets sick, when it slides into a recession, that's when lawmakers reach for the medicine cabinet. And that stimulus is the dose they use to try and get things moving again. The sicker the patient, well, the bigger the dose of medicine.
Now, of all the vital signs they check, the job market is, without a doubt, the most critical. It's the big one. See, when people are working, money is flowing, the economy is humming along. But the second you see widespread layoffs and rising unemployment, that is a massive flashing red flag that the entire system is in trouble. That's the one thing that gets everyone's attention. And the way we measure this is with something called the official jobs report. You might hear it on the news as the non-farm payroll report. It comes out on the first Friday of every single month, and it gives us this incredibly detailed picture of what's happening with jobs all across the country.
So what's actually in this thing? Well, first, it's got the national unemployment rate. Is it going up, down? That's huge. Then it tells us exactly how many jobs were created, or, and this is the scary part, how many were lost that month. It even looks at average hourly earnings. Are people's wages growing, or are they stuck? And finally, the labor force participation rate. Basically, what percentage of Americans are actually working or trying to find work? If you see all these numbers turn negative and stay negative for a few months in a row, that's the clearest sign that our patient is getting sick.
And you know, this isn't just some abstract theory. If we look back at recent history, there's an undeniable pattern. Major economic problems have been followed consistently by stimulus payments. It's like a playbook they've used over and over again. Just look at this timeline. It lays it out perfectly. Back in 2001, after the dot-com bubble burst, the government sent out $300 checks. Then you fast forward to 2008, the huge housing crisis, the Great Recession. That amount doubled to $600. And then, of course, 2020. The pandemic shuts down the entire world economy, and that first check was $1,200. See the trend? Every single time a massive economic crisis was followed by cash payments directly to the people. You see it, right? It's not just that they sent checks. Look at the amounts. From $300 to $600, it doubled. From $600 to $1,200, it doubled again. Now, look, history isn't always a perfect predictor, but that's a pretty interesting trajectory. It suggests that with each new crisis, lawmakers felt the need for a bigger and bigger dose of that economic medicine. So, does this mean the next check would automatically be $2,400? Well, not so fast. This is just us looking at a historical pattern. It's pure speculation. Any future amount would depend entirely on how bad the next crisis is. A mild recession might only call for a small check, but a really deep economic collapse, a number like this could definitely be on the table. The size of the check is always tied to the size of the problem. And that brings us to another really critical idea. It's not just about how much money, it's about how it's sent out. See, the last few rounds of checks went to something like 85% of all Americans. But there's a growing argument that maybe, just maybe, that broad shotgun approach isn't the smartest way to do it. Let's compare these two ideas. Broad relief, that's what we're used to, goes to almost everybody. The problem is, a lot of people who get it don't really need it, so they save it. That doesn't help the economy, and it can actually push inflation higher. The other idea is targeted relief. This would focus the money only on low and fixed income folks, the people who are guaranteed to go out and spend it right away on necessities. This gives you way more bang for your buck with less risk of inflation. It could even mean multiple smaller payments over time instead of just one big one. And that is the absolute fundamental truth of all of this. We have to remember this. A stimulus check is not meant to be a contribution to your savings account. The entire purpose, the only purpose, is to get you to spend it. They want that money flowing through stores and businesses immediately. Buying food, paying bills, getting your car fixed. That spending is the jolt of electricity the economy needs to snap out of a recession. Okay, so let's put this all together. Instead of listening to rumors online, here's a clear, simple dashboard of what you should actually be watching for. These are the real signals. Think of it as a three-step domino effect. First, you'd see the warning signs. That monthly jobs report would start showing really bad numbers. Month after month, job losses, unemployment taking up a lot. Second, after enough bad data, the experts would make it official. We are in a recession. And third, it's only then, when the crisis is real and undeniable, that you'd see lawmakers in Congress finally scramble to put a stimulus package together, which would probably include direct payments.
So, the bottom line, the most crucial takeaway from all of this is this. Right now, with the economy as it is, a fourth stimulus check just isn't happening. The trigger isn't an online petition, it's not a politician's promise. The only trigger is a real, measurable, and significant economic crisis, one that's bad enough to force Congress to act. Understanding this lets you see past all the noise and know exactly what to look for.
And that kind of leaves us with one last big question to think about. We've seen the stimulus playbook change over time, right? The amounts got bigger, and now we're talking about new, more targeted strategies. So as our economy keeps evolving and faces new and different challenges, how will the government's medicine have to adapt to actually keep working? Something to think about. We've all been feeling that financial squeeze lately. Prices for everything just keep going up, but for a lot of people, incomes are just not. Now, we've seen those big stimulus checks before, right? But they didn't really seem to fix the problem for the long haul. So now a new idea is bubbling up. What if we could provide that support in a smarter, much more targeted way? Let's dive into this proposal and see how it tries to learn from the past. And this is the million-dollar question, isn't it? The relief we got from those past checks felt great for a minute, but then it was gone. And soon after, it felt like prices were even higher than before. So why didn't those huge payments create any lasting stability? Well, it turns out that's the exact problem this new, more targeted idea is designed to fix. All right, here's our game plan for this explainer. First, we'll talk about that financial squeeze. Then we'll take a quick look back at the last round of stimulus. From there, we'll get into the details of this new, targeted approach, unpack the science of spending behind it, and finally ask the big question: could this actually be a more efficient way to do things? So let's start with the reality that millions of people are facing every single day. For a huge part of the population, especially folks on a fixed income like Social Security, the last few years have been, well, they've been incredibly tough. Here's the core of the problem, right here. We all see the prices for gas, for groceries, for rent just going up and up. But if you're on a fixed income, your support payments often lag way behind. Those cost of living adjustments, they just don't always keep pace with how much things actually cost now. And that creates this painful gap, a gap this new proposal is specifically designed to fill. Okay, so to really understand why experts are even proposing a new way, we have to look back at what we did before and what the results were. The stimulus efforts during the pandemic were just massive. I mean, huge in both scale and reach. You probably remember this. Over about a year, there were 3 separate payments sent out. All told, it was $3,200 for each eligible person. And these checks were incredibly broad. I mean, they went out to something like 85% of the entire population. The goal was simple: get money into the economy fast during a really uncertain time. And the total price tag for all of that, just staggering. We're talking about $850 billion. Now, when you pump that much new money into the economy that quickly, well, you're going to get some side effects. And boy, did we ever. And here it is. This is the crucial lesson learned. All that new money chasing a limited amount of goods and services caused prices to spike. That's inflation. And a real tragic irony here is that inflation hit the low and fixed income households the hardest. The very same people the checks were supposed to be helping the most. So, taking that hard lesson to heart has led experts to a completely new idea. Instead of just spraying cash everywhere with a fire hose, what if we use more of a surgical tool? This new proposal is a total 180. Forget those one-time lump sum payments. We're talking about ongoing monthly checks. And this is the critical part. They wouldn't go to everybody. No, they would be focused only on low-income and fixed-income households, the people who are getting hit the hardest by those rising costs. And the proposed amount is pretty significant: $2,000 a month. Now, for a family that's struggling to keep up with rent, utilities, and groceries, that kind of stable, predictable support could be an absolute game changer. It's not a temporary Band-Aid. It's designed to create a more stable financial foundation, month in and month out. And the data on what happens to this money is just fascinating. Studies show that when a person with a low income gets an extra $2,000, they spend it, and they spend it fast, because they have to. Something like 80% of it is gone within just 10 days, and the rest is spent not long after. That money goes right back into local businesses, into the economy, which, is the whole point of a stimulus in the first place. Now, this idea of rapid spending isn't just a random guess. It's actually the core of the economic theory that makes this whole targeted approach so compelling to the people who support it. It's all about understanding who spends money and how quickly they do it. Economists have a name for this. It's called the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC.
I know it sounds super technical and jargony, but the idea is actually really simple. If you give someone an extra dollar, how much of that dollar do they actually spend? And how fast do they do it? This one concept is the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, it's so important to remember the goal here. A stimulus check is not a savings bond. As this quote says, its entire reason for existing is to get people to go out and spend it, to, stimulate the economy. It's right there in the name. And this is where that NPC idea becomes so powerful. See, folks with lower incomes have a high MPC. They spend nearly every extra dollar they get immediately on necessities like food and rent. That gives the economy a powerful, immediate jolt. On the other hand, higher income folks have a low MPC. They're much more likely to save extra cash, invest it, or pay down debt. And that's all fine, but it doesn't create the immediate economic stimulus that the payment was for.
So, when you put all of this together, what does it really mean for the future? Well, by understanding the science of spending, supporters of this idea argue that we can design a stimulus that's not only more effective, but also way more efficient. The advantage of targeting really boils down to this. You put the money in the hands of people who you know will spend it. And because of that, you can get the same economic boost with far less government spending overall. That helps you avoid triggering that massive, widespread inflation we saw last time, and it delivers support to the people who actually truly need it most.
And just look at this chart. This really shows you the potential difference in cost. I mean, compared to the $850 billion we spent before, experts believe a targeted approach could get a similar economic impact for just a tiny fraction of that cost, simply by getting the money where it will be used most effectively. And this is really the bottom line. It's about being more strategic. Instead of a financial fire hose that just soaks the entire economy, this approach is more like a precise injection of funds, right where they're needed most. You could get the same positive economic impact, but without that enormous price tag and the painful inflation that comes with it. This expert quote just captures the argument perfectly. It's pitched as a win-win. You get to provide real, meaningful financial relief to the people who are struggling the most, and at the same time, you stimulate the entire economy in a much healthier, more effective way. It's an approach that really tries to be both smart and fair. And so, this is the question we're left with. As we look ahead to future economic challenges, the lessons from the past seem pretty clear. This proposal offers a very different path forward, one based on precision, on efficiency, on targeting. Could this be the key to more effective economic support in the future? We've all seen the headlines about Social Security benefits going up, but then you get to the grocery store, you pay your bills, and you can't help but feel that squeeze. So why doesn't that check seem to stretch as far as it used to? Well, today we're going to dig into the numbers behind that exact feeling, and believe me, the answer is probably not what you're expecting. So let me just start by asking you this directly. I know it might sound like an obvious question, but it's really important. Do you honestly feel like your benefits have kept up with what it actually costs to live? I'm not talking about the official numbers they throw around. I mean the real price of things you have to buy every day. My guess is, for a lot of you, the answer is a big fat no. And today we're going to find out exactly why you feel that way. All right, so let's start with what's happening right now. The last few years where the squeeze has felt, well, especially tight. This is where you can really see that disconnect between the benefit adjustments we're getting and the prices we're all actually paying. Okay, now take a look at this. It really tells a story at just a glance. If you add up the cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, from the last few years, the benefit increases come out to over 20%. And that sounds like a lot, right? But look at that other bar. In that exact same time frame, the actual prices for goods and services shot up by 25, even 30%, according to groups like the Senior Citizens League. You see that gap right there? That's the problem. And to really put that 20% number into perspective, just look at the yearly CLAs themselves. We had that massive 8.7% increase, a 5.9% before that, then 3.2% and 2.5% this year. I mean, each one of those on its own seems pretty significant. Getting an 8.7% raise in 1 year is nothing to sneeze at. So when you add them all up, it looks like beneficiaries have gotten some pretty substantial raises. But like we just saw, substantial all depends on what you're comparing it to. But you know what? That recent squeeze is just the tip of the iceberg. To really get what's going on today, we have to zoom out and look at the last quarter century. And this is where the official story and reality just completely split apart. So we're going to set our clocks back to the year 2000. And look all the way through to today. That's a 25-year period. And we're not just picking this time frame out of a hat. Looking at a long stretch like this really shows us how these small, tiny differences can compound year after year into a massive problem. It's the long game that really shows us what's been happening. So what's the official story? Well, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS, which is the government's main source for all this, official inflation has gone up by 83.2% since the year 2000. That's the number policymakers look at. That's the official benchmark for the rising cost of living over these 25 years. And here's the real kicker. Over that exact same period, guess how much Social Security benefit increases have been? You got it, right around 83%. So, on paper, everything looks perfect. The system is supposed to make sure benefits keep up with inflation. And according to the official numbers, that's exactly what's happened. Case closed, right? Well, not so fast. This is where the whole official story just collides with what we're all actually living through. We're going to switch gears now from the government's index to what really happened to the prices of things we need to buy. This is the number that you feel in your bank account every single day. Now, before I show you this next number, let's just be crystal clear on what we're talking about. Real price increases. That's not some abstract theory. It's the actual tangible rise in the cost of, well, everything. We're talking about your rent, your groceries, healthcare, the electric bill, a new pair of shoes, gas for the car, literally everything you spend money on. It's the real-world inflation we all have to deal with. And here it is, the number. According to the analysis in our source material, since the year 2000, the actual increase in the price of goods and services has been a staggering 145%. Just let that sink in for a second. Not 83.2%, 145%. This isn't just a little bit off. It's a completely different reality from the official one. And this chart right here just brilliantly illustrates that chasm. On one side, you've got your benefit increases tied to official inflation at 83.2%. And on the other side, just towering over it, you have real-world prices that have shot up by 145%. This huge gap you see on the screen, that is the reason your benefits feel like they're not enough. It's not just a feeling, it's a cold, hard fact that's been growing for 25 years. So what does this gap actually mean for you? For your ability to buy things and pay your bills? Well, this brings us to what we call purchasing power. And we can now put a very precise number on just how much of it has vanished into thin air. The result is a 61.7% purchasing power gap. So what on earth does that mean? It means that the average beneficiary today would need a 61.7% raise, right now, today, just to be able to buy the same amount of stuff they could have if benefits had actually tracked real prices since the year 2000. It's a massive, massive shortfall. So how did we get to such a mind-boggling number? It's all about the power of compounding. Usually, compounding is your friend. Your raises build on top of old raises. But in this case, it worked in reverse. Every single year that the COLA was just a little bit short of real inflation, maybe 0.5% here, a full percent there, that little gap got baked in, and the next year's raise started from that slightly lower base. Over 25 years, all those tiny little annual shortfalls have snowballed into the enormous 61.7% gap we're looking at today. When you see all this data laid out, it kind of leads you to a very difficult and, frankly, a pretty provocative question. We know the what, a huge loss of purchasing power. But now we have to at least wonder about the why. How could such a massive discrepancy happen over such a long period of time? Now, the source material for this explainer brings up a really speculative but fascinating idea. It asks us to think about the possibility that maybe this wasn't an accident. The theory goes something like this. What if you knew Social Security was facing long-term money problems? If you could just tame the numbers a tiny bit each year, shave off a fraction of a percent from the COLA, could you, over time, stretch out how long the program stays solvent? Well, over 25 years, the answer is a definite yes. And so, that's the final question we're left with. Is this 61.7% gap, this enormous loss in your ability to keep up, is it just the result of a flawed way of measuring inflation, an unfortunate long-running oversight? Or is it possible that it represents a quiet, subtle, long-term strategy to manage the program's finances, right on the backs of its beneficiaries? The data doesn't give us the final answer, but it sure does demand that we ask the question.
The $2,200 bonus check. So here's our game plan. First up, we're going to unpack what this $2,200 bonus check thing is all about. Then we'll dig into the two very different types of retirees that actually inspired this whole idea. From there, we'll look at how the plan would actually shift benefits around, what the long-term goal of equilibrium even means, and finally, we'll tackle a pretty major critique that questions the very purpose of Social Security itself.
You know, before we even get to the nuts and bolts, let's just start with the one question that's really at the heart of this entire debate. When you think about a Social Security check, is it a nice little bonus on top of everything else, or is it an absolute necessity, the money you need to survive? It turns out the answer to that question might have everything to do with the actual dollar amount on the check.
Okay, let's dive right into this first part and get to the core of the proposal. It really all comes down to this one number that basically acts as a dividing line.
And here it is. The key number in this whole plan is $2,200 a month. You can think of it as a conceptual line in the sand. This is the threshold that, according to the proposal's research, really separates two completely different ways people experience their Social Security benefits.
Now you might be thinking, okay, $2,200, is that high, is that low? Well, here's the context that makes it so interesting. The average Social Security benefit for a retiree right now is just a little under $2,000 a month. So this proposed line in the sand isn't some far-off high-income number. It's actually really, really close to what the average American is getting today.
So why that number specifically? Where did $2,200 come from? Well, the logic behind it all comes from studies that found beneficiaries tend to fall into two very distinct camps, and it all depends on which side of that line their monthly check falls.
The data paints a picture of two different worlds. For people getting less than that $2,200 threshold, their payment is what you'd call a necessity check. I mean, this is the money they count on for rent, for groceries, for the basics. But for those getting more than $2,200 a month, the story changes. They are much more likely to have other sources of income, right? Things like pensions, 401ks, investments. So for them, the Social Security check feels less like a lifeline and more like a bonus. It's a nice extra, but it's not what's keeping the lights on.
And this quote right here, it just nails the core idea that's powering this whole proposal. It's a pretty simple observation, right? The more money someone gets from Social Security, the less they tend to rely on it, and the more it starts to feel like bonus cash. That single idea is the justification for this entire reform.
All right, so we get the why behind this dividing line. We see the logic. But what about the how? What are the actual mechanics here? How would a plan like this work in the real world?
Okay, so the plan basically unfolds in 3 steps. First, it would gradually start to reduce the monthly benefits paid out to the highest earners. Step 2, and this is a really big one, it would limit how much of the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA, that those high earners get. So their benefits would grow a lot slower. And third, and this is crucial, the money saved from those first 2 steps doesn't just disappear. It would be directly reallocated to boost the checks for the lower income folks.
So, and this is probably the most important thing to get about this plan. This is not about cutting Social Security spending overall. Not at all. It's about an internal redistribution. The whole idea is to shift funds from the people who see it as a bonus over to the people who desperately need it as a necessity. It's about strengthening the safety net for the people who need it most, using the money that's already in the system.
But what's the end game? I mean, this isn't just about a few tweaks here and there. There's a much bigger, long-term vision. And that vision is to reach a state they call equilibrium. Let's take a look at what that actually means.
So what on earth is equilibrium? Well, the long-term goal is to dramatically narrow the gap between the biggest Social Security checks and the smallest ones. The idea is that over time, by giving more to those at the bottom and slowing the growth for those at the top, all the benefit payments would slowly start to converge towards some kind of middle ground.
Now, I've got to stress, this isn't something that would happen overnight, not even close. The proposal lays out a very slow, very gradual process. It could take 20 years, maybe even longer, to get there. You'd move from the big disparities we have today through a decade or more of slow reallocation until you eventually hit that projected state of equilibrium.
Okay, as you can probably imagine, a plan this radical faces some serious pushback. And the main criticism isn't just about the numbers. It's a deep, philosophical question about what this change would fundamentally turn Social Security into.
The big fear for critics is that by pushing all benefits towards this equilibrium point, you're essentially transforming Social Security into a form of guaranteed basic income, or GBI. And a GBI is a totally different animal. It's a system where everyone gets a standard payment from the government, no matter what they paid in. That idea runs completely counter to the way Social Security was originally designed.
Let's really break down this critique. The number one concern is that this plan changes Social Security's entire purpose. It would shift it from being an earned benefit, something you get based on your work history, to being a needs-based program, kind of like welfare. Critics also point out a huge risk.
What if this new equilibrium benefit ends up being too low to actually help anyone? But maybe the biggest issue for them is that it completely breaks that sacred link between what you pay into the system and what you get out of it.
This table just lays out the debate perfectly. On the left, you've got Social Security as we know it today. It's an earned benefit. What you get is directly tied to your lifetime earnings. But on the right, you have this proposed new system, and its basis isn't your work history, it's need. The goal isn't to reward your contributions, it's to provide a standard floor for everybody, which means all the benefit levels eventually have to merge together.
So at the end of the day, that's what this entire proposal forces us to grapple with. It's a fundamental question about the very identity of Social Security. Is it supposed to be a safety net for everyone, making sure no one falls below a certain level? Or should it remain a reward system, a program that reflects a lifetime of hard work and contributions? The answer to that question is going to shape retirement for millions of Americans for generations to come.
Today, we're digging into a really interesting report that kind of flips the script on one of the biggest tools the government has, the stimulus check. We're going to break down this idea that argues for a radically different and way more focused way to get the economy going.
So, this is the big question, right? When the economy hits a rough patch, the go-to move is often to send out money to get people spending again. But is sending a check to basically everyone the best way to do it? Or is there a smarter, maybe more surgical way to get the job done, possibly with fewer headaches? That's exactly what we're going to explore. Here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll look at the problem with past stimulus plans. Then we'll get into a key economic idea called MPC. It's at the heart of everything. From there, we'll see who actually spends stimulus money, which leads us to this new idea for a targeted approach. And finally, we'll zoom out and look at the bigger picture.
Okay, let's dive right in. To really get why this new proposal even exists, we have to look back at what we've already tried and the problems that came with it.
You probably remember this, right? I mean, over about a year, the government rolled out this massive economic plan. 3 different checks went out to the vast majority of Americans. The idea, of course, was to keep the economy from sinking during a really weird time. But the sheer scale of it, we're talking trillions of dollars sent to about 85% of the population, is a huge part of this story.
So here's where it gets interesting. According to the report we're looking at today, this whole send money to everyone strategy was, and I'm quoting here, a bad move. Why? Well, the report argues that all that cash didn't just stimulate the economy, it kind of overheated it. It poured fuel on the fire of inflation, creating that classic problem of too much money chasing too few goods, which, as we know, just drives prices up for everybody. The argument is that this was a totally avoidable side effect of a strategy that just wasn't aimed very well.
And that brings us to the core concept of this whole thing. You know, to really understand the solution they're proposing, we first have to get comfortable with one key bit of economic jargon.
Yep, it all comes down to 3 little letters, MPC. I know, it sounds super technical, but the idea behind it is actually incredibly simple. It's really all about figuring out what people are going to do when they get a little extra cash.
And there it is, marginal propensity to consume. Really, all it means is, what's your tendency to spend new money? Think of it as a measure of urgency. If I handed you an extra dollar right now, how much of it would you go spend almost immediately, and how much would you stick in a savings account? Someone with a high MPC spends it right away. Someone with a low MPC, well, they save it. And if you're trying to fire up an economy, knowing who's who is everything.
So now that we have this idea of MPC in our back pocket, let's see how the report actually uses it. This is where we start to see how different groups of people behave very, very differently. So the report basically splits everyone into 3 buckets. First, you've got your high MPC folks, who are usually people with lower incomes. Then you have the medium MPC group, your typical middle-income households. And finally, the low MPC group, who tend to have higher incomes. And you probably noticed the pattern here, right? As income goes up, that urgency to spend any new money tends to go down. Let's make this super clear. Imagine a $2,000 check lands in 3 different bank accounts. According to this research, the person with a high MPC, who's likely living paycheck to paycheck, is going to spend almost all of that money immediately on things they need. The person in the middle, they might spend about half and save the other half. But the person with a low MPC, who's already financially comfortable, they're probably going to save almost all of it. They might spend a tiny bit, but not right away. And that difference in behavior is the entire basis for this report's argument. And check this out, it's not just if they spend it, it's the speed. This is the absolute key. The report found that high MPC folks spend a whopping 80% of that money within just 10 days. Boom, it's instantly back in the economy.
Now compare that to the low MPC group who spend less than 20% in that same amount of time. So if your goal is to get the economy moving now, the data here points in a very, very clear direction.
Okay, so based on this deep dive into who spends and who saves, the report lays out a totally different game plan for the next time we need stimulus. Think less fire hose and more surgical strike.
This quote from the report just cuts right to the heart of the matter. From the government's point of view, stimulus isn't a gift, it's an economic tool. I mean, the official name for them was economic impact payments. The whole point is to have an impact. Money that gets saved, well, it doesn't have an impact. It has to be spent to do the job it was designed for.
So, what does the report actually propose? It focuses on this number, $2,000. But the real kicker isn't just the amount, it's who gets it and how often. The big idea here is for ongoing monthly payments of $2,000.
So here's the plan in 3 simple steps. First, you identify the people who are actually going to spend the money, the low-income, high MPC group. Step 2, instead of a one-and-done check, you send them a reliable $2,000 payment every month for a few months. And what's the result? Step 3, you get the biggest possible boost to the economy, because pretty much every single dollar sent out gets put to work immediately. It's all about maximum efficiency.
And just look at how this plays out. Of that single $2,000 payment, $1,600 is already out there in the economy within 10 days. It's paying for rent, for gas, for groceries. The other $400 is usually gone within a month. This is exactly what stimulus is supposed to do. Create a fast-moving current of cash flowing through businesses.
All right, so let's pull back and put these 2 strategies side by side. The old, broad approach versus this new, targeted one.
And I mean, the difference is pretty stark. On one hand, you have the broad approach. It costs close to $1 trillion, went to 85% of the population, including millions who just saved it, and as the report argues, it carried a high risk of sparking inflation. On the other hand, you have this targeted approach. It would cost way less, just a few $100 billion. It goes to a much smaller, focused group, and because you're injecting less total cash into the system, the report says the risk of causing that kind of runaway inflation is much, much lower.
And really, that's the bottom line of this whole thing. A targeted strategy, the report concludes, gives you a much bigger bang for your buck. It accomplishes the main goal, getting money circulating fast, but it does it for less money and with fewer negative side effects. It's about helping the people who truly need it in a way that helps the entire economy.
So that leaves us with this final question. The next time the economy takes a nosedive, and it will, policymakers are going to face this exact choice again. Do they go with the broad approach that hits everyone but risks being inefficient and inflationary, or do they try something more precise, focusing the money where it will have the most immediate punch? It's a huge question, and the answer will shape how we handle recessions for years to come.
Today, we are going to tackle a huge question, one that I know is on a lot of people's minds, especially if you're on a fixed income. And that question is all about financial relief. Is more on the way? But to find the answer, we're not going to get bogged down in politics. Nope, we're going to follow the data, we're going to look at the history, and we're going to track the economic signals that tell the real story.
All right, let's just jump right in. Is 2025 the year we finally see another stimulus check? Maybe for $2,000, maybe even more? I mean, let's be real, people are struggling. It's been a tough few years, and a lot of folks are looking for any kind of break they can get. So what's really going on? Are we going to see another big round of payments hit our bank accounts next year?
You know, the funny thing is, the answer to that question has nothing to do with petitions or online chatter. Lawmakers don't just act because we ask them to. The real trigger, the thing that actually makes a stimulus payment happen, is 100% tied to the health of the U.S. economy. And once you grasp that connection, honestly, the whole picture gets a lot clearer.
So let's break this down. There's a fundamental principle at play here, a kind of simple rule that dictates when the government decides to step in with this kind of major financial help. And it's actually a pretty predictable mechanism. That is, if you know what you're looking for.
I want you to picture a seesaw at a playground. On one side, you've got the strength of the economy. On the other side, you have the likelihood of a stimulus check. Now, when the economy is strong, it's booming, unemployment is low, companies are hiring, that side of the seesaw is planted firmly on the ground. The chance of stimulus? Very, very low. But what happens when the economy gets weak? When it starts contracting, unemployment starts ticking up, and you hear whispers of a recession? Well, that side of the seesaw goes way up in the air, which brings the stimulus side crashing down, making it way more likely.
This brings us to a concept called inverse correlation. Now, I know that sounds a little jargony, but the idea is super simple. When one thing goes up, the other goes down. They're opposites. A stimulus payment isn't a reward for a good economy. It's a rescue tool for a weak one. The government uses it when they think the economy is about to fall into a recession and it needs a jolt to get people spending again. This is probably the single most important thing to understand in all of this.
And look, this isn't just some theory. It is a clear, undeniable pattern that we have seen repeat itself every single time our economy has faced a major crisis, for more than 2 decades now. History really gives us a crystal clear roadmap here.
Just think back over the last 3 major recessions. In 2001, the dot-com bubble burst. And what happened? Stimulus checks were issued. Fast forward to 2008, the housing market completely collapses, and it takes the entire economy down with it. The government's response? You guessed it, stimulus checks. And then, of course, in 2020, the pandemic shuts down the entire world, triggering a massive recession. And what did they do? Once again, stimulus checks. It's the same play every single time.
Let's look at the actual numbers. Back in 2001, after that tech bubble popped, the government sent out checks for $300. Now, at the time, that was seen as a pretty big deal to try and stabilize things. Then we jumped to the massive financial crisis of 2008. The economic damage was just immense. So the government responded again, but this time the checks were for $600. Keep that number in your head. It doubled from the last recession.
And that brings us to 2020. The economy basically slammed on the brakes overnight. It was completely unprecedented. So lawmakers passed the CARES Act, and that very first stimulus check, it was for $1,200. Do you see it? That number doubled again from the 2008 amount.
And this is where it gets really fascinating. Because when you put these numbers side by side, it's not just random. A very clear and kind of curious trend emerges. It's a distinct pattern of escalation.
I mean, the math here is it's incredibly straightforward. From $300 in 2001, it doubled to $600 in 2008. Then from $600, it doubled again to $1,200 in 2020. Every single time a major recession hits, that initial relief payment has doubled. That can't be a coincidence, right?
So naturally, this makes you ask the question, if this historical trend were to continue, what would the math suggest is next? Well, if you double $1,200, you get $2,400. Now, let me be perfectly clear. This is not a prediction. It's not a promise. It's simply an observation based on a very clear historical pattern. But it is a pretty interesting thought, isn't it?
Okay, so this all brings us to the most important question of all. If a weak economy is the trigger, what are the specific red flags we should be watching for right now as we head into 2025? Think of this as your personal toolkit for seeing what's coming down the tracks.
All right, these are the headlines you need to pay attention to. First, rising unemployment claims. This is the big one. It's a direct signal that businesses are hurting and jobs are being lost. Second, keep an eye on the Federal Reserve. When the Fed starts cutting interest rates like they began to do in September of 2024, it's their way of saying, uh-oh, things are slowing down too much. They're trying to give the economy a shot of adrenaline. And finally, just listen to the language on the financial news. When you hear words like softening, slowing, or contracting over and over again, those aren't just buzzwords. That's the consensus that the seesaw is starting to tilt.
And you have to remember, while the economic slowdown can feel kind of gradual, the actual shift into a full-blown crisis and the government's response can happen in the blink of an eye. Seriously. Just think back to early 2020. In February, most of us were living our lives completely normally. By March, everything was shut down. And by early April, stimulus checks were already starting to hit people's accounts. It can go from 0 to 100 in just a matter of weeks. It happens that fast.
So, the real takeaway here is this. Your best forecast isn't going to come from listening to politicians' promises or signing online petitions. It's going to come from you paying attention to those key economic signs we just talked about. The economy tells the real story, long before any official announcement is ever made. The data, that's the real crystal ball.
So, as we wrap this all up, the picture becomes pretty clear, right? We have the seesaw rule. A weak economy triggers stimulus. We have the historical precedent. It has happened in every single major recession for the last 25 years. And we have that wild doubling effect in the amounts. History has basically drawn us a map, and it leaves us with one final provocative thought. The pattern seems to be set in stone. The only real question left isn't if it will repeat, but when. There's some major buzz around a proposal that could put an extra $1,400 directly into the pockets of millions of people on Social Security. In this explainer, we're going to break down exactly what this proposed payment is all about, where the idea even came from, how it might actually work, and what it really signals about the future of retirement benefits in America. Okay, let's get right to the heart of it. A really prominent advocacy group is asking a powerful question. Should Social Security beneficiaries get a special, one-time payment of $1,400? I mean, it's a pretty bold idea, and believe me, it's starting to gain some serious traction.
$1,400. That's the number right at the center of this whole conversation, and it's coming from the Senior Citizens League. They're calling it a catch-up payment. It's designed to fix a financial shortfall they say has been building up for years. Now, to really understand why, we first need to talk about this growing gap in the system.
To get why there's such a big push for this payment, you've got to understand the problem it's trying to solve. And that's something called the cost of living gap. Put simply, it's this disconnect between the official annual increase that people get in their benefits and the real-world costs they're facing every single day.
You see, every year Social Security benefits get adjusted. It's called the cost of living adjustment, or COLA for short. The whole point of the COLA is to make sure your benefits purchasing power doesn't shrink when the price of everything else goes up. In theory, it's supposed to keep things balanced. But as you'll see, a lot of people are arguing the theory just isn't matching reality anymore.
Now look, any increase is helpful, of course, but advocacy groups are really sounding the alarm here. They're arguing a figure like this just isn't cutting it. It's not enough to cover the true financial pressures that seniors are dealing with, especially when it comes to the absolute essentials.
And this quote right here from the Senior Citizens League really gets to the core of it. They talk about a sharp erosion in purchasing power. What does that mean in plain English? It means that even with those yearly adjustments, the actual value of a Social Security check is shrinking. The money just doesn't go as far as it used to. And the reason for this? Well, it comes down to how the COLA is calculated.
So here's the technical part, but it's really important. The current COLA is based on something called the CPIW. That's an index that tracks the spending habits of urban workers. But advocates are saying, wait a second, retirees have totally different budgets. So they're pushing to switch to the CPIE, which is based on the spending of people 62 and older. And here's the crucial part. The CPIE gives more weight to costs like healthcare and housing, two of the absolute biggest expenses for seniors. The argument is simple. By using a measurement based on workers, the system is consistently underestimating the real inflation that retirees are facing.
And this brings us right back to the solution that's been making all the headlines. To fix this gap between the official COLA and people's real-world costs, the Senior Citizens League has put forward a direct, tangible idea, a one-time catch-up payment.
Okay, let's lay out the specifics. Nice and simple. The who is the Senior Citizens League. The what is a one-time payment of $1,400. And a really key detail here is the for whom. They're suggesting this payment should go to all Social Security beneficiaries. That includes folks getting retirement benefits, supplemental security income, or SSI, and Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI. And the fundamental why? It's to compensate for all those years where the COLA just didn't fully cover rising costs, essentially giving people a lump sum to help them get back on their feet.
So how would this actually happen? Well, first, it would be a single payment, sent out to everyone who's eligible. Second, and this is really important, it's designed as a bonus. It would be in addition to the regular annual COLA, not a replacement for it. And finally, there's a precedent for this kind of thing. The government already has ways to do this, modeled on relief efforts from the past, like the economic recovery payments back in 2009, or even the recent stimulus checks. So the infrastructure to make it happen is already there.
Now, while that $1,400 catch-up payment is getting a ton of attention, it's really important to note that it's not the only idea being floated to boost benefits. There are other proposals out there that take a very different approach to solving the exact same problem.
An alternative, and you could argue more structural idea, is a permanent, ongoing, monthly increase to benefits. This isn't about a one-time fix, it's about fundamentally raising the baseline of what people receive every single month, year after year. This approach is famously part of a piece of legislation called the Social Security Expansion Act.
So let's actually compare the financial impact here. The catch-up proposal, that's a one-time boost of $1,400. A huge help for immediate needs, for sure. The Social Security Expansion Act, on the other hand, proposes a $200 increase every single month. Over a full year, that adds up to a $2,400 increase in benefits. So you see, it's less money right up front, but it provides a sustained, predictable income boost month after month. They're just two very different strategies aiming for the same goal.
So whether we're talking about a one-time payment or a permanent monthly raise, both of these proposals really stem from the same conclusion. The current system just isn't working the way it was intended to.
And that brings us to the much larger debate about the future of the cost of living adjustment itself, and really the financial security of millions and millions of Americans.
Let's just recap the core arguments for why a change is needed. First, the COLA calculation is flawed. It just doesn't reflect what seniors are actually spending their money on. Because of that, their buying power has been seriously eroded for decades. And the stakes here are incredibly high. For almost 40% of beneficiaries, Social Security is their only income. And what's the result of all this? An estimated 7.3 million seniors are living on less than $1,000 a month. These aren't just numbers on a page. For so many people, this is a genuine financial crisis.
And all of this leaves us with the ultimate question. It's not really about if costs are rising. We all know they are. The real debate is how our most important social safety net should adapt to that new reality. Should it be with one-time targeted relief payments, or should it be through a permanent structural change to how benefits are calculated and paid out every single month? That's the conversation that's going to shape the financial future for millions of people.
You know, it's the question that's on pretty much everyone's mind. Are we going to see another stimulus check in 2025? Well, to get to the answer, we're not going to look at the politics of it all. Nope, we're going to look at the data and a really fascinating historical pattern that just might hold the key.
So let's just get right to it. Is 2025 the year we see a fourth stimulus check? Look, the answer isn't a simple yes or no, but the clues, they're kind of hidden in plain sight. You just have to know where to look. And today, that's exactly what we're going to do, uncover them, piece by piece.
And this is the most important part, the thing that a lot of people miss. We tend to think that stimulus checks are just a political football, right? But the data, it tells a totally different story. The decision to send out stimulus has always been tied to just one thing, the health of the U.S. economy.
Okay, so the best way to wrap your head around this is to picture an economic seesaw. It's a really simple but super powerful idea that perfectly explains the relationship between how the country's doing and when the government steps in with financial aid.
So on one side of this seesaw, you've got a strong, booming economy, right? Jobs are everywhere, unemployment is low, things are looking good. When that's happening, there's absolutely no reason for the government to be injecting cash into the system. But when that seesaw tips over to the other side, now the economy is weak. It's softening, maybe even shrinking. Unemployment starts to creep up. And this is the environment where stimulus isn't just possible, it becomes way, way more likely.
This quote really gets to the heart of it, an inverse correlation. All that means is that two things move in opposite directions. Think of it like this. As the economy's health goes down, the probability of a stimulus check goes up. They are perfectly balanced against each other. And honestly, this is the single most important rule for figuring out if any future stimulus is on the table.
And listen, this isn't just some theory we're talking about. It's a pattern, a very clear one that we can trace through every single major recession we've had in recent memory. Each time the U.S. economy has hit a major wall, the government has responded in a surprisingly consistent way.
Let's just run through the history real quick. Back in 2001, the dot-com bubble burst. And what happened? Stimulus. Then in 2008, the housing market completely collapsed, leading to the Great Recession. The response? Stimulus again. And of course, in 2020, a global pandemic basically shut down the entire world. The result was the biggest stimulus package in history. See the pattern? Major economic crisis is always followed by major financial intervention. Every single time.
All right, so let's put some actual numbers on this. After that 2001 recession, the government sent out checks for $300. It was meant to be a shot in the arm for the economy, to get people out there spending again. Now remember that number, $300.
Okay, now fast forward 7 years to the 2008 crisis. The government sends out checks again, but this time they were for $600, exactly double the last amount. Is that just a coincidence? Maybe. But let's see what happened next.
And then came 2020. The economy was in an absolute freefall, and boom, the first round of stimulus checks went out for $1,200. Are you seeing it now? It was $300 in 2001, which doubled to $600 in 2008, which then doubled again to $1,200 in 2020. This isn't just a coincidence, it's a fascinating and frankly undeniable historical trend.
Okay, so that's the history lesson. The pattern seems crystal clear. But what does any of that mean for us, right here, right now? Well, to answer that, we have to look for the exact same warning signs that showed up before those past recessions. Is our economic seesaw starting to tip?
You'll hear economists use this term a lot, economic softening. Sounds kind of gentle, doesn't it? But you should really think of it as the first rumble you feel before the train comes roaring down the tracks. It means the powerful engine of the economy is starting to lose steam.
We're not in a full-blown recession yet, but this is that critical phase right before one. And for a while now, we've been seeing the signs.
So, what are these current warning signs? Well, first off, rising unemployment. We're seeing more and more people filing for jobless claims, and that is a classic red flag. Second, the Federal Reserve has started cutting interest rates. They only do that when they see economic weakness on the horizon. And third, borrowing money is just plain expensive right now. These high costs are putting a huge pinch on everyone, from small businesses to families. These three things together are classic signs of economic softening.
And here's something that is so important to remember. This stuff can happen incredibly fast. We like to think we'll see a recession coming from a mile away, but that's not how it works. I mean, think about it. In January of 2020, the economy looked fine. By March, a $2.3 trillion stimulus package was being passed. We went from totally normal to a historic bailout in about 30 days. That's how quickly the seesaw can tip.
So all of this, it brings us to our final point. We've talked about the economic seesaw, we've seen the clear historical pattern, we've looked at the warning signs flashing right now, and when you put all of that together, you get what some people have started calling the 2400 theory.
I mean, just look at it laid out right here. It's so simple. A $300 check after the 2001 recession, then a $600 check after 2008, a perfect double. Then a $1,200 check after 2020, another perfect double. If this three-part pattern holds true just one more time, well, the math is pretty simple, isn't it? Which leads us to the final, provocative question. Does history suggest that the next stimulus check could be for $2,400? Now, let's be very clear, this is not a prediction, it's not a promise. It's just an observation based on a remarkably consistent historical pattern. If the economy does tip into a recession, and if the government responds the same way it has for the last three downturns, then doubling the last amount isn't just a wild guess, it's a projection based on the data. The only way we'll know for sure is to keep watching those signs, because as history shows us, time and time again, the economy always tells the real story.
Okay, let's talk about two numbers that are, well, everywhere right now. A $200 monthly raise and a $2,000 stimulus check. You've probably heard about them, right? But what's the real story? Today, we're going to cut through all the noise and get you the straight facts on where these ideas actually stand. So, what's really going on here? Are these actual legitimate proposals? Could you potentially get one or maybe even both? Look, with costs going up, it's no surprise that any kind of financial relief is a huge topic of conversation. So let's dive in and separate what's real from what's just wishful thinking. All right, first up, let's tackle that $200 monthly raise. This is the one that's gotten a ton of attention, so we're going to break down exactly where it comes from, what it's supposed to do, and, what's holding it up. So where did this $200 number even come from? Well, it's not just pulled out of thin air. It comes from a real piece of legislation called the Social Security Expansion Act. Now, this bill aims to do a few things, but the part that has everyone talking is a straightforward $200 boost to monthly payments. That's an extra $2,400 a year, which for millions of people would be a massive deal. Okay, this right here is the single most important thing you need to know. As of right now, this is still just a proposal. It has not been passed into law. The Social Security Expansion Act is an idea floating around Congress, but it hasn't crossed the finish line. So just to be super clear, nobody is getting this extra money yet. So why hasn't it passed? Well, it's kind of stuck in a really big debate. The original idea was pretty simple. Give an extra $200 to everybody on Social Security, no matter what their income is. But there's a counter-argument for a more focused approach. What if that money only went to the people who need it the most, like folks living below the federal poverty line? And this quote from our source material really gets to the heart of it. Does every single beneficiary truly need an extra $200 a month? Well, the argument is probably not. The thinking is that if the proposal was narrowed down to focus just on lifting the lowest earners out of poverty, it might have a much better chance of actually getting passed. Okay, let's switch gears now and talk about that second big topic, the idea of a fourth stimulus check. Now, this is a completely different animal. It's not a permanent raise, it's a one-time thing, and the whole conversation around it is driven by a totally different set of circumstances. The number that keeps popping up is $2,000. A one-time payment. Our source material calls it a potential one-off pick-me-up for people who are really struggling. So it's not meant to be some kind of permanent solution. It's more like a direct cash injection to help people get back on their feet when times are tough. So why a one-time check instead of a permanent raise? Well, they're for two totally different things. A raise is about your long-term income. A stimulus check, on the other hand, is like an emergency response. It's a reaction to a bad economy, designed to give people immediate help. That's why its approval is economically predicated, which is just a fancy way of saying it only happens if the economy really starts to struggle.
Now, if a stimulus check did get approved, figuring out who gets one would probably look pretty familiar. The biggest hurdle, number one, has always been income. Based on past checks, there'd be a clear income cutoff. If you're below that line, great. Then you move on to other things like having a social security number and not being claimed as someone else's dependent. But yeah, income is always that first big gate you have to pass through.
And this, of course, leads to the big question. Let's just say, hypothetically, both of these things got approved. Could a person actually get the $200 monthly raise and the $2,000 stimulus check? The short answer is absolutely yes. You could, hypothetically, get both. Why? Because they're two totally separate programs. They're funded differently, and they're designed to solve different problems. One has nothing to do with the other. And here's the best way to think about it. The $200 raise would become a permanent part of your monthly Social Security benefit. It's a benefit increase. The $2,000 check is a one-and-done stimulus payment for economic relief. They're like apples and oranges. They just don't overlap. But wait, you might be wondering, wouldn't that extra money from the raise push my income too high to qualify for the stimulus? It's a fair question, but for the vast majority of people on a fixed income, the answer is no. An extra $2,400 a year would almost certainly not push you over the kind of income limits we've seen for stimulus checks in the past. Okay, so we've looked at the proposals, the what-ifs, the hypotheticals, but now it's time to come back down to earth. Let's talk about what's actually happening right now. What is the real-world status of these two ideas today? So let's just be perfectly 100% clear. That $200 monthly raise we talked about from the Social Security Expansion Act, it has not passed. It's still just a proposal. And that fourth stimulus check, same story. It has not been approved. Right now, neither of these payments are happening. They are ideas, not laws. No checks are in the mail. But, they face very different challenges to becoming a reality. And this brings us to probably the most important takeaway of all. If you want to know if a stimulus check is on the horizon, don't watch the political news. Watch the economic data. Lawmakers only really consider this kind of thing when the economy takes a serious nosedive, and a lot of people are hurting financially. The real story isn't in the headlines, it's in the economic reports. So in the end, these two different ideas really highlight a bigger question. What's the best way to create financial security? Is it a permanent structural change to benefits, like that $200 raise? Or is it a targeted emergency shot of cash, like a stimulus check, when the economy gets rough? For now, both ideas are on the table, but they're definitely off the books. The only thing we know for sure is that this conversation is far from over. You ever wonder what it would actually take for another stimulus check to be sent out? Well, the answer might surprise you. It's not really about politics. It's all about economic data. So today, let's break down the dominoes that have to fall for that to happen. All right, let's just dive right into the biggest question of all. It seems kind of backward, right? But the answer is, yeah. A weaker economy has always been the single biggest trigger for widespread government stimulus. Let's get into why that is. Okay, first things first. We have to understand why this topic even keeps coming up. I mean, it's not just people being curious. For millions, this question is a direct reflection of their own wallets right now. And this quote, this really gets to the heart of it, doesn't it? This is the kind of thing you see in comment sections everywhere. When people are really struggling just to cover the basics, that whole conversation about financial relief, well, it gets really loud and it gets really constant. This is probably the most crucial thing to get. Yeah, stimulus checks are passed by politicians, but they're not really a political tool. A better way to think of them is like an economic emergency brake. You only pull that lever when the whole system is slowing down fast and needs a serious jolt to get going again. So that brings us to the trigger itself. What does a weak economy actually look like on paper, in terms of the data? And how do those numbers signal to lawmakers that, hey, maybe it's time to step in? This chart lays it out perfectly. It's like two sides of the same coin. On the left, you've got all the signs of a healthy, humming economy. But on the right, those are the alarm bells. When economists see a big nationwide shift from the left column to the right column, especially that jump in unemployment and a drop in spending, that's the signal. That's when you know the economy's in trouble, and the talk about intervention really starts. This whole cycle of the economy tanking and then lawmakers scrambling to do something, It led a few of them to float a pretty radical idea. What if the help just happened automatically? The idea was called automatic stabilizers. And you can just think of it like a simple if-then command for the economy. If unemployment hits a certain number, then relief payments are automatically sent out. The whole goal was to get money into people's hands way faster by cutting out the slow, messy legislative part. Now, the downside is less oversight, but the focus was on speed. Now, this proposed system gives us a really clear window into how policymakers think about this stuff. And even though this plan never became law, the logic here is absolutely key. It ties stimulus directly to one specific number, the unemployment rate. The plan was super simple. If unemployment hits, say 6%, boom, a payment goes out. If it gets even worse, boom, another one follows. It just shows you how central that single data point is to the whole discussion. Okay, so let's shift gears and look at how this plays out in the real world right now. How does a slowing economy actually turn into money in your bank account? This is the typical chain reaction. And man, it usually happens fast. It all starts with that rapid economic contraction. And in response, lawmakers don't just act, they act big. They scramble to pass these enormous spending bills. Once a bill gets passed, a small slice of that massive pie is carved out and sent directly to us, the consumers. And it's all for one reason: to get people spending again and restart that economic engine. And it's so important to remember this. The checks themselves are almost never a standalone thing. They're usually just one piece of these gigantic, multi-billion, sometimes trillion-dollar packages with these big, sweeping names. The direct payments, they're kind of like the little bone thrown to regular folks inside these much, much larger spending bills. I love this old stock market saying because it perfectly captures why lawmakers have to move so fast. You know, an economy usually grows pretty slowly, methodically, like walking up a flight of stairs. But when it falls fast, like an elevator with the cables cut. It's that sudden, sharp drop that creates the urgency, the political pressure to pass something, anything, quickly. So, here's another way to look at it, and it's a bit more controversial. Some economists actually see recessions as a totally normal, maybe even necessary, part of the business cycle. They call it a big old reset, a chance to clear out the old, inefficient stuff and make way for new growth. From this point of view, stimulus checks aren't really about stopping the reset, but more about cushioning the fall for everybody during that painful, but maybe inevitable transition. Okay, so we've got all these moving parts, all this data, GDP, inflation, consumer sentiment. So if you want to know what the real chances are of another stimulus, it really just comes down to one number. There is one indicator that stands head and shoulders above the rest in predicting what the government will do next. It gives us the clearest, most immediate picture of what's happening to the economy's health right now. And that number is, you guessed it, the unemployment rate. This is the 30,000-foot view. It tells you, in really broad strokes, whether the country is growing or shrinking. So why does this one number matter so much? Well, because a rising unemployment rate kicks off a really nasty, vicious cycle. Businesses start cutting jobs because their revenue is shrinking. But that means people have less money to spend, which, you guessed it, shrinks business revenue even more. It's a downward spiral, and lawmakers try to use stimulus to break that cycle. That's why a consistently rising unemployment rate is, without a doubt, the most important catalyst to watch. And all of this leaves us with a pretty provocative final thought. If a weak economy is what triggers financial help, does that mean we actually have to go through a painful economic reset for widespread relief to even become possible? It's a really complicated question about the tangled relationship between collective hardship and government help. So is a fourth stimulus check coming in 2025? It's a question I see literally every single day, especially from folks on a fixed income, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, VA benefits. In this explainer, we are going to break down the one critical factor that actually decides if another check gets sent out. And I'll tell you right now, it's probably not what you think. Let's get into it. This really is the big one, isn't it? After everything we've been through, the economic craziness, the rising costs, so many of us are hoping for just a little more relief. And look, this isn't just a casual question. For millions of people, it's about financial survival. So we're going to get to the bottom of what it really takes for another check to happen, because the way it works is not what most people believe. And you've got to understand, this financial pressure, it's not just hitting the lowest incomes anymore. The context here is just so important. When people who are earning six figures are struggling more than ever before, well, that tells you there's a major problem in the wider economy. And that is exactly why this question about another stimulus keeps coming up with such urgency, and it's coming from everyone.
Okay, so how do we get from all that widespread financial pain to an actual check landing in your bank account? A lot of people, and maybe you're one of them, believe the answer is to just make our voices heard, right? Call up lawmakers, sign petitions. But is that really how this works?
And here it is, maybe the single most important thing to understand in all of this. The idea that we can petition our way to a stimulus check. It's a complete myth. According to our source, it has nothing to do with that. The decision is not based on political pressure. It doesn't matter how many voicemails get left or how many emails flood their inboxes. The only trigger is, and always is, 100% based on the economy.
All right, so if it's all about the economy, what's the actual purpose of a stimulus payment? Let's be clear, it's not just a handout because the government is feeling generous. It serves a very specific, very technical function in their playbook. And this right here reveals the real intention. Officially, the government doesn't even call them stimulus checks. The technical term is Economic Impact Payment, or EIP. I mean, the name says it all, doesn't it? The whole goal is to have an impact on the entire U.S. economy, not just on our personal finances. So here's how the process actually works. First, and this is the non-negotiable part, the economy has to hit a wall. We're talking a major contraction, a full-blown recession. Only then does the government move to step 2 and send out money. And that leads directly to step 3. They give us that money with one goal in mind, for us to immediately go out and spend it, pumping that cash right back into businesses to stimulate activity and hopefully stop an economic freefall.
Now, this might sound a little harsh, but it's the core of the whole strategy. The source puts it very bluntly. The whole point of stimulus is to use us. We, the public, become the tool, the delivery mechanism for the government's economic plan. They're not interested in us saving it or paying off our debt with it. No, they want us to buy stuff, to jumpstart that stalled economic engine. And all of this leads to one critical word, recession. We keep bringing it up because according to the source, a fourth stimulus check is simply not even a possibility without one. So let's look at why this one event is the only catalyst that truly matters. I absolutely love this analogy from the source. Think of the economy like a video game that's gone haywire. What do? You hit the reset button and start over. Well, from an economist's point of view, a recession kind of works the same way. It's painful, for sure, but they see it as a necessary correction that can fix huge underlying problems, like out-of-control inflation. So why is a painful thing like a recession the only real trigger? Well, because a major economic slowdown is the only thing powerful enough to force big systemic changes. When people stop spending, companies are forced to lower prices to get you to buy. That slowdown also forces the Federal Reserve's hand. They have to cut interest rates to try and get things moving again. It is the primary, absolutely non-negotiable condition for stimulus. Here is another fantastic way to think about how the economy moves. You know, investors have this old saying, the markets take the stairs up and the elevator down. What that means is that economic growth is usually slow, steady, step by step. But when a downturn hits, oh, it is not gradual. It's sudden, it's fast, and it's a steep drop, just like an elevator with the cable cut. And we saw this elevator down concept play out perfectly back in 2020. I mean, think back for a second. January 2020, life was pretty normal. By February, things started to feel a little weird. And then just 1 month later, boom, the whole country was in lockdown and stimulus payments were already being sent out. That's how fast the trigger can get pulled when a major catalyst hits. Okay, so that brings us right back to today. We understand the theory. We know the only real trigger is a recession. So what are the signs we should be watching for right now that could tell us that elevator down moment might be coming? And this is where we run into a major conflict. Officially, the Federal Reserve will always project strength. They pretty much have to, right? Because admitting weakness could cause a panic, and that becomes its own problem. But underneath that calm, confident surface, there are a whole bunch of warning signs that things aren't nearly as good as they want us to believe. The source describes it in pretty dramatic terms. The alarm bells are ringing. The red lights are flashing. And for a lot of people, it already feels like we're in a recession. The data is starting to back that feeling up, too.
These high interest rates are just crushing spending, and credit card debt is at an all-time high. The whole economy is in a really fragile state where any new unexpected event could be the nudge that sends it down and sends it down super fast. So, when you boil it all down, we're left with this one question. Is the economy right now just teetering on the cliff, waiting for that final nudge? Because the possibility of a fourth stimulus check doesn't depend on politicians. It doesn't depend on petitions. It depends entirely on the answer to that question. And that, you can be sure, is something we'll all be watching very, very closely. What if every single person on Social Security, retirees, folks with disabilities, everyone, got the exact same monthly check? Not based on what they earned during their career, but on one universal standard. We're going to dive into a pretty radical proposal to set a flat benefit for everyone, right around $2,200 a month. This could totally reshape America's biggest social program as we know it. Okay, so first things first, why are we even talking about an idea this huge? Well, it's because it's trying to solve a really fundamental problem that's kind of baked into the Social Security system right now, a massive and frankly growing divide between the highest and lowest paid beneficiaries. I mean, just look at this. The scale of this gap is pretty staggering. On one end of the spectrum, you have some people getting as little as $50 a month. 50! And on the other end, the maximum benefit is over $5,000. That's not a gap, you know? That's a canyon. And it basically mirrors the same income inequality we see all across the economy.
And that massive gap has a very real, very human cost. This number right here, 11 million, that's how many seniors in this country are currently living below the federal poverty line. For so many of them, their Social Security check just isn't enough to feel secure. And this right here is the exact problem a flat benefit is trying to fix.
And you know, even if we look at the averages, the picture isn't all that great. The average retirement benefit is just under $2,000, and the average for disability, or SSDI, is even lower, just under $1,600. Now, that might sound okay to some, but when you factor in the crazy inflation we've all been dealing with, the actual buying power of that money is shrinking fast, and it leaves a lot of people on incredibly tight budgets.
So you've got a problem this big. How do you even begin to fix it? Well, the solution being proposed isn't some minor tweak. It's a complete overhaul. The whole idea is to move away from our current earnings-based system to something way simpler and, yeah, a lot more radical.
And here it is, the whole proposal in a single number, a flat, universal monthly benefit of about $2,200 for everyone. It wouldn't matter if you were a CEO or a part-time worker, or whether you're getting retirement or disability benefits. Everyone would get the same foundational payment. For millions of people, that would be an absolutely life-changing increase.
So what would this actually do? It would fundamentally change what Social Security is. Right now, it works kind of like an earned pension, right? Your benefit is calculated with this complex formula based on your 35 highest earning years. A flat benefit system just tosses that out the window. It turns the program into a true social safety net, one that provides a uniform financial floor for absolutely everyone. The big question, of course, is how in the world could you get from our system today to that one? You can't just flip a switch overnight, that's for sure. The proposal gets that, and it lays out a very gradual, long-term plan for rebalancing the whole thing. Okay, so this is really the nuts and bolts of the plan. For people at the very top of the benefit scale, those annual cost of living adjustments, the COLAs, they would stop. Instead, their benefit might even be reduced by a tiny percentage each year. And that money would then be used to actively boost the benefits for people at the bottom. The idea is that over, say, 5, 10, maybe even 20 years, the two ends would slowly move toward each other until they meet at that middle point, that equilibrium, like the proposed $2,200.
So where would all that money saved from the high-end benefits go? Well, there are a couple of ideas on the table. One option is to just redirect all of it to boost payments for lower-income folks, which would make that convergence happen faster. Another idea is to split it 50-50. Use half to raise the floor for those who need it most, and put the other half back into the Social Security Trust Fund itself. That could help with those long-term solvency problems we're always hearing about. Now, a change this dramatic isn't just about the numbers on a check. Not at all. It represents a really deep philosophical shift in how we think about the purpose of Social Security. And it actually has a lot in common with another big idea that's been gaining a lot of steam lately. And that idea is guaranteed basic income, or GBI.
You've probably heard about the pilot programs popping up all over the place. They're all based on a simple idea. Give a specific group of people a set amount of money every month, no strings attached. A flat Social Security benefit would basically turn the program into the largest GBI in the world, one that's focused on seniors and people with disabilities.
And this slide, this really gets to the core of the change. We would be moving from a system that says you get back a benefit related to what you put in, to a system that says as a member of this society, you are guaranteed a basic level of security. It's a fundamental move from rewarding the individual to supporting the collective. So, as you can probably imagine, a proposal this transformative is controversial, to say the least. It kicks up a really fierce and fundamental debate about what's fair, what our responsibilities are to each other, and really the very nature of the social contract.
The main argument against it is captured perfectly by this quote. For a lot of higher income folks, Social Security isn't a welfare program. It's a pension they paid into their entire lives. They played by the rules, they paid more in taxes, and they planned their whole retirement around the promise of a higher benefit. To them, cutting that benefit feels like the government breaking a promise.
So the whole debate really boils down to this. On one side, you have people saying this is the most powerful tool we could ever imagine to fight poverty among the elderly and disabled. It creates a simple, fair safety net. But on the other side, critics are saying it's just fundamentally unfair to people who paid more in, and it pulls the rug out from under those who plan their lives based on the system we have now. It's a clash of two very, very different visions.
And that really leaves us with the ultimate question here. At the end of the day, what is Social Security for? Is its main purpose to reward a lifetime of work based on what you paid in? Or is it to guarantee that no senior or person with a disability has to live in poverty? This proposal really forces us to pick a side, and the answer to that question is going to define the future of retirement for generations.
You know, what would it actually take to get another stimulus check? It's a question that's on pretty much everyone's mind. But the answer, and this might surprise you, it has nothing to do with petitions or our personal bank accounts. So in this explainer, we're going to cut right through all that noise and show you the real economic signals, the actual triggers that government officials are watching.
So what is the trigger? You know, we keep hearing the economy is strong, but for a lot of us, that just doesn't line up with what we see in our daily lives. So it's totally natural to wonder if more help is on the way. But the answer isn't hiding in our personal finances. Nope. The real trigger is found in the bigger economic picture.
All right, so here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we're going to talk about the real trigger. Then, we'll get into how to decode the jobs report and those signals from the Fed. After that, we'll look at the history because there's a clear pattern. And finally, we'll get to the bottom line. Okay, first up, the real trigger. To really get what makes a stimulus check happen, we have to make this really crucial shift in how we look at it. It means we got to stop thinking about our own money for a second and start thinking about the health of the entire U.S. economy. Now, this might sound a little harsh, but stimulus checks are not a response to public demand or because individuals are struggling. They aren't triggered just because we ask for them. The reality is, policymakers, they're not looking at individual bank accounts. They're looking at the entire economic landscape. This slide right here lays out the government's priorities perfectly. On the left, you've got the things that feel so important to us, our bank balances, our bills, right? Well, to them, that's essentially noise. What actually gets them to act are the big picture things on the right, the overall health of the U.S. economy, clear signs of it shrinking, and the risk of a full-blown recession. And, you know, this quote from our source material really says it all. The entire stimulus machine is built around one thing, the economy. The checks get approved when the economy starts to break down or enters a recession. It's not so much a lifeline for us as it is a tool for them to manage the economy. So if it's all about the economy, how do they measure its health? Well, the single most important barometer they have is the monthly jobs report. Let's decode what it tells us, because honestly, it gives the clearest picture of what's really going on out there. Every first Friday of the month, this report is released, and trust me, it is a huge deal. It tells us how many people are working, how many are unemployed, if wages are going up or down, everything. It's considered one of the biggest factors because, well, a country's workforce is the engine of its economy, plain and simple. And this is where we see the real-world impact behind those percentages. When the unemployment rate goes up by just 1%. That sounds small, right? But that single percentage point represents roughly 1.8 million people losing their jobs. A tiny little tick upwards, say 0.1%, means 180,000 people are suddenly out of work. The scale is just massive.
And this is exactly why a rising unemployment rate is so dangerous. It kicks off this vicious cycle. It starts slowly. A few people lose their jobs, so they stop spending money. Then the businesses they used to go to see their sales drop. And to survive, those businesses have to cut costs, which usually means, you guessed it, laying off more people. The whole thing starts to snowball, gaining momentum, and it can drag the entire economy down with it. That is the exact scenario that puts stimulus on the table.
Okay, next up we have signals from the Fed. Beyond the jobs report, the Federal Reserve sends these little hidden signals about the economy's health. And the biggest clue? Their decisions on interest rates. Which brings us to a key question. We constantly hear that the economy is strong. But if that's actually true, why would the Fed ever cut interest rates? Think about it. High rates are used to cool down a strong economy. So when they start talking about cutting them, what are they really telling us?
So here's the hidden signal. When the Fed starts cutting interest rates, especially if they do it aggressively, it's a direct admission that the economy is weaker than the official story suggests. They're trying to get ahead of a problem. By making it cheaper to borrow money, they're hoping to get people and businesses to spend more and prop things up. It's their flare gun in the sky saying, hey, trouble's brewing.
Now, this isn't just some theory. This whole response mechanism, a weak economy leading to government action, it's not new. In fact, if we look back over the last, say, quarter century, we can see a very clear and predictable pattern starting to emerge.
The historical pattern is it's undeniable. In every major recession over the last 25 years, the government's response has included stimulus checks. In 2001, after the dot-com bubble burst, in 2008 during the Great Financial Crisis, and of course, most recently in 2020. Each time the economy took a nosedive, they responded with direct payments. So the takeaway here is that there's a playbook. When the economy contracts in a bad way, the government reaches for the same tool. So anyone who argues they'll never do it again, well, they're ignoring some very clear history.
So let's get to the bottom line. We know that stimulus is triggered by a weak economy, not by what's in our bank accounts. But what's the logic here? Why are direct checks the go-to solution?
This is the core of it, right here. We, the citizens, are the delivery mechanism. When the economy is spiraling downwards fast, the government needs to pump cash into it immediately to stop the bleeding. And what is the absolute fastest way to do that? Give it directly to millions of people who will then go out and spend it. It's not really a gift to us, it's using us as a tool to get money moving again.
And don't think for a second that this would be a slow process. I mean, the government can be notoriously slow, but not with this. They can move with incredible speed. You remember late December 2020? A stimulus bill was signed on a Monday, and direct deposits started hitting bank accounts on Tuesday, the very next day. So, the ultimate takeaway is this. You no longer have to just passively wait for some announcement on the news. Now you know the signs to watch for yourself. A rising unemployment rate and a Federal Reserve that's starting to cut interest rates. When you see those signals, you'll know the economic conditions are aligning for that stimulus playbook to be used once again. Now, you can be the one who sees it coming. Today, we're going to dive into a fascinating new study that completely rethinks those stimulus checks a lot of us received a few years back. It asks a really simple but powerful question. Was there a much smarter way to handle that economic rescue? The answer? Well, it might just change how we think about this stuff forever. Let's get into it. Yeah, you remember it, right? Seeing that direct deposit hit your bank account during what was a really, really uncertain time. For a lot of folks, it was an absolute lifeline. For others, well, maybe it just went straight into savings. This new research suggests that by being a lot more deliberate about who gets the money, we could create a system that's not just more powerful, but a whole lot more efficient too. So to really understand this new proposal, we first have to rewind and look at the old one. Economists have been digging through mountains of data from those 3 big stimulus rounds, and they found some pretty big problems with that money for everyone approach. Let's unpack what they learned. Okay, so the first issue was just the sheer scale of it all. Checks went out to 85% of the entire US population. Think about that. The goal was to get money into the economy fast, no questions asked, but the study argues this was like using a fire hose to water a houseplant. It was just way, way too broad. And, of course, that super broad approach came with a truly colossal price tag. We're talking about roughly $850 billion with a B. That's an incredible amount of money. And when you're spending that kind of cash, you really, really want every single dollar to count. According to this research, a lot of those dollars simply didn't. And here's maybe the biggest unintended consequence of them all. all that cash flooding the system at once contributed about 3 percentage points to the inflation that we've all been feeling. You can almost hear the whoops moment in the research. Sending so much money to so many people, a lot of whom didn't need to spend it right away, just helped pour fuel on the fire of rising prices. So the takeaway is pretty clear. It was incredibly expensive, inefficient, and it came with that inflationary sting in the tail.
Okay, so if blanketing the entire country with cash isn't the best way to go, what is? Well, the answer lies in a really simple but incredibly powerful economic idea. It all comes down to understanding the fundamental difference between two types of people, the spender and the saver. Now, the fancy official term for this is the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC. I know, sounds a little complicated, but it's really not. All it means is this. If I give you an extra $1, what are you most likely to do with it? Are you going to go out and spend it pretty much immediately? Or are you going to stick it in the bank or maybe pay down some debt? That simple question is the absolute key to unlocking a smarter stimulus. So let's break this down. On one side, you have people with a high MPC. These are typically your low-income folks, people on a fixed income. When they get some extra cash, it immediately gets spent on necessities. We're talking rent, groceries, gas for the car. It gets put right back into the economy. On the other side, you have people with a low MPC. These are usually higher income individuals. When they get an extra check, they're far more likely to save it, invest it, maybe pay off a credit card bill. That money doesn't really move. For a stimulus to actually work, you need spenders, not savers. It's that simple. So how do you take this idea of MPC and turn it into an actual concrete plan? Well, this is where the study gets really exciting. It suggests a completely different strategy. Instead of small checks for everyone, it proposes larger, ongoing checks for a very, very specific group of people. And here it is. The proposal is for ongoing $2,000 monthly checks. But the most important word on this slide is only. These payments would be hyper-focused, going exclusively to those low-income, high-MPC individuals, the people who are guaranteed to put that money right back into circulation. It's like switching from a shotgun to a laser beam.
And the data on this is just crystal clear. The study found that when a high MPC person gets that $2,000, their spending is incredibly fast and predictable. About $1,600, that's 80%, is spent within the first 10 days. The rest of it is gone within a month. This is exactly what you want for economic stimulus. The money doesn't just sit there, it moves, it creates a ripple effect, paying for groceries, car repairs, new shoes for the kids, you name it. You know, it all just comes back to the original goal. The source material puts it perfectly. We're not looking for savers, we're looking for spenders. The entire point is to get money moving, to stimulate the economy. And to do that, you have to give it to the people who are actually going to spend it. It's right there in the name.
So when you put it all together, you take the lessons from the past and you apply this logic of MPC, you end up with a proposal that the study argues is just better from every angle. It's smarter, it's cheaper, and it's way more effective. Let's just recap the huge advantages of this kind of targeted strategy. The advantages are pretty amazing when you lay them out. First, you get a much bigger bang for your buck, a greater stimulative effect because the money is actually spent, not hoarded. Because of that incredible efficiency, the total cost would be significantly less than that $850 billion program from before. But just as important, it sends meaningful, ongoing support directly to the people who are struggling the most, all while avoiding the waste of sending checks to people who just save it. It really is a win from every single angle. And that really leaves us with the big final question, doesn't it? We've seen the flaws of the old model and the compelling logic of this new one. This idea of moving away from these broad, universal payments toward highly focused, targeted financial support, it could be a major turning point in how governments respond to economic crises. It really feels like a blueprint for a future where help isn't just more generous for those who need it most, but a whole lot smarter for the economy as a whole. All right, let's dive into a topic that has so many people talking. We're going to break down this new proposal that could mean an extra $1,400 for Social Security beneficiaries. What is this catch-up payment all about? Let's get into it. So, this is the big question, right? Could a check for $1,400 actually be on the way? You've probably seen the headlines, and it's really easy to get confused. So what we're going to do is cut through all the noise and figure out, what's fact, what's just talk, where this idea is coming from, and what it could actually mean for the millions of people who depend on Social Security. And here it is. This is the number at the very heart of this whole conversation, $1,400. Now, this isn't just some random number they pulled out of a hat.
It's a very specific amount for a one-time payment, and the whole idea behind it is to give a real, tangible boost to people who are feeling the squeeze financially. Okay, so where did this idea even come from? It's really important to note this is not a bill that's been passed into law or anything like that, but it is a formal proposal from a pretty influential group. So let's take a look at who's behind this push and what exactly they're proposing. The group pushing this idea is the Senior Citizens League, or TSCL for short. Now, they're a nonpartisan organization, meaning they're not tied to one political party. Their whole mission is to fight for older Americans, and they've officially put this proposal on the table, calling for that $1,400 payment to go to absolutely everyone who gets a Social Security check. That means folks getting retirement benefits, SSI, and SSDI, the whole shebang. Let's just break down the nuts and bolts here. First, and this is key, it's a one-time payment, not a monthly thing. Second, it's meant for everybody on Social Security. They call it a catch-up payment because the goal is to make up for lost ground. And finally, and this is really important, this would be extra money on top of the regular annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, that you already get. So that leads us to the real question. Why? Why are they asking for this now? Well, it all boils down to something they call the inflation gap. Think of it like this. Your benefits might go up a little bit each year, but the cost of everything you need to buy is going up way, way faster. There's a gap. And that gap is getting wider and wider, and advocates say the current system just isn't keeping up. This quote from the TSCL really hits the nail on the head. That phrase, erosion in their purchasing power, that's the whole story. It just means that the money you get doesn't buy what it used to. Even with the yearly adjustments, the cost of absolute necessities, we're talking groceries, a roof over your head, and medical bills, is just skyrocketing past what your benefits can cover. And to give you some real-world context, the TSCL is projecting that the COLA for 2026 is going to be about 2.6%. Now, 2.6% sounds okay, maybe, but when you do the math, for the average person on Social Security, that's less than $50 a month. And the people behind this proposal are saying, come on, that is nowhere near enough to close that inflation gap we were just talking about. And you know, this isn't just what one organization thinks. They did a survey, and the results were, well, they were pretty staggering. A full 96% of the people they asked said that the way the COLA is calculated is just wrong. They believe it should be based on different data. I mean, think about that. You can barely get 96% of people to agree on anything. It shows there's a huge belief that the system is broken. So that brings us to the math. How does the government actually figure out the COLA every year? Well, it all comes down to a specific economic measurement, and there's a huge debate raging right now over whether it's the right tool for the job. Okay, quick COLA 101, just so we're all on the same page. COLA stands for Cost of Living Adjustment. In theory, its job is simple, to make sure your benefits keep up with inflation. The idea is that your check should buy you the same amount of stuff this year as it did last year. But the big debate is whether it's actually doing that job anymore. This right here is what the entire argument is about. Right now, the government uses something called the CPIW. It tracks what city workers and clerical staff are spending their money on. But does a 40-year-old office worker spend money the same way a 78-year-old retiree does? Probably not. The CPIW doesn't put a lot of weight on things like healthcare, which, as we all know, is a massive expense for seniors. The proposed fix is to switch to something called the CPIE, which is the Consumer Price Index for the elderly. It specifically tracks what people 62 and older are spending money on, and it gives much more weight to those big-ticket items like housing and medical care. Now, it's really important to see that this $1,400 idea isn't just happening in a vacuum. It's actually part of a much bigger conversation that's been going on for years. There are several different ideas floating around out there, all trying to solve the same problem: how to get more money into the pockets of Social Security beneficiaries. If you just look back over the last few years, you can see a pattern here. Back in 2020, there was a lot of talk about a $200 a month permanent increase. Then, just this year, the Social Security Expansion Act was brought back to Congress. That one includes a $2,400 a year boost. And now we have this new idea from the TSCL for a one-time $1,400 payment. They're all different roads, but they're all trying to get to the same destination. So this chart kind of lays it all out pretty clearly. You've got two main game plans on the table. The TSCL's idea is like a quick injection of cash, that one-time $1,400 payment to help people catch up right now. Then you've got the Expansion Act, which is a more long-term structural change, an extra $200 every single month forever. They both want to help, they just go about it in totally different ways. Okay, We've talked about the what and the why, but now we have to get to the most important part of this whole discussion, reality. Where do these ideas actually stand right now? Because understanding their status is the key to knowing if any of this talk could turn into actual money.
Let me be absolutely 100% clear about this. The $1,400 payment and the $200 monthly increase, they are just proposals. They are ideas. They are not laws. They have not been passed by Congress. They have not been signed by the president. There is absolutely no guarantee that either of these will happen. This is the very beginning of a long political conversation, not the end of it.
So, if you're going to remember just a few things from our chat today, let it be these. First, an important advocacy group, the TSCL, is fighting for a one-time $1,400 payment. Second, they're doing it because they believe the yearly COLA isn't working, creating that inflation gap. Third, the fix, they say, is to change how the COLA is calculated, switching from the CPIW to the CPIE. And finally, remember this is just one idea among several designed to boost Social Security. And really, that's where all of this leaves us. We're left with this huge question. Everyone can see that the cost of living is going up, and people on fixed incomes are feeling it the most. The calls for some kind of change are getting louder. So will any of these ideas, the one-time check, the monthly raise, changing the formula, will any of them get enough traction to actually become a reality? That's the question we'll all be watching.
You know, we've all been hearing the chatter about another stimulus check. But today, we're going to dig into an argument that says maybe we're all asking the wrong question. What if the next round of aid wasn't for everybody, but was laser-focused on the people who truly needed the most?
I mean, you see it all the time, right? Is another $1,400 check coming? It's the question, and for a lot of people, the hope that just doesn't seem to go away.
But the analysis we're looking at today completely flips that on its head. It stops asking if we should send out more money and starts asking a much sharper question: who should actually be getting it? And you know, that one little change shifts the entire conversation from just a universal handout to a really precise tool for helping people.
So let's start with the big idea here. The financial struggle in this country, well, it's not a one-size-fits-all problem, is it? We're not all in the same boat. So why would we all need the exact same lifeline?
And the argument laid out here is super direct. It says, look, sending a check to almost everyone is just not the most efficient way to solve the problem. The real power could come from a targeted rescue mission for those who are really, truly struggling right now. This whole thing really sets up a clear choice between two very different philosophies. So how does this targeted idea actually stack up against those big, broad stimulus checks we've all seen before? Let's break it down.
Okay, so on one side, you've got the way we've done things before. Broad, universal checks that went out to something like 85% of the entire population. And yeah, that came with a really high price tag, but on the other side, you have this proposed approach. It's focused, it's targeted, it goes only to low and fixed income folks, which means the cost is much, much lower and way more concentrated. It's basically the difference between casting a giant net and using a scalpel.
So, if we're going to get targeted, who exactly are we talking about? Who is in this group? Well, the analysis points to a pretty specific slice of the population that's facing the toughest financial battles.
The starting point is a number that's, well, it's kind of hard to ignore. 40 million. Right now, there are 40 million people in this country living in poverty. That is a staggering figure all by itself.
But believe it or not, that 40 million is just the beginning. When you widen the lens just a little bit to include people who are very low income, the ones living just a hair above the poverty line, that number explodes to about 100 million people. Let that sink in. That means for every 3 people you meet, one of them is struggling in a pretty significant way.
All right, let's talk money. Because when you actually run the numbers, the argument for being more targeted gets incredibly clear. So how do the costs really compare?
So check this out. To send a one-time $1,400 check to 50 million of the most vulnerable people, that would cost around $70 billion. If you expand that to the full 100 million people living in or near poverty, you're looking at about $140 billion. Now, I know, these are massive numbers, but context is everything here.
And here is where that context just becomes jaw-dropping. That targeted check for 50 million people, $70 billion. The last universal check that went out, a colossal $358 billion. The difference isn't just big, it's on a completely different planet.
Let me put that another way, because this is really the heart of the whole financial argument. For the price of that one universal check,
You could send five separate checks to the 50 million people who need it the absolute most. Just imagine that. The potential for providing sustained, meaningful help is just, wow, it's on a whole other level.
But of course, anytime you talk about sending out billions of dollars, there's always that one huge question that hangs over the entire conversation, and that's inflation. What would this kind of spending actually do to the economy?
It's the critical question, right? Wouldn't pumping even $70 or $140 billion into the economy make prices spike for everyone? I mean, that's what a lot of folks think happened with the last few rounds of stimulus.
Well, the argument here is that it all comes down to how the money gets spent. People with low incomes are way more likely to use that money for immediate, essential needs. We're talking about groceries, keeping the lights on, paying for medicine, or just trying to pay down some debt. They're not running out to buy new TVs or book vacations.
So here's the crucial point. Because this money is going straight to essentials, to covering costs that already exist, it helps people stay afloat without necessarily overheating the whole economy. This analysis suggests the impacts on inflation would be negligible. That's a huge contrast to universal checks, which can definitely fuel widespread consumer spending and drive up prices.
And that really brings us to the final thought here. What we've walked through is a case built on some pretty simple math and really clear data. It suggests that by focusing our help where it's needed most, we could actually have a much bigger impact for a fraction of the cost. So the question it leaves us with is this: could this data-driven approach be the blueprint for how we handle economic support from now on?
The next 8 days, well, they're going to be absolutely pivotal. A whole series of key economic reports are about to drop, and they will directly, and I mean directly, impact the size of your 2025 benefit increase. Think of this as the final weather forecast before the big storm, except this time we're forecasting your money. And we're here to break down exactly what's at stake. The stakes for Friday's report are just incredibly high. A strong report, one that shows a lot of hiring, tells us the economy is on pretty solid ground. But a weak report? That could signal serious trouble ahead. Last month's report, for instance, was super low. What's even more concerning is that the 2 months before that were revised down to incredibly low numbers. So if those numbers get revised down again on Friday, we could actually be looking at negative job growth. And that, my friends, is a massive red flag for recession. It would mean we are way closer to the edge of an economic cliff than a lot of people realize. Ultimately, the data we're about to get does way more than just calculate your COLA. It will heavily influence the Federal Reserve's next decision on interest rates. And here's why that matters to you. If the jobs report is strong and inflation is high, the Fed is probably not going to cut interest rates. But if the jobs report is weak and inflation is low, they might be encouraged to cut rates to help stimulate the economy. And lower interest rates make it cheaper for all of us to borrow money for cars, homes, business loans, which encourages spending and can give the economy a little boost. Right now, a lot of people are predicting a rate cut, so you can bet the Fed will be looking at these next 2 reports very closely.
So that's really this central question we're facing, isn't it? Will the data from these next days confirm a solid benefit increase for 2025, or is it going to start flashing warning signs about the health of the economy? The numbers released this week and next, they're going to provide the answer. They're setting the financial stage for 2025, and we'll be watching right alongside you.
Today, we are going to get into something that really hits home for tens of millions of people: Social Security. But look, this isn't going to be some dry lecture about spreadsheets and trust funds. We're going to explore a completely different vision for the future, one where financial security isn't just a far-off dream for seniors and people with disabilities, but something they can actually count on. The ideas we're covering today could mean a total transformation, not just in bank accounts, but in peace of mind, in health, and in simple human dignity. So here's what we're going to cover. We'll start with the big picture, the vision. Then we'll break down 3 major proposals: a $200 monthly boost for everyone, some huge changes for SSI, and a plan to make sure the whole system is secure for the long haul. And then we'll put it all together to see what the real combined financial impact looks like for different people. Let's dive in. All right, first things first. It is so easy to get lost in all the numbers, the percentages, the names of these different acts. But we have to remember what's really at stake here. This is not just some accounting problem. It's all about the human side of these policies. And this quote just hits the nail on the head. You know, behind every single number we're about to talk about, there's a real person, a senior who's trying to decide if they should buy groceries this week or pay for their prescription, a person with a disability who literally can't save a dime for an emergency because they're afraid of losing their benefits, a couple that can't get married because the system would actually punish them financially. So as we go through all the details, just keep this idea in your head. This is about letting people finally breathe a little easier. Okay, let's get into the first big proposal, the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard about this one. Its core idea is super direct, really easy to grasp. It's all about providing immediate and widespread help to every single person who gets a Social Security check.
So the heart of this act is a $200 a month increase for every beneficiary, straight up. But what does that really mean? A flat $200 has a very different impact depending on where you're starting from. So let's look at the real numbers for real people.
For your average individual retiree, this boost takes their monthly check from about $1,838 to over that $2,000 mark. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For someone on the minimum benefit, it's an even bigger deal. We're talking a 21% increase. And for a married couple, that's almost $5,000 extra every single year. This is real, tangible help that shows up in the bank account right away.
So what can you actually do with that extra money? I mean, $2,400 a year isn't just some number. It's freedom. It's the freedom from having to make impossible choices. It could mean finally affording to go to the dentist. Getting cleanings, fillings, maybe even new dentures, which has a huge impact on your overall health. It's getting new glasses so you can actually read a book or see your grandkids' faces clearly. It's the start of an emergency fund, so a flat tire doesn't turn into a total financial disaster. It could cover your whole utility bill every month or a big chunk of your groceries. It's the difference between being stuck at home and actually having the money to travel and see family. That's what we call quality of life.
But hold on, because the Social Security Expansion Act has another piece to it. It's a little more technical, but over the long run, its impact could actually be even bigger than that flat $200 raise. It's all about how your benefits keep up with the rising cost of living year after year.
Okay, so right now, the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is calculated using something called the CPIW. The big problem is that index tracks what younger working people are buying. It doesn't really get what seniors actually spend their money on, and for them, a much bigger chunk goes to healthcare. So the proposal is to switch to something called the CPIE, the Consumer Price Index for the elderly. This one is specifically designed to track senior spending. It gives a much more accurate picture of their costs. And what that means is a slightly higher COLA each year, usually about 0.2 to 0.3% higher. Now, I know that sounds tiny, but just wait. Let's see how that little change builds up over time.
And this is where you see the magic of compounding. Let's say we have a retiree who's getting $2,000 a month after that $200 boost. Okay, fast forward 10 years. That tiny little difference in the COLA formula means their monthly check is now $72 higher than it would have been. Now, let's go to year 20. The difference has grown to an extra $181 a month. And when you add it all up over those 2 decades, that small technical tweak puts an extra $22,000 into that retiree's pocket. For someone planning a 30-year retirement, that is a massive, massive improvement in their long-term security.
Now, while that across-the-board increase and the COLA change help pretty much everyone, the Social Security Expansion Act has one more provision that is absolutely life-altering for one group in particular, people who were lifelong low-wage workers. We're talking about folks who spent 30-plus years in tough, low-paying jobs and are now facing a retirement in poverty. 57.9%. Just let that number sink in for a second. That's the proposed increase for the minimum Social Security benefit. It's a complete game changer for the people who need it the most. Let's see what that looks like in actual dollars. Okay, here's the reality check. Right now, the minimum benefit is about $950 a month, which is way below the poverty line. The proposal here is to set a brand new floor, tying the minimum benefit to 125% of the federal poverty level. That would immediately boost it to $1,500 a month. That is an extra $550 every single month. That's $6,600 a year. This one change literally lifts people who worked their entire lives, home health aides, farm workers, people who worked in childcare, out of poverty and gives them a shot at a life with some basic dignity. It's basically saying that a lifetime of work is worth more than poverty. All right, next up, let's shift our focus to another, even more vulnerable group, people who receive supplemental security income, or SSI. These are some of the lowest income Americans, and many have severe disabilities. The SSI Restoration Act is all about modernizing this critical safety net, which, frankly, has been falling apart after decades of being ignored. So, just like with the Social Security minimum benefit, the first big goal here is just to get people out of poverty. Right now, the max SSI benefit for a single person is $943 a month. That's below the federal poverty line. This act would raise that benefit to 100% of the poverty line, which would increase it to over $1,250 a month. That's an immediate boost of more than $300 a month, over $3,700 a year. And you can see for couples, the increase is also pretty big. This is a direct infusion of cash so people can afford their most basic needs. Now, this might be the most profound change in the SSI Restoration Act, the asset limits. They have not been updated since 1984. Seriously, think about that. For 40 years, a person on SSI couldn't have more than $2,000 to their name, or they'd lose their benefits. This proposal raises that limit to $10,000 for an individual and $20,000 for a couple. This is a revolutionary shift. For the very first time, it allows people to actually save for an emergency, to put money aside for a car, to get to the doctor, or to handle a leaky roof without being terrified of losing their only source of income. It's a move from forced poverty to actual financial empowerment. But there's another piece of this SSI puzzle, and it's a particularly cruel one. It's something called the marriage penalty. The way the rules are set up right now, the system actually punishes people on SSI if they decide to get married. A married couple gets way less in combined benefits than two single people who are just living together. It literally forces people to choose between the person they love and their own financial survival. Let's put a hard number on that. Every year, a married couple on SSI loses $5,652. That is the price tag, just for being married. It's a policy that creates an impossible choice between love and money. The solution in the SSI Restoration Act is as simple as it is powerful. It just gets rid of the penalty completely. Gone. Under the new rules, a married couple would get the exact same total benefit as two single individuals. It's a change that says people with disabilities have the right to build a life together, to love, and to marry without facing financial ruin because of it. So, we've talked about immediate help and lifting up the most vulnerable. Now let's turn to the third major proposal, the Social Security 2100 Act. This one is all about the long-term health of the entire system, making sure it's solvent for generations to come, while also adding in some other smart benefit improvements. So, the big question is always, how do you pay for all this? Well, the Social Security 2100 Act proposes a really key change to how it's funded. Right now, you only pay Social Security taxes on the first $176,000 or so of your income. That means a CEO making millions pays the exact same amount into the system as someone making $177,000. This proposal would make that tax apply again on all earnings above $400,000. So you'd have this donut hole, no new tax between $176K and $400K. The bottom line is, this change would only affect the absolute highest earners. We're talking the top 0.4%. For 99.6% of Americans, their taxes would not go up by a single penny. And at the same time it asks the wealthiest to pay a little more, the 2100 Act actually gives a big tax break to millions of seniors. A lot of people don't even realize that your Social Security benefits can be taxed if you have other income. The income levels where those taxes kick in were set decades ago, and they've never been changed for inflation. This act would finally dramatically raise them. It would double the threshold for single people to $50,000 and more than triple it for married couples to $100,000. So what does that mean in real dollars? Well, for a single senior with a total income of $25,000, maybe from a small pension plus Social Security, their federal tax bill on their benefits would drop to zero. That's an extra $1,000 to $1,500 back in their pocket every year. For a couple with a combined income of $40,000, their tax bill on benefits would also disappear, saving them between $1,500 and $2,000 annually. It's just another way of boosting people's income by letting seniors keep more of the benefits they earned over a lifetime. Okay, so we've looked at three different, really powerful proposals: the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. Now, for what I think is the most important part of this whole explainer, let's stack them all on top of each other and see what the combined financial transformation actually looks like for real people. This is where a whole new reality starts to take shape. Let's start with our average senior retiree. Right now, they're getting about $22,000 a year from Social Security. With these reforms, that $200 monthly boost adds $2,400 a year right off the bat. Then the tax relief from the 2100 Act could save them another $1,400 or so. All of a sudden, their annual income from Social Security is almost $26,000. That's an increase of more than $3,800 a year, a 17% boost. That is a huge leap in financial security. Now, take a look at the lifelong low-wage worker. They're starting at just $11,400 a year, deep in poverty. The combination of that $200 boost and the new higher minimum benefit lifts their annual income to around $18,400. This is a staggering increase of $7,000 a year, a more than 60% boost. This is what it looks like when policy is targeted to make a profound difference. This isn't just an increase, it's an escape hatch from poverty. For an individual on SSI, the story is just as transformative. Their annual benefit jumps from about $11,300 to over $15,000. That's a 33% increase that pulls them above the poverty line. But remember, the money is only half the story here. The other, equally crucial benefit is that they can now save up to $10,000 without being penalized. So it's a 1-2 punch. More income for everyday life, and for the first time, the freedom to build a safety net for the future.
And finally, maybe the most dramatic transformation of all, a married couple with disabilities on SSI. Today, because of that marriage penalty, they get just under $17,000 a year. By raising the benefit for each person and getting rid of that unjust penalty, their combined annual income skyrockets to over $30,000. That is a 77% increase. It is, and I'm not exaggerating, a complete financial rebirth that allows them to build a life together with real security and dignity. As powerful as those charts are, we've got to circle back to where we began. The true impact of all these changes can't really be captured in a bar graph. The transformation goes so much deeper than just dollars and cents. It's about what that money, that security, makes possible in a person's life. This is the real payoff, right here. It's freedom from that constant nagging anxiety of wondering how you're going to pay the next bill. It's the dignity of being able to choose healthier food or a safer apartment. It's the joy of being able to be part of your community, to maybe volunteer or just go out for coffee with a friend instead of being isolated by poverty. And of course, it's the profound security of being able to build a life with the person you love without the government standing in your way. This is a total transformation in well-being. So how does this all become real? Well, these aren't just abstract ideas. They are actual bills being debated in Congress right now. The path forward means moving through committees, getting votes in both the House and the Senate, and finally getting a signature from the president. But look at step 3 on this slide. That might be the most important one. Public support. Polls consistently show that over 80% of Americans, and that includes big majorities of both Democrats and Republicans, support expanding Social Security. That overwhelming public will is what creates the political pressure to turn these bills into laws. And that really brings us to the final thought I want to leave you with. This whole debate isn't just about budget priorities. It's a question of our national values. The cost of doing nothing is measured every single day in human suffrage, in seniors cutting pills in half, in people with disabilities trapped in poverty, in love being penalized. These proposals offer a different path. And so the real question is, as a country, can we afford not to take it? We're about to do a really deep dive into some major proposals that could seriously increase your monthly income. And this is about way more than just numbers on a page. It's about what those numbers actually mean for your day-to-day life. We're talking about more security, a lot less stress, and just, well, more peace of mind. So let me just ask you this straight up. Is your monthly check really enough to live on without that constant nagging worry? For millions and millions of people, the honest answer is just no. Life becomes this endless juggling act, right? Choosing between buying groceries or getting your prescription filled, paying the electric bill, or finally fixing that noise the car is making. That kind of daily stress, it just grinds you down. This whole explainer is about the plans that are aiming to change that exact reality. This quote, I think, just gets right to the heart of the whole thing. It's about moving from a state of financial anxiety to one of real stability. It's the promise that one unexpected bill doesn't have to spiral into a full-blown crisis. And that promise, well, that's the ultimate goal of the very real proposals we're about to break down piece by piece. Okay, let's dive right in. The first major proposal we're going to look at is called the Social Security Expansion Act. Now, this one is designed to give an immediate and very noticeable boost to the monthly checks that millions of people receive. The big headline number for this act is a proposed annual increase of $2,400. Now just think about that for a second. For so many people, that amount of money could finally cover some long overdue dental work or get a safe set of new tires for the car. Or maybe, just maybe, be the start of a real emergency fund. So that big annual number breaks down to an extra $200 in every single check. And let's be clear, this isn't some one-time payment. No, this is a proposed permanent, reliable boost to your monthly income. And it's that consistency, that really allows for actual planning and gives you a true sense of security.
So what does an extra $200 a month actually mean in real life? Well, as you can see here, it could cover a whole week of fresh, healthy groceries. It could take care of your prescription costs. It could mean paying the utility bills in full and on time. It's gas money for the month. It's the freedom to handle one of life's little emergencies without blowing up your entire budget. But the proposal actually goes beyond just that flat increase. It would also reform the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. Right now, the COLA often just doesn't keep up with the things that seniors spend the most on, especially healthcare. This reform would tie that adjustment to an index that better reflects those real costs, helping your benefits hold onto their buying power year after year. Okay, next up, let's turn our attention to supplemental security income, or SSI. Because for folks on SSI, the proposed changes are, frankly, even more transformative. These proposals aren't just about increasing payments, they're about rewriting some really unfair rules that have been on the books for decades. So the SSI Restoration Act is a big one. Its main goal is to lift recipients above the federal poverty line, and you can see it right here on the chart. The proposal would raise the average monthly benefit from $943 to $1,255. That's an increase of more than $300 every single month.
And what does an extra $312 a month really represent? Let's be honest, it's not a luxury. It is the ability to afford 3 square meals a day. It could be the difference in finding safer housing or just being able to cover the copays for necessary doctor visits. In short, it provides the resources for basic health and human dignity.
This proposal also takes aim at something critics call the marriage penalty. It's a pretty wild rule. Currently, when two people who both receive SSI get married, their combined benefit is actually cut by about 25% compared to what they got when they were single. It makes no sense. The SSI Restoration Act would get rid of this rule completely. Just look at this table. The difference is absolutely staggering. Right now, a married couple on SSI gets a combined $1,415. Under this proposal, they would get to keep their 2 full individual benefits for a total of $2,510. That's a difference of over $1,000 a month. Just incredible.
And there's another major change here targeting asset limits. The current SSI rule says you can't have more than $2,000 in assets. Now get this, that number has not been updated since 1984. It's basically impossible to build any kind of emergency savings. This proposal would raise that limit to $10,000 for an individual, finally allowing people to build a small safety net without being penalized.
So let's step back for a second and put all of this together. We've talked about some pretty significant monthly increases, and we've talked about fixing some really outdated rules. But what would all of this combined actually mean for your day-to-day life? Let's try and paint a picture of that new financial reality. On top of the monthly increases, some of these proposals also include a one-time payment of $1,400. Now, this is really designed to provide some immediate relief, to help people catch up on bills and other expenses that have been piling up. And this isn't just some abstract number. Think about what $1,400 could do right now. It could be enough to finally get caught up on those past due bills. It could pay for that urgent car repair you've been dreading. Or maybe it means finally getting that dental work done or buying new glasses you've been putting off. It's a tool to solve an immediate, pressing problem. Now, these different proposals are often part of a few larger legislative packages. One of the big ones is called the Social Security 2100 Act, and it includes a provision to increase the minimum benefits. The idea is simple. Anyone with a 30-year work history would receive a benefit that is at least 25% above the federal poverty line, period. So when you start stacking all these pieces on top of each other, the total potential impact becomes incredibly clear. You've got the proposed $200 monthly increase, potential savings from tax cuts that are also in the 2100 Act, a more accurate COLA that keeps up with your real costs, and that one-time payment. It's really a multi-layered approach to creating genuine financial stability. And the difference these changes could make, it isn't just about the money. It's emotional. It's the shift from that constant, grinding money stress to actual peace of mind, from skipping things you need to being able to afford them, from feeling stuck and isolated at home to being able to go out and join friends for coffee. It's a fundamental shift from just surviving to actually feeling secure. So how could these proposals actually become reality? This is so important to understand. They are being debated by lawmakers as we speak. They are not law yet, and that's exactly where you and your voice come into the picture. Here are the actual names of the key proposals we've been talking about. You have the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. These are the specific pieces of legislation that contain all of the various improvements we've just explored in detail. Your voice has real power in this debate. This slide lays out some concrete steps you can actually take. Calling or emailing your representatives to share your personal story, that's a powerful and direct action. You can also talk about it with your friends and family, support advocacy groups that are on the front lines, and of course, vote for candidates who align with your views on this. Let's end on the core principle that supporters of these changes always come back to. They argue that this isn't about giving a handout, it's about honoring a lifetime of contributions, and it's about making sure that people can live their later years with the security and the dignity that they have absolutely earned. So, I'll leave you with this question to think about. What would be the very first weight lifted off your shoulders if you had a more secure income every month? This isn't just abstract policy. It's about your life, your health, and your peace of mind. A more secure future that proponents say is absolutely within our reach. Today, we are going to dive deep into some really ambitious proposals that could completely reshape Social Security as we know it. And listen, these aren't just minor tweaks we're talking about. This is a fundamental reimagining of what financial security looks like for tens of millions of people in America, from retirees to those with disabilities. We're going to get right into the numbers, the mechanics, and what this all could mean for real people. And that quote right there really gets to the heart of all this, doesn't it? This isn't just about spreadsheets and policy debates in Washington. It's a human story. It's about giving people a life of dignity, about easing that daily anxiety so many feel, and making sure that after a lifetime of hard work, people can actually retire with some real security and peace of mind. So here's our roadmap for today. We'll kick things off with the big picture, that core vision. Then we'll break down 3 major legislative proposals, piece by piece. After that, we'll see what happens when you put them all together, the combined financial impact on real people. And finally, we'll look at what it takes to turn this vision into reality. Okay, so before we jump into the dollar amounts and percentages, I think it's really important to understand the why behind all of this. These reforms are aiming to solve a problem that goes so much deeper than just what's in a person's bank account. You know, financial insecurity is this crushing weight. It's that constant nagging anxiety. You know, that voice in your head asking, can I afford my rent and my medication this month? It means not having dignified choices, like having to buy the cheapest food, not the healthiest. It can even lead to social isolation because you can't afford to go out and see friends or family. And all that stress, it leads to very real health problems. So as we get into the numbers, let's just remember, this is the human cost we're really trying to fix. All right, let's get into the first major proposal. This one is called the Social Security Expansion Act, and it's designed to give immediate, widespread relief with a really direct and, honestly, powerful approach. So, to put it simply, this act is all about boosting monthly checks for everyone right away, while also making some key adjustments to make sure the system stays strong for years to come. Let's start with the biggest, most immediate change it proposes. This is the big headline, a simple, straightforward $200 a month increase for every single person receiving Social Security. There are no complex formulas here, no means testing. It doesn't matter if you're a retired teacher, a former construction worker, or someone getting disability benefits. This is an immediate, universal boost to your monthly income. Now let's see how that $200 really adds up. For your average individual, it pushes their monthly check over that $2,000 mark, which means an extra $2,400 a year. For a couple, you double that. That's $4,800 annually. And look at the person getting the minimum benefit. For them, this is a massive 21% jump in their income. That is a truly significant boost. So what does $2,400 a year actually mean? For most people, this isn't about fancy vacation money. It's life-changing. It could cover essential dental work that's been put off for years. It could mean finally getting a new pair of glasses without having to worry about the cost. Or maybe, for the very first time in their life, it could let someone build a small emergency fund for when the car inevitably breaks down. It's the difference between constant stress and just a little bit of breathing room. The Expansion Act also makes this really crucial kind of under-the-hood change that has huge long-term effects. It changes how the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is calculated. Right now, the formula is based on the spending habits of younger working people. This proposal would switch to something called the CPIE, which is specifically designed to track the costs that seniors actually face, like their typically higher healthcare and housing bills. And this chart shows you exactly why that little technical change is so powerful. It might not seem like a big deal year to year, but because of compounding, the impact over time is enormous. Let's say someone starts with a $2,000 a month benefit. After 20 years, this new CPIE formula would mean their monthly check is $181 higher than it would be under the old system. That's over $2,100 extra every year, just from this one small tweak.
The Act also creates a new, much more robust minimum benefit for people who worked for decades but were always in low-wage jobs. It sets the minimum benefit at 125% of the federal poverty level. That would boost the current minimum from about $950 a month all the way up to a much more stable $1,500.
Just let that sink in for a second. 57.9%. For someone who spent 30 years as a home health aide or a farm worker or a childcare provider, this is a nearly 58% increase in their retirement income. It's a direct lifeline. It moves them from deep poverty, not just to the poverty line, but securely above it. This is one of the most powerful anti-poverty measures in any of these proposals. All right, next up, we're going to look at Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. Now, this is a separate program that supports the most financially vulnerable among us, low-income seniors and people with disabilities. And the SSI Restoration Act aims to completely overhaul this critical safety net. First thing it does is raise the benefit itself. Here's a crazy fact. Right now, the maximum federal SSI benefit is actually below the federal poverty line. This proposal fixes that, plain and simple, raising the individual benefit to 100% of the poverty level. And as you can see, for a single person, that's an increase of over $300 a month. That totals almost $3,800 extra per year. Now this is frankly revolutionary. The current asset limits for people on SSI, they haven't been updated since 1984. Can you believe that? They basically force people into poverty and punish them for saving any money at all. The proposed change would increase the limit for an individual by 400%, from just $2,000 to $10,000. And for a couple, it's an even bigger jump to $20,000. So what does that mean in the real world? It means someone on SSI could finally build a small emergency fund without being terrified of losing their benefits. It means they could save up for a reliable used car to get to their doctor's appointments. It means they could handle a major home repair without going into debt. It allows for a basic foundation of security that's just impossible right now under these ancient rules. And now we have to talk about one of the cruelest parts of the current SSI system, the marriage penalty. It's exactly what it sounds like. If two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit is slashed by a full 25%. The system literally forces people to choose between a committed relationship and their own financial survival. And let's put a hard number on that. If two people who are each getting the maximum SSI benefit get married, their monthly income is cut by $471. That's over $5,600 a year that they lose, just for formalizing their relationship. It's a direct financial punishment for love and commitment. It's absurd. The SSI Restoration Act does exactly what its name says it does. It restores dignity by completely getting rid of this penalty. A married couple would get the same total benefit as two individuals living together. There would be zero financial penalty for getting married. Simple as that. So we've seen these big proposals to increase benefits right now. But the big question is always, how do we make sure the system stays strong for generations to come? Well, that's where our third piece of legislation comes in, the Social Security 2100 Act. It's all about long-term solvency. So, how is all of this paid for? Well, the main funding idea is to ask the highest earners to contribute a little more. Right now, there's a cap on how much of your income is subject to Social Security taxes. This proposal keeps that current cap, but then it reapplies the tax on all earnings above $400,000 a year. It just ensures that those with the highest incomes contribute on a larger chunk of their earnings. And here is the single most important takeaway on the funding. This change would not increase taxes for 99.6% of working Americans. Only the top 0.4% of earners, people making over $400,000 a year, would contribute more. For the vast majority of the country, your payroll taxes wouldn't change at all. And get this, the 2100 Act also includes a significant tax cut for millions of seniors. It does this by raising the income level where your benefits themselves start to become taxable. For single folks, that threshold doubles to $50,000, and for married couples, it more than triples to $100,000. This is a direct boost to the take-home income for millions of middle-class retirees.
Okay, we've looked at 3 different acts with a whole bunch of different provisions. Now, for the most exciting part. Let's put it all together and see what the total financial transformation would actually look like for real people.
So first, let's take a look at a typical senior retiree. This is someone who's getting the average Social Security benefit, and maybe they have a small pension or some retirement income that puts them at a modest tax bracket.
When we combine that $200 across-the-board increase with the tax savings from the 2100 Act, their financial picture changes pretty dramatically. Their annual income gets a boost of up to $3,900. That's almost an 18% raise. It provides significant relief from the rising cost of healthcare and just, daily living.
Now let's look at someone who's spent their life in low-wage work and is now retiring on the minimum benefit. This is where the impact becomes truly life-altering. So this person benefits from multiple proposals all at once. You've got the new higher minimum benefit plus that $200 flat increase, and it pushes their annual income up by over $7,000. That's more than 60% raise. This isn't just a number on a page. This is the end of that constant anxiety we talked about at the beginning. This is what lifting someone firmly out of poverty and into a life of basic financial dignity actually looks like. And for our final case study, let's look at the couple we discussed earlier, 2 people with disabilities, both on SSI, who just want to build a life together. This is the most profound transformation of all. Right now, the system slashes their benefit just for getting married. With these reforms, their individual benefits rise to the poverty line, and the marriage penalty is eliminated. Their combined monthly income jumps to over $2,500. That's an annual increase of over $13,000. It is a staggering 77% raise that affirms their right to love, to marry, and to build a secure life together. These numbers, they represent an incredible vision for a more secure America. But they are not just ideas on a piece of paper. These are active legislative proposals. So the big question is, how do we get from this vision to an actual reality? Well, the path to any law has a few key steps. A bill has to pass through committees in both the House and the Senate. Then it has to get a full vote in both chambers. If the versions are different, they have to be reconciled into one. And then finally, that single version goes to the president to be signed into law. And one of the most compelling points in all of this is this. While Washington might seem completely divided, the American public really isn't. There's overwhelming bipartisan support for expanding Social Security. A recent poll found that 84% of all Americans are in favor, including a staggering 78% of Republicans. For the public, this isn't a partisan issue. It's just a common sense priority. So we end with this question. Beyond all the dollar amounts and the percentages, these proposals represent a potential future with a lot less fear and anxiety for millions of people. The real question they pose is about the kind of society we want to be, one that honors its elders, supports its most vulnerable, and ensures a lifetime of contribution is met with real security. Ultimately, these numbers ask all of us to define what financial dignity truly looks like for America.
Today, we are taking a deep look at some huge proposals that are on the table right now aimed at completely reshaping Social Security and supplemental security income, SSI. And listen, these aren't just little tweaks around the edges. We're talking about a whole new vision for what retirement and disability support looks like in America. So let's break it all down.
This quote from the source material, it just hits the nail on the head. It perfectly frames this entire conversation. This isn't just about spreadsheets and budgets. It's about dignity, it's about security, it's about the kind of promise we want to make to our seniors and our most vulnerable neighbors. It's a really powerful way to think about the human side of all the numbers we're about to get into. So here's the game plan. We're going to break down 3 major pieces of proposed legislation: the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. We'll look at exactly what they do, who they're going to affect, and, of course, the big question, how they'd be paid for.
First up, let's talk about the Social Security Expansion Act. Honestly, this is the cornerstone of the whole vision. It's the foundation for a lot of the other changes, and its main goal is super direct: to provide immediate, substantial financial relief to every single person receiving Social Security benefits. The headline feature of this act is a real game changer, a proposed across-the-board increase of $200 per month. And let me be clear, this is not a one-time check. This would be a permanent boost added to every single monthly payment for everyone, from retired workers to people on disability. So what does that look like over a year? Well, it adds up to an extra $2,400. For any household on a fixed income, that is not just a number. That's real security. That's money for a car repair you didn't see coming. It could cover months of utility bills. Frankly, it can be the difference between just getting by and facing a real crisis. Okay, let's put some real numbers to this. The average Social Security benefit right now is about $1,838 a month. With this change, it would jump to over $2,000, $2,038 to be exact. That's an 11% increase. I mean, think about that. For someone on a fixed income, an 11% raise just like that is absolutely massive. It provides some serious breathing room in a budget that is often stretched way too thin. Next up is a change that sounds a little technical, but stick with me because this is so important. It has to do with the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA. Right now, the formula is based on how younger urban workers spend their money. The problem? That formula really doesn't account for the massive healthcare and housing costs that seniors actually face. So the proposal is to switch to something called the CPIE, which is an index based on how the elderly actually spend. This would make sure benefits keep up with the real inflation seniors are experiencing, and over a long retirement, that could mean thousands and thousands of extra dollars. This is another truly transformative part of the Expansion Act. It sets up a brand new, much stronger minimum benefit. And the goal here is simple, but it's profound. If you work for 30 years, paying into the system your whole life, you should not retire into poverty, period. The new minimum would be set at 125% of the federal poverty level. For millions of people who've spent their lives in tough, low-wage jobs, this would be an absolute lifeline, ensuring a basic level of dignity they've earned. Okay, let's shift gears now to the SSI Restoration Act. This one is all about modernizing the rules for supplemental security income. SSI is a critical safety net for about 8 million of our most vulnerable Americans, but a lot of its rules are just wildly out of date. We're talking decades old. The first big change here is a direct, substantial increase in the benefit itself. The current maximum federal SSI benefit is just $943 a month, which means recipients are actually living below the poverty line. This proposal would raise that benefit all the way up to 100% of the federal poverty level, which is about $1,255 a month. That's an extra $312 every single month, a 33% boost designed to pull people out of poverty, full stop. Now, this proposal also tackles one of the most ridiculous SSI rules on the books, the asset limit. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. It has not been updated since 1984. 1984. The current limit of just $2,000 makes it literally impossible to save for an emergency. This proposal raises it to $10,000 for an individual and $20,000 for a couple. For the first time, this would allow people to build a small safety net without being punished for it. The current SSI rules also create what is just an impossible choice for so many people. It's because of something known as the marriage penalty. Right now, if two people who both receive SSI benefits decide to get married, their total combined benefit gets cut by nearly 25%. I mean, can you imagine? It forces countless couples to choose between getting legally married and their own financial survival. So, the SSI Restoration Act has a very clear, very compassionate solution. Just get rid of the marriage penalty completely. Under this change, two SSI recipients who get married would continue to receive the exact same total benefit they did as two single people. It basically says that people with disabilities have every right to build a life together without facing a devastating financial punishment for it. Okay, so we've looked at all the individual pieces of these proposals, but the real magic, the real power happens when you start stacking them all together. This is where you can truly see the combined financial impact these changes could have on people's everyday lives. So let's take a real-world example. Imagine someone who's worked their entire life in low-wage jobs. First, they'd get that flat $200 boost that everyone gets. Then, on top of that, the new minimum benefit rule could add another $300 to $500 to their monthly check. You add it all up, and their monthly retirement income could increase by $500, $600, maybe even $700. For many people, that could nearly double their income, transforming their retirement from a struggle to one of basic security. And if you thought that was incredible, wait until you see the impact for a married couple with disabilities on SSI. It's just revolutionary. The benefit increase adds $624 a month. Then, eliminating that cruel marriage penalty restores another $471. That is a total monthly gain of $1,095. Annually, that's over $13,000 more a year. A 77% income boost that would fundamentally change their quality of life. Of course, a big question is probably popping into your head right about now. Expanding benefits is great, but how do we make sure the system is strong for generations to come? Well, that's where the third proposal, the Social Security 2100 Act, comes into play. It's all about long-term solvency, and it adds a few more really key improvements.
This is it. This is the question on everyone's mind, right? A major expansion of benefits like this needs a serious plan to pay for it, not just for today, but for decades to come. And the Social Security 2100 Act proposes a very specific way to do just that.
Okay, here's how the funding would work, and it's actually pretty straightforward. Right now, there's a cap on the income that's subject to Social Security payroll taxes. This proposal would keep everything the same for most people, but it would reapply the tax on all earnings above $400,000 a year. Let me be super clear about this. For 99.6% of Americans, taxes would not change at all. This plan only affects the top 0.4% of earners, asking them to contribute more to secure the system for everyone.
And get this, the 2100 Act also includes a tax cut for millions of Social Security beneficiaries. Right now, your benefits can be taxed if your total income is over just $25,000. This proposal would double that threshold to $50,000 for individuals and more than triple it to $100,000 for married couples. For a whole lot of middle-income retirees, that means an immediate increase in their take-home pay.
So with all these transformative ideas on the table, what's the real chance of them becoming law? It's really important to understand that what we've been talking about are proposals. They're being debated right now in Congress. They aren't established law yet.
Yeah, the legislative process is a long road. These bills have to get through committees in both the House and the Senate, then they have to get a vote on the floor. And a lot of the time, the House and Senate pass different versions, which then have to be worked out before one final bill can be sent to the president. It's a whole process, and public support really does play a crucial role.
And that public support? It's incredibly strong. A recent poll found that 84% of all Americans, including a remarkable 78% of Republicans, support increasing Social Security benefits. So while the politicians in Washington might be debating, it seems the public has pretty much made up its mind. This is not a partisan issue for most people. It's just a widely shared belief that this system needs to be strengthened.
Ultimately, all these proposals, all these numbers and tables, they force us to ask a really fundamental question. They move the conversation beyond just accounting and ask us all to think about the value of dignity, of security, and of peace of mind for millions of our fellow citizens. What is the true value of a secure retirement and of a society that actually honors the promises it makes to people who've worked their whole lives? That's the real question at the heart of this entire debate.
Today, we are jumping right into a topic that really hits home for millions of Americans: Social Security. We're going to go way beyond the headlines to look at some specific proposals on the table right now, ideas that could seriously change your monthly budget, your peace of mind, and really your whole future. We're going to break down the numbers, the rules, and what it could all mean for you.
So let's just start with a question. I want you to take a second and really think about this. What if your monthly check actually covered all of your bills? I mean, everything. The rent, the lights, food, your prescriptions, and you still had money left over at the end of the month. How would that feel? That feeling? Well, that's the promise behind the reforms we're going to explore today.
You know, for so many people, the end of the month is this constant, stressful tightrope walk, figuring out what gets paid and what has to wait. But the proposals we're about to dive into, they're not just abstract ideas. They represent a potential path to real, tangible relief from that day-in, day-out financial pressure.
All right, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. We're going to look at the actual dollar figures being proposed and translate them into what really matters, the real-world impact on your wallet. This is where a policy written on paper starts to feel like a meaningful change in your actual life.
So the most straightforward ideas are the ones that, well, put more money in your pocket each month. Let's start right there and look at what could be a pretty significant across-the-board increase for Social Security beneficiaries.
Okay, so a major piece of legislation that's being discussed is called the Social Security Expansion Act, and the cornerstone of this act is a direct across-the-board increase for every single person receiving Social Security, an extra $200 each and every month. And this isn't some temporary fix. We're talking about a permanent boost to your base benefit.
You know, an extra $200 isn't just a number on a statement. In real life, that's a week's worth of fresh, healthy groceries, instead of just relying on canned goods. It's being able to cover your prescriptions without having to choose between your health and some other bill. It's paying the electric bill in full, on time, without that constant worry about a late fee or a shutoff notice. For a lot of folks, it's just the peace of mind knowing that if your glasses break, you can actually afford to get them fixed without a full-blown crisis. And when you zoom out and look at it over a whole year, the impact gets even bigger. That $200 a month adds up to an extra $2,400. That is a really significant amount of money. Think about what that could do. Maybe it's that essential dental work you've been putting off for years, or a new set of tires for the car so you feel safe on the road. It creates a financial cushion that right now just doesn't exist for so many people. Now, beyond just a flat-out raise, another really crucial proposal tackles the annual cost of living adjustments, or COLA. Right now, the COLA is calculated using a formula that tracks what younger working people buy. The problem? Well, retirees and seniors spend their money very differently. A much, much bigger chunk of their income goes to things like healthcare, and healthcare costs are rising way faster than general inflation. So this proposal would switch to a new formula, one designed specifically for the elderly that gives more weight to the things people are actually spending their money on. The bottom line is, your benefits wouldn't just get a one-time boost. They'd be better protected from losing their buying power year after year. Now let's switch gears and talk about supplemental security income, or SSI, because here the proposed changes are even more dramatic. The SSI Restoration Act is aiming to lift benefits from the current level of around $943 a month all the way up to the federal poverty line, which would be about $1,255. That's an increase of $312 every single month. I mean, that is a genuine lifeline that could pull millions of people out of poverty and give them a shot at real stability. On top of all these permanent monthly increases, there's also serious discussion happening about another round of one-time stimulus payments. This idea would provide an immediate cash injection of $1,400 to help people deal with urgent, pressing needs that have been piling up. This isn't for long-term planning. This is about immediate help right now. A lump sum payment like this is all about tackling those big, stressful problems that keep you up at night. It could mean finally getting caught up on past due bills, getting that dental work you've been putting off for years, or paying down a high-interest credit card. And that last one is huge, because paying off that kind of debt doesn't just solve an immediate problem, it frees up more of your cash every single month going forward. It's a chance to hit the reset button. All right, so putting more cash in people's pockets is absolutely critical, but it's really only half of the puzzle. The other half is about fixing these outdated and frankly unfair rules that can trap people in poverty and limit their most basic life choices. So let's look at how these proposals want to fix the system itself. This quote, it just says it all, doesn't it? It gets right to the heart of one of the most punishing rules in the current SSI system, what's known as the marriage penalty. Right now, the system literally penalizes two people on SSI financially if they decide to get married. These new reforms are built on a very simple principle. Your benefits shouldn't force you to choose between financial security and the person you love. Just take a look at these numbers. It's kind of shocking when you see it laid out like this. Right now, two individuals on SSI get a combined $1,886. But if they get married, their benefit gets slashed to $1,415. They lose almost $500 a month just for getting married. The proposal gets rid of that penalty completely. And when you combine that with the benefit increase we just talked about, a married couple would bring in over $1,000 more per month than they do today. This is a complete game changer that restores dignity to relationships. Here's another rule that's just incredibly out of date. Since 1984, that's right, 1984, SSI recipients have not been allowed to have more than $2,000 in assets without losing their benefits. Just to put that in perspective, $2,000 back then would be worth over $6,000 today. The rule is stuck in the past. The proposal would raise this limit to a much more realistic $10,000. This means you could finally have a real emergency fund. If the car breaks down, you don't have to go into debt. You can have some money set aside. It provides a level of security that is basically impossible right now. So we've looked at the direct payments and we've looked at the rule changes. Now let's try to put it all together. What would daily life actually feel like if all of this became reality? Because this is about more than just numbers on a page. It's about a total shift in your day-to-day existence. So picture your morning. Instead of waking up with that familiar knot of anxiety in your stomach about which bill you can afford to pay, you wake up with a sense of calm. You can take your medicine on time without worrying about the cost of the refill. You can have a healthy breakfast because you actually had the money to buy fresh groceries. The entire tone of your day changes before you've even had your first cup of coffee. And that feeling of security carries right through your afternoon. A trip to the grocery store becomes about choosing nutritious food, not just what's cheapest. You have the freedom to say yes when a friend asks you to go grab a cup of coffee. You can make a doctor's appointment without dreading the copay. All these little freedoms add up to a life that feels less isolated and more connected, healthier, and just fuller. And at night, that constant grinding worry that keeps so many people awake can finally start to fade. Just knowing you have a small savings account for an emergency, knowing your income is stable and will actually keep up with rising costs, that financial security is directly tied to better physical and mental health. It means you can actually rest, and that's absolutely essential for your well-being. And this quote really sums up the entire goal here. For far too long, the system has forced millions of people into a state of just barely surviving, where every single day is a struggle just to get by. These reforms are all about making a crucial shift, from just surviving to actually living. It's about having the resources and the peace of mind to enjoy your retirement, your relationships, and your life with the dignity that you absolutely deserve. Now, it is really important to remember that this more secure future we're talking about isn't a guarantee just yet. All the ideas we've discussed are inside legislative proposals that are being debated right now. They need political will and, just as importantly, public support to actually get signed into law. So let's just quickly run through the key proposals we touched on. You've got the Social Security Expansion Act, which is where that big $200 monthly increase comes from. There's the SSI Restoration Act, which would raise those benefits and fix the marriage penalty and asset limits. You also have the Social Security 2100 Act, which includes benefit improvements and tax relief. And then separate from all that is the ongoing talk about another one-time stimulus payment for immediate help. So, for anyone who believes in these changes, the path forward really involves taking action. That means things like contacting your elected representatives to let them know where you stand. Sharing your own personal story can be incredibly powerful. It puts a human face on all these numbers. And of course, voting for candidates who support these issues and joining advocacy groups adds your voice to a growing chorus that's demanding change. So, we're going to end right where we began, with a question for you to think about. After hearing all these details, the numbers, the potential changes, what would this level of financial security truly mean for you, for your family, for your future? What doors would it open? What worries would it finally close? That vision, that's what this entire conversation is really about. And it's a future that a lot of people believe is worth fighting for.
Today, we're going to get into a topic that is on a lot of people's minds, the future of Social Security. There are some major proposals being discussed right now that can mean a huge increase in benefits. So we're going to break down exactly what these changes could mean for your wallet.
You know, this one sentence really gets to the heart of what's driving these reforms. It's such a powerful idea. It frames this whole conversation not just as policy talk, but about the kind of society we actually want to live in. You know, one where a lifetime of hard work is rewarded with security, not constant worry.
And that is the billion-dollar question, isn't it? It's the one we're here to answer today. I mean, it's one thing to talk about big ideas like dignity and security, but it's a whole other thing to see what that means in actual dollars and cents. How does this vision translate into cold, hard cash for you or the people you care about?
Okay, so here's our game plan. We'll start with that big vision, then we'll break down the 3 key legislative proposals that are making all this happen. After that, we're getting into the real numbers, looking at the financial impact on 3 different groups: the average retiree, the person who's worked low-wage jobs their whole life, and SSI recipients. And then we'll wrap it all up by looking at the big picture.
So let's be clear. Our focus today is 100% on the numbers. We're going to move past all the political back and forth and just give you a clear financial picture of what these potential reforms could mean for millions of Americans.
Okay, so to really understand these potential financial shifts, we first have to look at the 3 main legislative acts that are the engines behind all this. Each one tackles a different part of the system, but when you put them together, well, they create a pretty comprehensive overhaul.
All right, first up is the Social Security Expansion Act. The main feature here is super simple and super powerful. A direct, across-the-board increase of $200 a month for every single beneficiary. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For the average person on Social Security, that's like getting an 11% raise overnight. A huge deal for anyone on a fixed income.
Next, we have the SSI Restoration Act. Now, this one is laser-focused on the 8 million Americans, the elderly, blind, and disabled, who rely on supplemental security income. Right now, the maximum federal benefit actually leaves people living below the poverty line. This act would change that, period. It would raise benefits to 100% of the federal poverty level.
And the third piece of this puzzle is the Social Security 2100 Act. This one kind of takes the long view. It has a bunch of improvements, but for our purposes, there are two key things to know. It creates a new, much stronger minimum benefit for folks who've worked in low-wage jobs their whole lives, and it provides some significant tax relief for beneficiaries. Okay, now this is where it gets really interesting, because these proposals aren't mutually exclusive. Their effects can actually be combined. So let's start by looking at what this combination of reforms could mean for an average retiree. We're talking about a real transformation in their financial reality. So the average Social Security benefit today is hovering around $1,838 a month. Right off the bat, the Expansion Act adds a flat $200. On top of that, a proposed change to how cost of living adjustments are calculated could add another, say, $10 to $15. And then the tax relief from the 2100 Act could put another $50 to $75 back in their pocket. You add it all up, and the average retiree could see their monthly income jump by about $300.
And listen, this is not a small change. That $300 a month adds up to $3,600 over the course of a year. For someone living on about $22,000 a year, that is a 16% increase in their total income. That is genuinely transformative.
So what does an extra $3,600 a year actually buy you? It buys you peace of mind. It means you no longer have to choose between refilling your prescriptions and buying a full cart of groceries. It means when the car gets a flat tire, it doesn't automatically become a financial crisis that sends you into debt. It's the difference between just getting by and having the breathing room to maybe save a little, go visit the grandkids, or just enjoy a hobby. It's about restoring dignity.
So, if the impact on the average retiree is significant, for people who have spent a lifetime in physically demanding, low-wage jobs, well, it's nothing short of revolutionary. These are the folks who have so often fallen through the cracks of the system as it is. It's a harsh reality that right now, someone can work for 30 years in a low-wage job and still retire into poverty. These proposals would completely flip that script. They'd get that same $200 bump from the Expansion Act, but then the new minimum benefit from the 2100 Act could add another $300 to $500 per month. With tax relief on top, we're talking a total monthly increase of between $530 and $750. For a lot of these folks, that could nearly double their retirement income.
Seriously, let's just pause on that number for a second. An annual increase of up to $9,000. This isn't just about a little financial relief. This is a fundamental shift. It's the difference between retiring into poverty and retiring with a basic level of security and dignity that actually honors a lifetime of work.
This changes everything. It means having enough money for healthy food and to actually see a doctor when you need to. It means having a small cushion for emergencies instead of being one unexpected bill away from total disaster. For millions of people, home health aides, farm workers, childcare providers, this provides a level of security in their later years that was probably unimaginable before.
Now let's turn to the 8 million Americans on supplemental security income. We're talking about some of our nation's most vulnerable citizens, the elderly, the blind, and the disabled. And for this group, these proposed changes would be absolutely life-altering.
The current max federal SSI benefit is $943 a month, which, yes, is below the poverty line. The SSI Restoration Act would boost that to $1,255. That's an immediate $312 extra every single month. That's a 33% raise that lifts people out of poverty in one single move.
Over a year, that's an increase of more than $3,700. And again, this isn't just a number on a spreadsheet. It represents the very real, tangible difference between living in poverty and living with a baseline of dignity, free from that constant grinding anxiety of never having enough.
But the changes here go even deeper than the monthly check. And this one is just incredible. The SSI Restoration Act also fixes one of the system's most outdated, punishing rules, the asset limit. For 40 years, since 1984, recipients couldn't have more than $2,000 in savings. This proposal raises that limit 5 times over, to $10,000, finally allowing millions to build a small emergency fund without the fear of losing their benefits.
And it also gets rid of another major, frankly inhumane problem, the marriage penalty. As it stands now, if 2 people on SSI get married, their combined benefits get cut by almost 25%. It forces this impossible choice between having a relationship and financial survival. This proposal ends that.
A married couple's benefit would go from that penalized $1,415 a month to a full $2,510. That is a 77% income increase. It's about affirming the right to build a life with someone you love without being punished for it.
So when you take a step back and you look at the combined effect of all these proposed changes, the across-the-board increase, the stronger minimum benefits, the tax relief, and these really humane reforms to SSI, it's clear we're not just talking about a small adjustment. We're talking about fundamentally redrawing the map of financial security for millions of Americans.
And that really is the big story here. This whole suite of reforms is designed to move millions of people from a state of just surviving to a state of stability. It's about replacing anxiety with confidence and desperation with dignity. It's about giving people the financial breathing room to not just get through the day, but to actually plan for tomorrow, for next year, for the rest of their lives.
So we end with this question. Because these proposals, with all their numbers and details, they really represent a choice about what we value as a society. They present a very clear vision of a future with more security, more dignity for millions. And the question that leaves for all of us is, what kind of future will we choose to build?
Today, we are jumping right into the future of Social Security. There's a huge package of reforms being discussed that could literally transform the financial lives of millions of Americans. So, we're going to focus on the one question that really matters. What could these changes actually mean for your bank account? Let's get into it. You know, this quote right here, it really gets to the heart of what all of this is about. This isn't just about tweaking some numbers in a government program. It's about a bigger vision, about rethinking what security and quality of life should look like for our seniors and our most vulnerable citizens. It really sets the stage for everything we're about to cover. Okay, so a big vision is great, but let's get real. How does that lofty goal actually translate into dollars and cents? That's what we're here to do. We're going to break down the exact proposals to give you a super clear financial picture of what these increases could look like, month by month and year by year. All right, here's our roadmap for today. We'll start with that big vision, then we'll break down the 3 key proposals that make it happen. After that, we'll get into the real numbers, looking at the financial impact on average retirees, low-wage workers, and SSI recipients. And finally, we'll zoom out and look at the bigger picture. So for this entire explainer, I want to be crystal clear. We are going to focus entirely on the proposed increases in benefits. Now, I know there are always complex debates about how to pay for things, but for right now, our goal is to show you the numbers, to clarify what the potential upside could look like in your pocket. We want you to see how this could be a really significant financial shift for millions. To really understand the potential impact, you first have to know where it's all coming from. There are basically 3 key bills at the center of this whole effort. So let's quickly break down what each one is trying to accomplish. First up, we've got the Social Security Expansion Act. Think of this as the foundation. Its biggest, most powerful feature is super simple. A $200 a month across-the-board increase for every single beneficiary. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For an average person, that's like getting an 11% raise overnight. It's a foundational lift for absolutely everyone. Next is the SSI Restoration Act. Now, this one is laser-focused on the 8 million elderly, blind, and disabled Americans who rely on supplemental security income. Right now, the maximum benefit actually leaves people living below the poverty line. So this act aims to fix that, straight up, by raising the benefit to 100% of the federal poverty level. It's about providing immediate, substantial relief. And the third piece of the puzzle is the Social Security 2100 Act. This is a really broad proposal, but we're going to zero in on its 2 major benefit boosts. First, some pretty significant tax relief for beneficiaries. And second, a much, much stronger minimum benefit for people who've spent their entire lives working in low-wage jobs. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. See, these proposals aren't designed to exist in a vacuum. They're meant to stack on top of each other. So let's start our financial breakdown by looking at what happens when you combine their effects for the average retiree in America today. Let's just walk through this table together. So an average retiree today gets about $1,838 a month. Okay. Under these reforms, boom, the Social Security Expansion Act immediately adds a flat $200. On top of that, that same act changes the cost of living formula, which could add another $10 to $15 a month. And then the Social Security 2100 Act kicks in with tax relief, adding another $50 to $75 to their take-home. You put it all together, and you're looking at a jump of around $300 every single month. And that monthly increase adds up
fast. We're talking about an additional $3,600 in income every single year. For somebody on a fixed income, that's a 16% boost. That's not a small tweak. That is a really significant enhancement to their financial stability.
But what does $3,600 a year actually do? It means you're no longer having to choose between refilling a prescription and buying a full cart of groceries. It means when the water heater breaks, it's an annoyance, not a financial disaster that shoves you into debt. It gives you the breathing room to maybe actually save a little, to plan, to visit your grandkids without feeling guilty. It's a shift from just surviving to actually living. Now, the impact on an average retiree is huge, but for those who have spent an entire lifetime in low-wage jobs, the effect is even more profound. I mean, for people who currently work for decades just to retire directly into poverty, these changes could completely redefine what retirement means.
Just take a look at these numbers. A lifetime low-wage worker gets that same $200 flat increase, right? But then the new minimum benefit rules kick in, and that could add another $300 to $500 per month. You throw in some tax relief, and the total monthly increase could be between $530 and $750. In a lot of cases, that would nearly double their retirement income.
Annually, this could be an increase of up to $9,000. Let that sink in. This isn't just about making things a little bit easier. This is a fundamental change that lifts a person from a state of poverty, where every single day is a struggle, to a basic level of security and dignity that actually honors a lifetime of hard work. So, what does this transformation look like in real life? It means being able to afford healthy food and consistent medical care. It means having a small cushion for emergencies, so a flat tire doesn't completely derail your entire life. For someone who has worked for decades in physically demanding jobs for very little pay, this provides a level of security in their later years that was probably unimaginable before. It's a profound shift.
Now let's turn to the 8 million Americans who get supplemental security income. For this group, which includes many of our most vulnerable elderly and disabled citizens, the proposed changes from the SSI Restoration Act would be, and I don't say this lightly, truly life-altering. The most direct change is a big benefit increase. The current max benefit is $943 a month, which is below the poverty line. The proposal would raise that to $1,255. That's an immediate increase of $312 a month, a 33% boost, specifically designed to lift recipients up to 100% of the federal poverty level.
This annual increase of over $3,700 represents the financial line between living in poverty and having a basic level of dignity. It provides the resources for stable housing, for consistent nutrition, things that are a constant struggle for so many people right now.
But the proposed changes go way beyond the monthly check. This one is huge. The current asset limit for SSI recipients is just $2,000, a number that hasn't changed since 1984. You're basically penalized for saving. The proposal raises this limit to $10,000 and ties it to inflation. This is a monumental shift, allowing people to build a real emergency fund for the first time without the fear of losing their essential benefits.
And then there's this other major change, which addresses the marriage penalty. Right now, it's wild. If two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit gets cut by about 25%. It forces this horrible choice between a partnership and financial survival. This proposal just eliminates that penalty completely. So a married couple's benefit could jump from a penalized $1,415 a month to a full $2,510. That's a 77% increase. It affirms the right to build a life together without financial punishment. So, when you step back and you look at all these proposed changes together, the across-the-board increases, the stronger minimum benefits, the relief for SSI recipients, the potential impact is just immense. The entire financial security landscape in America could be fundamentally redrawn for millions and millions of people. Ultimately, the theme here, the big idea, is a shift in perspective. These reforms are all about moving people from a state of constant financial anxiety, just trying to make it through the day or the week, to a place of stability. It's about restoring dignity, choice, and the ability for millions to look ahead with a measure of confidence instead of fear. In the end, all these numbers and policies, they really lead to a much bigger question. These proposals are more than just policy tweaks. They represent a choice about our national priorities. They ask what kind of society we want to be, one that ensures dignity for people who've worked their whole lives and for those who are most vulnerable among us. So the real question is, what kind of future will we choose to build?
So what if every single person on Social Security got an extra $200 a month? Today we're diving into several major proposals that want to do exactly that, and a whole lot more. We're going to get into the precise numbers, don't worry. But this is about something much bigger than a spreadsheet. It's about a whole new vision for what financial security could look like for millions of us.
And this quote right here, it really gets to the heart of it. The whole idea behind these proposed changes is to focus on the human impact. It's not just about tweaking the numbers, it's about fundamentally changing lives for the better.
All right, so here's our game plan for this explainer. First, we'll talk about that big picture vision for security. Then we'll dive right into the details of the proposed increases. After that, we'll see what those numbers actually mean in real life. And we'll finish up by looking at what all this means beyond just the bank account.
So the first big idea here is this huge shift in thinking. The goal of these proposals isn't just to help people scrape by or merely survive. The vision is to create a future where seniors and people with disabilities can actually thrive with real financial security and dignity.
Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty. We're going to break down the key parts of three major proposals. That's the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. We're talking about the exact dollar amounts they want to bring to the table.
Let's start with the Social Security Expansion Act. One of its core ideas is super straightforward: a flat increase of $200 a month for every single Social Security beneficiary. No strings, just a direct boost.
Now, what does that flat $200 actually look like? Well, for an average person, it's about an 11% raise. But here's where it gets really impactful. For someone getting the minimum benefit, that same $200 is more like a 21% increase. And for a retired couple, you're looking at an extra $4,800 a year. That is significant.
But it's not just a one-time boost. The Act also wants to change the formula for the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, to something called the CPIE. It's designed to better track the costs seniors actually face, like healthcare. And the effect of this just grows over time. After 10 years, it's an extra $72 a month. But fast forward 20 years, and it's an extra $181 a month. That adds up to about $22,000 in extra benefits over 2 decades.
And this next part is a really big deal. Another key goal is to pull people out of poverty by setting a brand new, higher minimum benefit for folks who've worked their whole lives at low wages. The proposal would set this new floor at 125% of the federal poverty level. That means going from about $950 a month to $1,500. That is a nearly 58% jump. Huge.
Okay, now let's shift gears a bit and talk about Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. This is the program that supports some of our most vulnerable Americans, and the SSI Restoration Act is proposing some major updates here.
So this proposal really tackles two massive issues. First, it would raise the monthly benefit up to the federal poverty line. Second, and this is wild, it would update the asset limit for the first time since 1984. Think about that. It would go from just $2,000 to $10,000. That means people could actually save for an emergency without getting kicked off their benefits.
Now here's something in the current SSI system that a lot of people find shocking. It's often called the marriage penalty. Right now, if two people on SSI decide to get married, their combined benefit gets cut by 25%. We're talking a drop from nearly $1,900 a month down to just over $1,400. That's an annual loss of more than $5,600.
So, the SSI Restoration Act has a very simple solution. Get rid of it. Completely. Under the proposed new benefit rates, a married couple would get the exact same amount as two unmarried people. No penalty. You get married, your benefits stay the same. Simple as that.
And finally, let's look at the Social Security 2100 Act, which focuses on some serious tax relief. Right now, your benefits can start getting taxed if your income is over just $25,000 for an individual or $32,000 for a couple. This proposal would double that threshold for single folks to $50,000 and more than triple it for couples to $100,000. For millions of seniors, this is basically another pay raise because their benefits would suddenly become tax-free.
Whew. Okay, so we've just thrown a ton of numbers at you. What does all of this actually mean for someone's wallet at the end of the month? Let's connect these proposals to the reality of everyday life and see what the combined impact really looks like.
For your average retiree, when you combine that $200 monthly boost with the tax savings, you could be looking at an extra $283 to $325 a month.
That's not just a number on a page. That's your prescription copays covered, that's your utility bill, that's a few weeks of groceries. It creates real breathing room in a tight budget.
Now, for a lifetime low-wage worker, the effect is absolutely life-altering. You see it happen in stages. First, that $200 increase brings them up to $1,150. Then, that new minimum benefit floor kicks in and lifts them all the way up to $1,500 a month. All told, that's an increase of over 60%. It's literally a ladder out of poverty.
And for a married couple with disabilities, the change is just staggering. By getting rid of that marriage penalty and raising the benefits, their monthly income could leap from around $1,400 to over $2,500. That's a 77% increase. And at the same time, their savings limit would jump from $3,000 to $20,000.
But you know, this whole story isn't just about the money. You can't just measure the impact in dollars and cents. Let's zoom back out and talk about the human side of all this. What does this kind of security really mean for a person's well-being?
One of the biggest goals here is relief. Relief from that constant low-level hum of anxiety that comes with financial instability. It's about being able to answer the phone without fearing it's a bill collector. It's about being able to go to the doctor when you're sick, not just when it's an emergency. It creates peace of mind.
And that brings us to the dignity of choice. You see, poverty shrinks your world. It takes away your options. When you have enough, you can make choices based on your health and well-being, not just on what's cheapest. You can choose to buy fresh, healthy food. You can choose to get preventative care. It puts people back in control of their own lives.
And that idea of control extends to our most basic human relationships. Supporters of these changes see eliminating the marriage penalty as a fundamental human rights issue. The argument is simple. People with disabilities should be able to marry for love without the government slapping them with a devastating financial punishment for it.
So let's wrap this all up. What's the big picture? These proposals are aiming for a totally new level of financial security. We're talking monthly increases from a couple hundred to over $1,000, new benefit floors to lift millions from poverty, much higher savings limits, and an end to the SSI marriage penalty. It's all about restoring dignity and dialing down that daily anxiety.
We've been through all the detailed numbers, the specific plans, and the profound human impact, and it leaves us with this final thought. What could this kind of security truly unlock for millions of Americans, for their families, and for all of our communities? What does a future where we move from just surviving to actually thriving, what does that really look like?
Today, we're diving deep into some major Social Security reforms that are being talked about right now. These proposals could literally change the entire financial picture for millions of people. We're going to get into the specific dollar amounts, the different plans on the table, and what it all could actually mean for you. So, let's start with a feeling I think a lot of people know all too well. You know, it's that pit in your stomach at the end of the month, looking at the bills piling up, looking at what's left, and just wondering, how am I going to make this stretch? That constant stress is exactly what these new proposals are trying to fix. All right, so to make this super clear, here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll talk about the big idea, the promise behind all of this. Then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the plans for Social Security and for SSI. And finally, we'll piece it all together to see what your new financial reality could look like. Okay, let's jump in. Before we even get to the numbers, it's really important to get what the goal is here. The whole point of these reforms is to close that massive gap between what people get in their benefits and what it actually costs to live today. It's all about building a bridge from financial struggle to financial security. This right here, this gets to the absolute heart of it. This isn't just about dollars and cents. It's about getting rid of that constant nagging anxiety. You know, the freedom to just live your life without worrying that one small emergency, one flat tire, could derail everything. It's about moving from just surviving to actually feeling stable. So how exactly would these plans build that kind of stability? Well, let's look at the first big proposal, which is all about a simple idea: putting more money directly into your pocket every single month. The first piece of the puzzle we're looking at is called the Social Security Expansion Act, and its main goal is super straightforward: to increase the monthly benefit check for every single person receiving Social Security, no exceptions. So what's the headline number? It's a flat increase of $200 a month. And what's really key here is that this isn't some complicated formula. It's an across-the-board boost for every single recipient. But let's be real. What does $200 actually mean in day-to-day life? Well, for a lot of people, that could be a full week of groceries.
It could cover your prescription copays for the month, or maybe the entire utility bill. It could mean a small emergency, like your glasses breaking, is just an inconvenience, not a full-blown crisis. And if you zoom out and look at the whole year, that $200 a month adds up to an extra $2,400. Now that's a serious amount of money. That could be what you need for some major dental work you've been putting off, or maybe even a trip to finally go visit your grandkids. Okay, stick with me because this next part's a little technical, but it's so important. The proposal also wants to fix the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. Right now, it's calculated based on what younger working people spend, but seniors spend way more on things like healthcare, right? So this plan would switch to a new formula, the CPIE, that actually reflects what seniors spend their money on. In simple terms, it would likely mean bigger, more realistic benefit increases each year. All right, next up, we're shifting gears to look at some proposed reforms for supplemental security income, or SSI. And for folks on SSI, the changes we're about to talk about are, well, they're even more dramatic. Supporters say this is about restoring the original promise of the program. So right now, the maximum federal SSI benefit is around $943 a month. The problem, that's actually below the federal poverty line. This SSI Restoration Act would raise that benefit to over $1,250. That's a jump of more than $300 a month, and it's designed specifically to lift people out of poverty. But it's not just about the monthly check. These reforms also try to fix some really old rules that, frankly, just don't make sense anymore. And one of the biggest ones is something called the marriage penalty. You're not going to believe this, but under the current rules, if two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit is actually cut by about $471 a month. I mean, think about that. It forces people to choose between their relationship and their financial survival. The proposal? It's simple. It gets rid of that penalty completely. And here's another rule that feels like it's stuck in the past, the asset limit. Right now, a person on SSI can't have more than $2,000 in assets. That limit hasn't been updated since 1984. The proposal would raise it to $10,000, which would let people actually save up a real emergency fund for when life happens.
Okay, so beyond those direct benefit boosts, there's a third major proposal in the mix. It's called the Social Security 2100 Act, and it takes a much broader look at the whole system. It's about strengthening Social Security for decades to come, while also making some really important tweaks to benefits and taxes.
First off, it focuses on people who worked their whole lives in really essential but low-wage jobs. This act would create a new, higher minimum benefit. The bottom line is, if you have 30 years of work under your belt, you'd be guaranteed a retirement benefit that's actually above the poverty line. And second, this is a big one. It would mean a pretty significant tax cut for a lot of beneficiaries. Under this plan, if you're single and your total income is under $50,000 a year, or if you're married and it's under $100,000, you wouldn't have to pay any federal income tax on your benefits. Now, to pay for all this, the act would also have the Social Security payroll tax apply to earners over $400,000.
Okay, that was a lot of information, I know. We've talked about the Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the 2100 Act. So what happens when you start to put all these pieces of the puzzle together? What could life actually look like?
See, these proposals aren't necessarily an either-or situation. You can think of them as different layers of a much stronger financial safety net. You've got the extra $200 a month from the Expansion Act, you've got the huge upgrades to SSI, and the tax cuts from the 2100 Act. And there's actually one more piece that's been talked about for some more immediate help. On top of all those permanent changes, there has also been serious discussion about a one-time stimulus payment of $1,400. This would be for immediate relief, money to help people finally catch up on those past due bills, handle a major car repair, or get some medical care they've had to put off. This table really brings it all home. The goal of all these proposals is to create a massive shift from a life where you're just struggling to get by to one with real stability. Moving from a world where covering the basics is a daily fight to one where the bills get paid with less stress, where you can actually have a cushion for the unexpected, and where you can look to the future with some security. And that gets us back to the ultimate goal here. Yeah, the numbers are important. That extra money could be a game changer, but the intended impact goes so much deeper. It's about lifting that heavy weight of constant financial stress, which we all know can impact your health, your sleep, your relationships, everything. So, we'll leave you with this to think about. Now, it's super important to remember, these are all just proposals for now. They have a long way to go before becoming law. but they do paint a picture of a very different future, one where retirement and disability don't have to mean poverty and stress, but instead could mean the security and dignity that their supporters believe everyone truly deserves.
You know, tens of millions of Americans depend on Social Security and SSI. And right now, there are a couple of major proposals on the table that could change those benefits in a really big way. So we're going to break down the hard numbers and see what these plans could actually mean for your wallet, for your budget, and honestly, for your peace of mind. Let's dive in.
Just look at this number for a second. $70. Now, I want you to imagine that after you've paid your rent, your electric bill, your groceries, your prescriptions, all the absolute must-pays, this is what you have left. Not for the week, for the entire month. What could you even do with that? Could you grab a coffee with a friend? Get a birthday gift for your grandkid? What if your car gets a flat tire? For way too many people, the answer to those questions is a really stressful no way.
And that $70 scenario? That's not just some hypothetical exercise we're doing. For millions of seniors and folks with disabilities who are living on a fixed income, that is their reality, month in and month out. It's this constant, grinding financial squeeze that forces them to make impossible choices every single day. Let's break down exactly how this happens.
So, on average, a Social Security recipient gets about $1,900 a month. Seems okay, right? But watch how fast it just evaporates. Right off the top, over a third of it, poof, gone, just for housing. Then you add in the other basics, utilities, groceries, getting around. But here's the real budget breaker for so many, healthcare. We're talking over $550 a month between general costs and prescriptions. And after all that is said and done, you're left with $70. There is zero room for error, a broken microwave, a new pair of glasses. Forget about it. That is the squeeze, right there in black and white.
So, just how critical is this income? Well, this chart says it all. For a whopping 40% of seniors, Social Security makes up at least half of their entire income. And then look at this smaller slice, 14%. For them, Social Security is basically everything they have. We're talking 90% or more of their income. So for this group, it isn't just some safety net, it's their entire livelihood. And that's why any change to it, no matter how small it seems, has absolutely massive consequences.
Okay, so with that pretty stark reality in mind, let's turn to the potential solutions that are actually being discussed. There are two key pieces of legislation out there designed specifically to deal with this financial pressure cooker: the Social Security Expansion Act and the SSI Restoration Act. Let's look at what these two acts would actually do. On one hand, the Social Security Expansion Act is pretty straightforward. It would give an extra $200 a month to every single person receiving Social Security. That's a flat increase of $2,400 a year. Pretty significant. On the other hand, the SSI Restoration Act has a different focus. It's about supplemental security income, and its goal is to pull recipients out of poverty by raising their benefits up to the official federal poverty line. For some of our most vulnerable citizens, that would be an immediate, life-changing increase.
You know, when you strip away all the legislative jargon and the dollar figures, the mission behind both of these proposals is actually really simple and profoundly human. It's about changing a life filled with constant financial anxiety, where every single expense feels like a potential crisis, into a life where people can actually afford what they need, maybe plan a little for the unexpected, and just live with a basic sense of security and dignity. To really see what that means, let's look at a real-world example.
All right, so all these policies and numbers can feel a little abstract, so let's make it tangible. I want you to meet Margaret. She's 72, and she relies completely on her Social Security income. Her story is going to show us what this shift from stress to security actually looks like on a personal level.
This quote, wow, it just gets right to the heart of it, doesn't it? These aren't choices about luxuries. This isn't should I go out to dinner or save for a vacation. For Margaret, and for millions of people just like her, the choice is between two absolute necessities: food or medicine. It's an impossible daily calculation that just creates this constant level of stress, which, as you can imagine, takes a huge physical and emotional toll.
Okay, here's the breakdown of Margaret's monthly budget. Her total income is $1,650, but after she pays for rent, utilities, food, and her health care, she's left with just $120 for the entire month. That has to cover everything else: toiletries, clothes, any extra doctor copays. A single unexpected car problem would be a complete financial disaster. There is just no breathing room.
Now, let's see what happens when we apply the Social Security Expansion Act to her budget. Her income immediately jumps by that $200, up to $1,850.
And look at the incredible differences it makes. Her main expenses, like rent and medicine, they stay the same. But look at the changes she can finally make. She can increase her grocery budget by $70. That's the line item for dignity right there. It means she can now afford the fresh fruits and vegetables her doctor's been telling her to eat. But the biggest change, the real game changer, is this new line item, an emergency fund. For the very first time, Margaret can actually put away $100 each month. This completely transforms her financial world from just reacting to crises to actually planning ahead. And even after all that, she still has $150 left over. This is what stability looks like.
So when we ask, what does $200 really buy? The answer isn't just a list of things. It's the freedom to not have to make that impossible choice between food and medicine. It's the ability to plan for the future instead of just dreading it. It's being able to buy a new pair of shoes without having a panic attack. But really, at the end of the day, what it truly buys is the one thing that's priceless: peace of mind. That reduction in daily stress is worth everything.
But the impact of these proposed increases doesn't just stop with one person's budget. It's not just Margaret's story. It actually creates this positive ripple effect that can make entire communities stronger.
Here's how that ripple effect works. First, local economies get a real boost. Seniors tend to spend that extra money right in their own communities, at the local grocery store, the pharmacy, the corner auto shop. Second, and this is a big one, it can actually help lower healthcare costs for everyone. Why? Because better nutrition and people taking their medication consistently means fewer expensive preventable trips to the emergency room. And finally, it strengthens the very fabric of the community. When seniors aren't totally consumed by financial stress, they have the energy and the freedom to contribute more, whether it's volunteering or just being active in local groups. So you see, this isn't just about helping one group of people. Investing in the financial security of our seniors and those with disabilities is really a strategy for creating more vibrant, more stable, and more prosperous local economies for all of us. A senior's personal victory over financial stress becomes a shared victory for their entire town.
And all of this brings us to the final fundamental question here. We've seen the numbers, and they're pretty clear. A couple of $100 a month can be the difference between a life of constant grinding stress and one of basic stability, health, and dignity. The debate around these proposals really boils down to this. What value do we as a society place on making sure that the people who contributed for a lifetime can live their later years with some security? What is the price of dignity, and who is responsible for ensuring it?
If you've been keeping an eye on the news about benefits, your head is probably spinning, right? You're hearing about a $2,400 boost over here, and then $1,200 monthly checks over there. It's a total whirlwind, and honestly, it's super confusing. So what we're going to do right now is slice through all that noise. We're going to break down exactly what these plans are, who they're actually for, and what it all could mean for your wallet.
So yeah, let's really get into this, because this is the big one, isn't it? Are these numbers part of the same plan? Or are we talking about two totally separate things? And, the question I bet you're really asking is, hey, could I get both? It's so easy to see how these things get tangled up in the headlines, but trust me, they are two very, very different ideas. Our goal here is simple. We're going to give you the clarity you've been looking for. You'll know exactly what each plan is and what it's not.
Okay, so here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll talk about this flood of proposals out there. Then we'll dig into Plan 1, that's the $2,400 boost. After that, Plan 2, the $1,200 monthly checks. Then, the one you're waiting for, can you get both? And we'll wrap up by looking at the bigger picture, why all this is happening right now.
All right, Section 1, a flood of proposals. Let's try to make some sense of all the different plans being discussed. I mean, it really feels like every single week there's a new idea or a new bill being talked about, right? So let's just categorize them a bit to figure out what's what.
It's so easy to get lost in all the headlines. And you might have even seen some of these ideas pop up in your local news. There are all kinds of city and state-level programs being tested out. But for today, to keep things simple and focused, we are zeroing in on the two big ones, the major national proposals. Because, let's face it, those are the ones that would affect everybody.
Okay, before we get any deeper, we've got to clear something up. There's some key jargon here, GBI and UBI. Guaranteed basic income versus universal basic income. They sound similar, but they are not the same thing. Think of it like this. UBI, the U stands for universal, means everybody gets it. Rich, poor, everyone, no questions asked. GBI, on the other hand, that G is for guaranteed, but only for a specific group of people, usually based on their income. The big national plans we're talking about today, they're GBI. All right, on to Section 2. Let's talk about Plan 1, the $2,400 boost. This is all about the Social Security Expansion Act. And the first thing to know is, this isn't some brand new payment program. Nope. This is all about boosting an existing one. We're talking about a direct increase to Social Security benefits.
So, the magic number everyone's talking about is this, an extra $2,400 a year. Now, what does that really mean? It means an extra $200 every single month. And look, for anyone on a fixed income, you know that $200 isn't just pocket change. That's a huge deal. That could cover groceries for the week, a utility bill, or those annoying copays. It's a real, tangible difference, and it's the heart of this proposal.
So how would this thing actually work? Well, the official name is the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard lawmakers like Senator Bernie Sanders talking about it, and here's who it's for. As the bill's written right now, it's for all Social Security beneficiaries. That means retirement, disability, survivors, the whole shebang. And the other critical piece of the puzzle is the funding. Where does the money come from? It would come from the Social Security system itself, funded by payroll taxes through the Social Security Trust Fund.
Okay, now let's switch gears completely for Section 3. We're looking at Plan 2, those $1,200 monthly checks. And this is a whole different ballgame. We're no longer talking about tweaking an existing program. This is about creating something brand new from the ground up, a national guaranteed basic income.
And the numbers here are even bigger. We're talking $1,200 every single month for each eligible adult, plus another $600 for each dependent. I mean, let's do the math. That's over $14,000 a year for one person. For a couple, you're looking at almost $29,000 before you even add in dependents. A key piece of legislation here is called the Support Act, and the whole idea is to create a recurring payment like a national income floor for people.
So let's get into the nitty-gritty. How would this GBI plan work? Well, a major difference right off the bat, eligibility has nothing to do with being in a specific program like Social Security. Nope, it's all about your income. The Support Act, for instance, sets the cutoff at around $75,000 for an individual. The funding is also totally separate. This money isn't coming from the Social Security Trust Fund, it would come from general federal funds. Think of it like the stimulus checks we saw a few years back. Same kind of idea.
Okay, let's put these two plans side by side. This is where the light bulb really goes on. You've got the Social Security boost, that's an increase to a benefit you already have, for Social Security beneficiaries only, and paid for by the Social Security Fund. Then you've got the National GBI, that's a brand new program for people based on their income and paid for with general federal money. See? They're like two different trains running on two separate tracks. Getting this difference is absolutely crucial for what comes next.
Which, of course, brings us to Section 4, and the question that I know is on your mind. Could you get both payments? If both of these proposals actually became law, could one person get money from both? Let's find out.
So let's really spell it out. Could a fixed income beneficiary get payments from both of these proposals at the same time? Imagine you're on Social Security. The first plan passes, boom, you get an extra $200 a month. Then the second plan passes, and your income qualifies you. Could you also get that $1,200 check on top of it? That's the million-dollar question, right?
And the answer is yes. Simple as that. Based on how these proposals are written right now, you absolutely could. I know, it might sound a little too good to be true, but when you see how they're designed, the logic is actually rock solid.
So why isn't this double dipping? It really boils down to two super simple reasons. First, they are separate programs. They just are. One is a tweak to your Social Security, and the other is a totally new income program. They don't overlap. And second, and this is huge, they have separate funding. Remember, one is paid from the Social Security Trust Fund, the other from general federal funds. It's like getting your paycheck from your job and also winning a lottery prize. Two different pots of money.
So that leads us to our last section, the future of benefits. You have to wonder, right? Why are these huge conversations happening right now? The answer is pretty interesting. It's because a lot of folks in Washington aren't just looking at today, they're looking down the road, 5, 10 years from now. See, the argument is that lawmakers are looking ahead, and they believe a national income floor is needed before it's too late. The idea is that our economy is about to go through a massive, massive change because of technology. And the people pushing for these plans are saying, look, we need to build this safety net now, before things get crazy. It's about being proactive instead of just reacting to a crisis after it's already here.
And you can hear that urgency when they talk about what's coming. They say things like, we're going to be completely overrun by AI, sophisticated technology, robotics, automation. And that's really the heart of it. The fear is that all this new tech is going to eliminate a ton of jobs, and soon. The thinking is that this isn't science fiction anymore. This is a real economic shift that's just around the corner, and something like a GBI might be the only thing that provides some stability.
And really, that leaves us with the biggest question of all. As technology reshapes the entire workforce, how must our economic safety nets evolve? Because at the end of the day, this whole debate isn't just about a specific dollar amount. It's not just about $2,400 or $1,200. The real conversation is about what our safety nets are even for. As technology changes the very definition of a job, how do we make sure everyone has some level of economic security? That's the question that's really pushing all of this forward.
We're going to talk about some really hopeful, really tangible changes that could completely transform your monthly budget. But more than that, it's about restoring a sense of security and dignity. This is your path forward. So let's just start with a simple question. What if an extra $200 just showed up in your account every single month? No strings attached. Just take a second and think about it. What would that change for you? You know, that $200 a month, it really adds up. We're talking about an extra $2,400 a year. And that's not just some number on a screen. That's a real resource for the things that matter most to you and your family. Okay, so let's get into it. Where does this new income actually come from? We're going to break down these proposed increases piece by piece so you can see exactly how the numbers could add up to a huge change in your financial reality. First up, let's talk about the Social Security Expansion Act. The idea is to move the average monthly benefit from around $1,905 to $2,105. And the key takeaway here, it's a straightforward, across-the-board $200 monthly increase for every single person receiving Social Security. Next, let's look at Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. Now, the SSI Restoration Act is trying to do something really fundamental, lift benefits up to 100% of the federal poverty line. This would mean about a $130 increase each month, finally moving folks from below the poverty line to just above it. And, the changes go way beyond just the monthly check. For decades, if you were on SSI, you couldn't save more than $2,000 without losing your benefits. It was impossible to build a safety net. This proposal dramatically increases those limits to $10,000 for an individual, finally letting people build a small emergency fund without being penalized. So we've seen all the numbers. But what do they actually mean for your day-to-day life? This is where we get to the heart of it, how those dollars translate directly into dignity. $200 isn't just a number. It's real stuff. It's tangible. It could be 40 gallons of milk, or maybe it covers 10 of your doctor's copays. It could pay for 3 months of internet access, or just mean you can finally afford fresh fruits and vegetables every week. But you know what it really buys? Peace of mind. This quote, wow. It just perfectly captures the reality for so many people. Let me tell you about Margaret. Her story really highlights the impossible choices that millions of seniors on fixed incomes are forced to make every single day. So before any increase, just look at Margaret's budget. It's on a knife's edge. All the essentials, housing, healthcare, food, they eat up almost everything. And see that tiny little sliver? Just 7%? That's all that's left for an emergency, a new pair of shoes, or any small comfort in life. But look what happens with that extra $200. Her budget isn't just bigger, it's healthier. That little slice for everything else more than doubles. That isn't just money, my friends. That is breathing room. That's the ability to handle a surprise car repair without having to sacrifice your medicine. For Margaret, this change means she doesn't have to choose between food and medication anymore. She can actually manage her health properly and have a small cushion for emergencies. This is about so much more than money. It's about restoring the dignity that every single person deserves. Now, these proposed improvements, they don't just exist in a vacuum. They actually build on some recent victories that are already providing real, lasting relief and creating a much stronger foundation for long-term security. Let's take a look at what's already been accomplished. A huge win was the Social Security Fairness Act. See, for years, these rules called WEP and GPO unfairly cut the benefits of public servants, people like teachers and firefighters, just because they also had a public pension. Well, this act finally repealed those rules, restoring the full earned benefits that these folks were entitled to all along. And here's another massive victory, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This recently passed law created a major new tax deduction for seniors. We're talking an extra $6,000 for single filers and $12,000 for married couples. That is a direct boost to their take-home income. And the impact of that law, it's profound. I want you to think about this for a second. Because of these changes, a staggering 88% of all Social Security recipients will now owe zero. That's right, zero in federal income tax on their benefits. This is a monumental shift that provides immediate relief for millions. You know, these financial changes are so important because they give you the security you need to appreciate what really matters. So for this last part, let's look beyond the bank account, at the real foundation of your worth and the future you're building. Financial security isn't the end goal, right? It's the foundation. It provides the stability that lets the things that define your true worth really shine. The wisdom you've gained from a lifetime of experience, the relationships you've built, the contributions you've made, and the incredible resilience you've shown time and time again.
It is so important to remember this. Your value as a person, the impact you've had, the legacy you've created, none of that can be measured in dollars and cents. Your worth extends far, far beyond your bank account. So as we close out, I just want to leave you with this question to think about. With the promise of greater financial stability and with a recognition of your inherent value, what will your future of dignity look like? It's a future you've absolutely earned, and it is filled with hope. You know, there's so much talk about increasing Social Security and SSI benefits, but what does that actually mean for the millions of people who depend on them every single month? Today, we're going to go way beyond the headlines. We're going to break down the real numbers, see the impact on a monthly budget, and get a feel for what this kind of financial uplift could truly look like. Let's dive in.
All right, so let's start with this number, $1,905. Right now, this is the average monthly benefit for a retired worker on Social Security. And for so many people, this isn't just some extra cash. It's their entire income. It's the number that has to cover absolutely everything: rent, food, healthcare, you name it. So the big question is, in today's economy, how far does this money actually go? Well, take a look at how fast that average benefit just disappears. Based on national averages, housing and utilities alone can take up nearly $800. Then you have groceries and healthcare, that's another $700. After you factor in just basic transportation, you're left with $70. $70 for the entire month. For a car repair, a new pair of glasses, a birthday gift for a grandchild, I mean, it is a razor-thin margin with absolutely zero room for anything unexpected. So, to really get the full picture, here's our roadmap for today. First, we're going to look a little closer at that fixed income reality. Then we'll introduce two key proposals that are designed to change it. We'll spend most of our time visualizing the direct financial impact of these proposed changes. After that, we'll look at how these increases would be funded. And finally, we'll boil it all down to the bottom line on what this all means for benefits. Okay, so let's start with that fixed income reality. That $70 margin we just saw, that isn't just a number on a chart. For a huge part of our population, it's a daily source of stress and incredibly difficult choices. The financial pressure is just immense, and for a lot of people, Social Security is the only thing standing between them and actual poverty. And these figures right here really show you just how vital these benefits are. For over 40% of women and almost as many men over 65, Social Security makes up more than half of their income. Just let that sink in for a second. And for 15%, that's about 1 in 7 seniors, it makes up over 90% of their income. So we're not just talking about tweaking a budget here. For millions of people, a change to this benefit fundamentally alters their ability to survive.
Okay, so what are the proposed solutions on the table? Well, there are several pieces of legislation aiming to tackle this financial strain head-on. We're going to focus on 2 of them, and each one proposes a really clear and significant increase to those monthly benefits.
All right, the first piece of legislation is called the Social Security Expansion Act. It's a pretty comprehensive bill, but its most direct, most immediate impact really comes down to one key number. And here it is. This act proposes a very straightforward, across-the-board increase of $200 per month, and that's for every single Social Security recipient, whether they're retired, disabled, or survivors. That works out to an extra $2,400 a year. Now, this isn't your typical cost of living adjustment that changes every year. This is a direct, fixed boost to that base benefit, and it's aimed at providing immediate relief. Now, the second proposal we're looking at is the SSI Restoration Act. This one targets a different, but often overlapping, group of vulnerable Americans. Now, before we get to the numbers on this one, it's really important to clarify what SSI actually is. Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, is a federal program that basically provides a financial floor for adults and children with significant disabilities or for seniors over 65 who have very, very little income and few assets. It's an absolutely crucial safety net, but as we're about to see, the current benefit level often falls way short of covering just the basic needs. The SSI Restoration Act aims to fix that.
by increasing the maximum monthly benefit by about $130, which would bring it up to $1,073. The goal here is really specific and significant: to lift the benefit to 100% of the federal poverty line, making sure the most vulnerable people in our country are no longer forced to live below it.
And this is the heart of our explainer. Because, knowing the proposed numbers is one thing, but seeing how they can completely transform a real-world budget, that's something else entirely. So let's apply these increases to the financial situations we looked at earlier and see just what changes.
Okay, let's go back to our average senior's budget. Remember, before the proposed change, they had an income of $1,905, and after covering necessities, they were left with just $70. Now let's add that proposed $200. The monthly income jumps to $2,105. The cost of necessities, that stays the same at $1,835. But just look at the difference in the bottom line. The remaining funds leap from $70 to $270.
And that right there is the key takeaway. That $270 isn't just a number. It's a transformation. It's the difference between constant anxiety and actually having a small cushion. It's being able to afford fresh produce instead of just canned goods. It's the money to fill a prescription without having to cut back on groceries. It's the freedom to handle a minor emergency without going into debt. We're talking about a nearly four-fold increase in discretionary funds, which would fundamentally change someone's quality of life.
Now let's do the same thing for an SSI recipient's budget. The current maximum benefit is $943 a month. With necessities costing around $920, that leaves a perilous $23. The SSI Restoration Act would increase that total income to $1,073. Again, necessities stay the same, but the remaining funds, they jump from just $23 to $153. I mean, this is absolutely life-changing. It means being able to afford new glasses, or replacing worn-out shoes, or simply having a small emergency fund for the very first time. It's a move from pure survival mode to a state of basic stability. Of course, the natural and very important question that follows all this is, how would we pay for these increases? Well, the proposals don't just create new spending, they also outline specific ways to make sure the programs stay solvent for the long haul. So let's take a look at that side of the equation. So the proposal outlines two key changes to make sure it's funded. First, a direct funding source, applying the Social Security payroll tax to all income above $250,000. Right now, there's a cap, which means high-income earners stop paying into the system partway through the year. This change would simply ask the nation's highest earners to contribute more. The second part is a change to how benefits are calculated in the future, proposing a whole new inflation metric for adjustments. Now, this second point, it might sound a little technical, but it is absolutely crucial for long-term stability. It's called the CPIE, or the Consumer Price Index for the Elderly. It's designed to more accurately measure the inflation that seniors actually experience. Now, why does that matter? Well, it's because seniors spend a much larger chunk of their income on healthcare than everybody else, and healthcare costs rise much faster. So, by using the CPIE to calculate future cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, the annual increases would better keep up with the real-world expenses that people face, preventing them from losing purchasing power over time.
Okay, so we've walked through the problem, the proposals, the impact, and the funding. Let's bring it all together and really summarize the bottom line. What are the most essential takeaways from all this financial info? At the end of the day, it really comes down to these two numbers: a proposed $200 monthly increase for Social Security recipients and a proposed $130 monthly increase for SSI recipients. These aren't just abstract percentages. They are fixed dollar amounts designed to provide immediate, predictable relief to millions of Americans living on fixed incomes.
And that really is the fundamental purpose here. The aim is to move beyond complex formulas for a minute and just deliver a simple, powerful boost to people's income. The goal is to create more breathing room in those tight budgets, to reduce financial stress, and to restore a measure of dignity and security for everyone who relies on these programs. And that leaves us with a final thought to consider. Beyond the immediate impact on individual budgets, how might a direct, significant, and fixed increase in benefits change the entire conversation we have about retirement security and the social safety net in this country? It's really a question about what we value and what level of security we believe every person deserves after a lifetime of work or when they're facing a severe disability.
The $2,200 bonus check. Before we even get to the nuts and bolts, let's just start with the one question that's really at the heart of this entire debate. When you think about a Social Security check, is it a nice little bonus on top of everything else, Or is it an absolute necessity, the money you need to survive? It turns out the answer to that question might have everything to do with the actual dollar amount on the check.
Okay, let's dive right into this first part and get to the core of the proposal. It really all comes down to this one number that basically acts as a dividing line.
And here it is. The key number in this whole plan is $2,200 a month. You can think of it as a conceptual line in the sand. This is the threshold that, according to the proposal's research, really separates two completely different ways people experience their Social Security benefits.
Now you might be thinking, okay, $2,200, is that high, is that low? Well, here's the context that makes it so interesting. The average Social Security benefit for a retiree right now is just a little under $2,000 a month. So this proposed line in the sand isn't some far-off high-income number. It's actually really, really close to what the average American is getting today.
So why that number specifically? Where did $2,200 come from? Well, the logic behind it all comes from studies that found beneficiaries tend to fall into two very distinct camps, and it all depends on which side of that line their monthly check falls. The data paints a picture of two different worlds. For people getting less than that $2,200 threshold, their payment is what you'd call a necessity check. I mean, this is the money they count on for rent, for groceries, for the basics. But for those getting more than $2,200 a month, the story changes. They are much more likely to have other sources of income, right? Things like pensions, 401ks, investments. So for them, the Social Security check feels less like a lifeline and more like a bonus. It's a nice extra, but it's not what's keeping the lights on. And this quote right here, it just nails the core idea that's powering this whole proposal. It's a pretty simple observation, right? The more money someone gets from Social Security, the less they tend to rely on it, and the more it starts to feel like bonus cash. That single idea is the justification for this entire reform.
All right, so we get the why behind this dividing line. We see the logic. But what about the how? What are the actual mechanics here? How would a plan like this work in the real world?
Okay, so the plan basically unfolds in 3 steps. First, it would gradually start to reduce the monthly benefits paid out to the highest earners. Step 2, and this is a really big one, it would limit how much of the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA, that those high earners get. So their benefits would grow a lot slower. And third, and this is crucial, the money saved from those first 2 steps doesn't just disappear. It would be directly reallocated to boost the checks for the lower income folks.
So, and this is probably the most important thing to get about this plan. This is not about cutting Social Security spending overall. Not at all. It's about an internal redistribution. The whole idea is to shift funds from the people who see it as a bonus over to the people who desperately need it as a necessity. It's about strengthening the safety net for the people who need it most, using the money that's already in the system.
But what's the end game? I mean, this isn't just about a few tweaks here and there. There's a much bigger, long-term vision. And that vision is to reach a state they call equilibrium. Let's take a look at what that actually means. So what on earth is equilibrium? Well, the long-term goal is to dramatically narrow the gap between the biggest Social Security checks and the smallest ones. The idea is that over time, by giving more to those at the bottom and slowing the growth for those at the top, all the benefit payments would slowly start to converge towards some kind of middle ground.
Now, I've got to stress, this isn't something that would happen overnight, not even close. The proposal lays out a very slow, very gradual process. It could take 20 years, maybe even longer, to get there. You'd move from the big disparities we have today through a decade or more of slow reallocation until you eventually hit that projected state of equilibrium.
Okay, as you can probably imagine, a plan this radical faces some serious pushback. And the main criticism isn't just about the numbers. It's a deep, philosophical question about what this change would fundamentally turn Social Security into.
The big fear for critics is that by pushing all benefits towards this equilibrium point, you're essentially transforming Social Security into a form of guaranteed basic income, or GBI. And a GBI is a totally different animal. It's a system where everyone gets a standard payment from the government, no matter what they paid in. That idea runs completely counter to the way Social Security was originally designed.
Let's really break down this critique. The number one concern is that this plan changes Social Security's entire purpose. It would shift it from being an earned benefit, something you get based on your work history, to being a needs-based program, kind of like welfare. Critics also point out a huge risk. What if this new equilibrium benefit ends up being too